You will recall that during the top 6 shootout, because of a high voltage problem, Oxford Brookes were unable to compete in the top 6 shootout, but their time was faster in the acceleration overall. As a result, they actually won acceleration. So Oxford Brookes won acceleration. Meanwhile, because they got in there after we looked at the timings, University of the Basque Country actually posted the fastest time in skid pad. So they won skid pad, and then sprint was won by Coventry. So we had 3 different winners in the first 3 dynamic events, meaning it's all to play for going into endurance this morning. Endurance will be completed over a 27 laps. Driver number 1 will complete 14 laps. Driver number 2 will complete 13 laps. 27 laps in total for these teams. In addition to that, the talk on the pit is this. Cardiff yesterday came in with 10 minutes left of the event and managed to get a top 3 in sprint, and it's rather remarkable when you hear the circumstances with which they did it. The team were running on 2 out of 3 cylinders in only 1 gear, first gear, maxing up to 9,000 RPM, and yet somehow they still managed a sub-60 time and got ahead of big teams like the University of the Basque Country and Oxford Brookes. So that is incredibly impressive. Already we can see Sheffield Hallum, the first of our teams to complete endurance or attempt to do so, getting ready to make a go of it. Jess, welcome back to the comms box. It's great to have you with us. How are you doing?
I'm feeling super pumped after yesterday. 21 cars making it through sprint yesterday, unlimited runs and the hot seat. It was non-stop action throughout the day. It was nice to have nice sunny weather towards the end of it, but we're not going to get the same here. But we got the 11 slowest cars from sprint today that we're going to see first. And then after lunch, we get the big boys and maybe even some other cars that pass through it later on as well. But it's nice to see Sheffield Hallum out there racing on the track. Didn't do as well in sprint, but the most important thing in endurance, if you finish well in endurance, you may finish well overall, but if you get a slower time compared to P1, the points that you get is less due to the percentage.
Absolutely. It's all a percentage adjusted depending on the fastest time to complete endurance. Also with us today is he of the fancy shirts. They're very loud, they're very bright, and today might well be the best shirt I've ever seen him wear. James Montgomery, as I live and breathe, sir, how are you?
I'm doing very good, Giles, albeit slightly damp.
Yes, thank goodness you've got an undershirt on, because the shirt you're wearing this morning is predominantly white and it's also wet.
Yes, it is. Hopefully people will be able to see it later on the stream. If not, hop onto FS's Instagram channel just now. Apparently they've just done an appreciation post for this. But what we've got installed, whilst you guys are in the comms box, where it's nice and dry, we've got the hot seat kindly supplied by Bentley back out again. We're just setting it out. Currently it's behind the scrutineering bays. We're hoping once the rain stops and the wind dies down, we can get it back on top of the grass bank so the students can sit on their mighty thrones. However, that will be a big feature for today, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how many different teams get to sample the hot seat today, Giles.
So what qualifies them to sit in the hot seat? Do they have to have completed endurance, or is it just a case of whoever gets the furthest if we have a few DNFs to begin with, as we have done previously?
That is a very good question. That's something we've not discussed with them. As far as I'm concerned, so far, you've got to finish, and it's the person who has finished in the fastest time. Actually, I'll rephrase that. The team who has finished with the fastest time, obviously there's 2 drivers doing endurance
exactly.
now. So yes, the team who have finished the endurance with the fastest time will be the team currently sitting on the hot seat. Now this should make for a very interesting day, because obviously we're starting with a reverse order, aren't we?
Absolutely.
So we've got the slowest drivers from sprints, the slowest teams from sprints yesterday going out first.
Yep.
So in theory, we should be seeing a new team coming onto the seat after each attempt as we get into the faster teams. However, this weather, we could find that the slow teams are going out with the better conditions, and so we could find ourselves in a situation where an unlikely team could be on that throne for a very long period of time. I'm really excited.
It is really, really exciting. It'll be great to have you and Sheryl live from the hot seat throughout the day. We're very much looking forward to that. Also looking forward to seeing Sheffield Hallum take to the track in these rather damp conditions. As has been said a number of times in the comments on the live stream, it's an incredibly pretty car. It really does look absolutely gorgeous. Meanwhile, talking of comments on the stream, Ribal Santina says, well done to Team BRT from Lebanon for winning the Michael Royce Award yesterday. Meanwhile, Kian Butler Lovely to have you aboard, Cian, although do please get some sleep at some point because he's down in Australia. He says, good day from the land down under. It looks like a great day with anyone with cooling concerns. There are a number of teams with cooling concerns. Vicky Norris says, go Sussex. And yes, those cooling concerns are coming into the fore for a number of teams who haven't actually competed in dynamic events for a number of years. I know, for instance, Exeter are just hoping to complete as many laps as possible before, rather negatively, they're predicting that they're going to blow a gasket. So they're rather thankful for a combination of the rain and the fact that they left their wet weather tyres on, which will pay dividends in conditions such as these. I know also de Montfort have been busy looking over their cooling system with the hopes of completing endurance as well. Fingers crossed for them. We'll keep you posted throughout the day. The first team to compete in endurance will be Sheffield Hallum, followed by the University of Greater Manchester, formerly known as Bolton. Exeter will be third. Following that will be Leicester. And then we'll have Warwick in sixth. We'll have the University of Sheffield themselves. They had their throttle come loose in their second lap of sprint yesterday. They've managed to fix that, so they will be going sixth. In seventh, it's de Montfort University. The University of Aberdeen will be 8th. Meanwhile, Malta will go 9th, followed by the University of Birmingham in 10th. And the 11th team in the first session, the final team, will be Imperial College London. That team that completed, what was the word I was looking for?
Sprint.
Not sprint, that was the other one. Scrutineering, there it is. It's early in the morning, and we've already had a day of commentary. Do bear with me. They completed the scrutineering by 3 o'clock on Thursday, so we're looking very, very interested to see how they get on. Meanwhile, session 2 will be the faster teams. We'll have, in 12th will be Staffordshire University. This session will start at 1 o'clock. University of Agger will go 13th. 14th will be the University of the West of England. UWE Lee will be joining us in the commentary box for that one. University of Leeds in 15th. and 16th, it's the University of the Basque Country, my favourites to win Formula Student this year. In 17th, another hot favourite, Oxford Brookes. In 18th, it's the Technical University of Denmark. Cardiff will go 19th. 20th will be the University of Bath. And Coventry will go last before session 3, where after the above teams have completed, any additional teams that have passed scrutineering but have not started endurance may compete. That will be limited to 5 teams, and those teams wishing to join that session must be at the start gate by 1:30. Right now, I can hear a car firing up. It is Sheffield Hallum University. Jess, they are on the line. They are idling nicely. How do you think they're going to get on?
I think for some of these slower teams, they just want to make endurance. We saw last year that there were people that are very keen to make endurance, and they're underway. The first car to start endurance is Sheffield Hallum, Giles.
And away they go onto a course that's incredibly similar to that which we saw yesterday in sprint, and they're taking that rather gingerly, Jess. I imagine the driver getting to grips with these wet conditions and the car itself. They won't have had a lot of time behind the wheel of the Sheffield Hallum car. It's great to see them back on track. It's been a few years since we last saw them competing in the dynamic events as they go through the double left-hander known as the boot at the top of Copse Corner. Live from Silverstone, it's Formula Student 2025. You can already see the spray coming off the wheels of these cars, and that's going to be quite interesting because as we progress throughout the day, if the track maintains the conditions that it's currently in, these wet conditions, you're going to have teams where they're faster than those that have gone out before them being held up, and then the visors of the drivers will be covered in spray. And that's going to be rather interesting. And will that slow down the faster teams later in the day? We will have to see, but it's something that they're going to have to contend with as Sheffield Hallum bring the car in towards the second slalom of the course. There's a left and right-hander before the hairpin. Now, this left and right-hander doesn't seem to dry out quite as quickly as the rest of the course. So if the conditions do improve, do bear that in mind, drivers, that just in front of the stands, that left and right-hander right into the hairpin doesn't seem to want to dry out. Meanwhile, here we go into the Mansell complex. This right-hander has proven incredibly difficult for a number of drivers. And you can see it getting quite twitchy there for Sheffield Hallum University as they come across the line with a time of, well, my top for the first lap time, I can tell you, is 1:35.74. A very respectable time out of the gate. Meanwhile, a live end says, rumours say a line have fixed their water pump and will be flying today. While Heather says, good luck to NCME, the university we know here in the commentary box as Bolton, as Sheffield Hallum start their second lap, Jess.
Yeah, and they're aiming about consistency through endurance. It's not about getting the faster lap time. That was yesterday with the sprint. sometimes if they go too fast, then potentially they're compromising maybe their power unit and maybe fuel, and that's going to really cost them. And they're also measured with their fuel efficiency too. If they do well having efficient fuel throughout the lap, then they're going to score some extra points doing that as well. So it's all about consistency rather than speed. But I know some teams, like we saw the last few years, would go for speed. But for the slower teams, it's all about consistency and just keeping it on the track without any problems.
There is a real deft balance between those faster lap times, which will improve your score, and also just completing endurance in the first place. Sheffield Hallum coming through the hairpin now, or headed towards the hairpin, I should say, as they look to complete their second lap of endurance. This will be the second lap for driver number one. Driver number one in for a stint of 14 laps in total before they have to bring it in for a pit stop, though that pit stop will last a compulsory time of minimum 3 minutes as they come across the line to complete their second lap with a time of 1:24.88. That is their fastest time, an improvement of nearly 10 seconds, Jess. That's a remarkable improvement. The driver clearly getting to grips with the car and the conditions.
And it seems to me that their car, whatever's played them yesterday, seems to be working well so far. Maybe they like the cooler conditions. Some teams seem to be more okay with that. And don't forget, a lot of people are past scrutineering in the dry and not in the wet. This is Sheffield Hallum that drove scrutineering in the dry on Thursday and Friday. So maybe this is giving teams that passed scrutineering on Friday when it was dry a little bit of hope going into today that they might be A-OK as long as they solve their main issues so far. And I could see, well, as they go through the Saloms right now, that there seems to me that the driver's getting more confident. Of course, we have the second driver coming up soon as well. We're looking with drivers for consistency, as I said, but with Sheffield, it's looking like they're doing well, touch wood. With
the speed that they're going at, and as they improve consistently, I'm estimating between 105 and 110 as their improvement. Sheffield Hallum do sound like, though, that they may have upshift problems. I'm reliably informed by Monty. Meanwhile, Heather saying good luck to Bolton, and Bolton actually finished bleeding their brakes only 2 minutes before being kicked out of the pits last night. You might be interested to hear. Monty's having a listen to the sound of Sheffield Hallum, trying to confirm. He seems to think that the upshift on the Sheffield Hallum car might be sounding a bit iffy, so we'll keep an eye on that. People asking for a running order. We can give you it to you quickly. Sheffield Hallum are out at the moment. That'll be followed by Bolton, who will then go in second. Third will be Exeter. Fourth, Leicester. Fifth, Warwick. Sixth, Sheffield. To Montfort, seventh. Eighth will be Aberdeen. Ninth will be Malta. Birmingham will be 10th. And the final car in this session will be Imperial College London in 11th, before we break for lunch briefly and then recommence at 1 o'clock. So do stay with us. Sheffield Hallum, their fastest lap was their latest, a 1:21. That's 3 laps complete. Fourth in progress. How are Bonnie Aberdeen doing, says Fox and Stoke. I couldn't tell you. Meanwhile, alumni of the University of Sheffield here, says Elliot O'Toole. Might not have gone to Hallum, but always good to see a Sheffield car out on track. Fingers crossed for the University of Sheffield later. Meanwhile, Chris Smout is saying there's a running order potentially on the website.
Yes, there is. It's posted on our Instagram and X at Formula Student, so make sure you check it out. It is posted everywhere, so you'll know where your favourite team is. Oh, that was a save and a half.
That was well saved indeed by Sheffield Hallum. It is that right-hand corner, that 90-degree right-hander right before the finish line in the Mansell complex that teams are really struggling with this year. We saw it completely ruin the first lap completed by Imperial College London. They completely lost it. The right-hander, the rear end does just want to step out on a lot of cars here, but that was very well held by the driver from University of Sheffield Hallum. Sheffield Hallum University on your screens now as they head towards the boot at the top end of the course, coming through that double left-hander that constitutes the boot. Meanwhile, they're headed through the sea of cones and on to the double zigzag. Watch the rear wheels here, because they may clip a yellow cone on the inside of the exit of the zigzag, so keep an eye. Doesn't look to me like there's been any issues there for Sheffield Hallum. Their latest, their fourth lap time was a lot quicker, a 1:18. The time's tumbling down. They're on their fifth lap now, 14 to complete for driver number one. As I was saying, I'm predicting a steady optimum between 105 and 110 for Sheffield Hallum if they continue with this pace. They've just got to watch it with the wet conditions and not to lose it, especially into this part of the course. Through the hairpin they go, wide exit, done very nicely indeed, and here comes that right-hander. And no problems this time. They've taken that a lot more gingerly than they did previously. A bit too much power there can spell disaster on a lap, and that is a time of, drum roll please, 1:19.57. maybe lost a bit of confidence after the rear stepped out on them previously. 5 laps complete for Sheffield Hallum, 6th in progress. Chris Smout will be joining us in the commentary box later. Look forward to seeing him, our social media manager here at Formula Student. Everything that you've seen on the Formula Student Instagram, keeping you updated, has been going through Chris and the media team, who've been doing an absolutely impeccable job. Meanwhile, here they go again through the double left-hander, looking fairly consistent. Have they reached the pinnacle of their performance, Jess, or is there more to come from this team and this car?
I think I'm almost certain there's more to come, but I think with this car and this driver, after that slide, I think they're just maybe doing a few side laps again to think where they've gone wrong. So potentially they're just making sure that they get through these next few laps because they don't want to like crash or anything, or it might be the track. Some tracks are a bit more slippier than others. Even though it's the same track as yesterday, it's different conditions than yesterday. There are a lot more puddles, I should say, and it's a lot more damp and wet here, as you can see the spray. So I think for some laps they're just going to take it easy. It's like real life, isn't it, with the tyres?
It really is, and here they go then through the right-hander in the Mansell complex, looking like they are stuck to it like glue on this occasion. Very well handled there by Sheffield Hallum. We've seen what getting it wrong can look like for the teams, and that's a very nice angle there on the ground. Loving the worm's eye view there. That is a 1:18.55, only 2/10 slower than their quickest. 6 laps completed, 7th in progress for Sheffield Hallum. The weather, rain of varying kinds indeed. Yes, I'm going to stick my hand outside the commentary box and see what the weather's doing.
And with the weather being as it is, if the weather gets worse, that is really going to help the slower teams, because with the percentage, if the ones going out later on, they're probably going to lose so much more points than if you're going out early. So the drivers that are going out between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m, they're probably going to be hoping for the rain just to ease off a little bit, whereas the slower teams are going to be like, come down harder, come down harder. And that's definitely what Sheffield Hallum are thinking right now. And it seems to me they're back on their feet again as well. We're seeing Bolton ready to be lined up to go as well. We're having 2 cars at a time through certain parts of the course, just so it makes sure it doesn't get clogged up. And because none of these drivers have motorsport license, they can't do actual proper racing. They can't overtake. So if you're wondering about that is why they have to go on their own, because they don't have a proper motorsport license, because you need a motorsport license to do that.
You do indeed, and you don't wish to make sure that only professional drivers can drive these cars, because after all, this is a student-led project. It's formative students.
Yes.
So those that designed and built it should get the opportunity to drive it. So as a result, it's a time trial, and Sheffield Hallum have completed another lap, and it was their fastest, a 1:14.82. 7 laps completed, halfway through the stint now for driver number 1. 14 laps to complete for driver number 1 before a pit stop. 3 minutes minimum. They'll have to turn the engine off, get the driver out, put the second driver in, and then get the car restarted. Hot restarts can be rather interesting for a lot of the internal combustion cars, because they're usually mapped for a cold start, so that can play havoc and can be quite an intense time in the pits for the teams involved. They will then drive out with their second driver behind the wheel for another 13 laps around this course. I've stuck my head out of the commentary box. At the moment, it's very windy and hazy. It's hazy rain. It's not particularly heavy, but it will keep the track damp. I'm hoping for a number of teams who are concerned about cooling that this wind will help, especially in this first session. There's a couple of teams that are very much concerned about the cooling on their cars. One team has just given up on it, whilst another team is working quite intently to make sure they can get through the full endurance distance. I also know that Leicester have had issues with their brakes. A number of teams have been really working hard through the night. As we were saying earlier, Bolton were bleeding their brakes until 2 minutes before close down of the pit lane. So they are up next to keep your eyes on track. That is a 1:14.68, another fast time for Sheffield Hallum. 8 laps now completed, their 9th in progress. So that is their fastest time. Headed towards that 1:10, Jess.
That is pretty good for the wet condition. I think we were around about that yesterday in the damp conditions before it got drier, when a lot of the faster teams did their run. So looking impressive from Sheffield Hallum now. He's trying to find a little bit of grip from this car, and I'm almost certain with the first driver they're going to give some tips to the second driver, thinking push there, not push there, turn here, turn there, turn what gears or whatever, because you've probably got to think about going in different gears in the wet, of course. They're trying to get temperature in the tyres, it looks like, or maybe they're losing a bit of grip. They're just trying to find the right grip, it seems, around this circuit, and it's a bit bumpy in places.
That left and right hander into the hairpin that is rather intense, especially as the track dries out, because the rest of the track will stay dry, and then there's that one section of the course that stays wet. Meanwhile, here is the University of Greater Manchester, NCME. That is Bolton on the line as through goes Sheffield with a 1:13.11, 9 laps down. The 10th in progress, 14 to complete for driver number 1 from Sheffield Hallum. And that is sounding rather throaty as away go Bolton. I know they're called the University of Greater Manchester, but they've given us a special dispensation here in the commentary box to just refer to them as Bolton, and we're very grateful. And away they go, and already this is looking a dramatic improvement on their session. Last year, Jess, if you recall, they ran with the rubber belt drive. They now swapped to a chain drive, and things are just looking a whole lot better for the team from Bolton as they go into the boot. The driver just finding their way around the circuit, getting to grips with the car and the conditions. And I think this will be a sighting lap for them, because we know this car can go quicker, although I don't believe they ran in such wet conditions as they are currently.
I think they were in the dry mostly yesterday compared to some other teams. So, yeah, you're right. As we saw with Sheffield Hallum earlier on, I think it was a little bit more of a sighter lap from them. So, but then as soon as the lap's gone by, then they went quicker. So, not surprised at the moment. We will see them go quicker and quicker as they went on. Sheffield Hallum has just completed another lap, on lap 10. Last lap with a 1:13.28. That's only a few hundredths slower than their previous best. Mr. Consistent is Sheffield Hallum. I am very impressed with their consistency so far. We'll see what Greater Manchester to do for their first run as they make their way past the Luffield section in towards the final turn. What's their first lap going to be? It's definitely going to be a sighter lap. It is going to be, as the time is taken a while to update, 1:26.52.
1:26.52 is respectable, and already they've got a bit more pace on as they head down through that first corner and onto the first slalom. As we've been saying throughout yesterday and today, the left-hand side, as we're looking at it from the commentary box, the final section of the course, that hairpin into the Mansell complex is the most complicated part of the track. That hairpin has been rather dramatic, especially last year, and the Mansell complex is new this year, and it consists of corners inspired by Brooklands and Luffield here at Silverstone itself. And as we were seeing yesterday, a number of teams losing control in that tight 90-degree right-hander.
Imperial being one of them.
Imperial being one of them very dramatically. Sheffield Hallum across the line to complete their 11th lap with a 1:13.20. Incredibly consistent, Jess, only a 10th off their fastest. 12th in progress now for the driver from Sheffield Hallum. On your screens, if you're watching up with us online, is the University of Greater Manchester. Bolton going through the slalom now, headed towards the hairpin. They've got a left and right-hander to contend with, and it is looking very slippy through here. You can see the cars gingerly tiptoeing around that change in surface. From this angle, you can see there's the vast majority of it is the tarmac of the Grand Prix course, but just to the left of that shot is the runoff area, and you lose a lot of grip through there. In through the right-hander of the Mansell complex come the University of Greater Manchester, and across the line to complete their second lap with a time of 1:26.90. They really have hit that consistency. It's only 4 tenths slower than the initial time, so very consistent, Jess, to begin with for Bolton.
Yeah, they are, and to be honest, even finishing endurance for Bolton, I think will be a huge achievement. And it seems to be, in some parts of the circuit, is they has less spray in them. And don't forget, Silverstone's in 2 counties.
Elliot O'Toole, meanwhile, saying carbon is the new steel on the back of Hallum's rear wing. Love it from the Steel City. I do love the rear wings. There's a lot of opportunity for comedy and slogans on the back there. Sheffield Hallum complete yet another lap. That is their 12th lap completed with a 1:14.34. 13th in progress, 14 to complete for driver 1 before their pit stop. University of Exeter are out on track. Bolton slowing down there through one of the zigzags, having a bit of an issue, but they're back on the power now. I think that was just a driver just being a bit careful not to hit the cones. We saw a lot of cones go away under the car from Bolton. They've managed to avoid that as they go through the second slalom. And away into the left and right-hander, a prelude to the hairpin. Oh, very sideways there for a moment, and they've slowed down to recover. Nicely held from the University of Greater Manchester. There was nearly a moment there. There may have been a cone gone, but they'll be glad it was just a cone and not the car. Through the right-hander of the Mansell complex and across the line with a time of 1:24.92. Sheffield Hallum catching up already with the University of Exeter. As Sheffield Hallum go through the hairpin, and I can see Exeter coming across the line to complete their first lap with a time of Drum roll, please. 127.32, but you can already see Sheffield Hallum on the approach to them. This will be the first overtake. The blue flag is out for the University of Exeter. Sheffield Hallum barreling on down behind them. Exeter will have to pull into the blue zone. Through goes Sheffield Hallum. Exeter staying on the power. Hopefully they can keep it back going again, because a lot of the time these cars don't always have great shifters on the gearage, and the throttle can also be a problem. Can the University of Exeter get back away? Yes, they can. You can see them just coming into shot as Sheffield Hallum get on their way. So Exeter still on the power. Big up to them.
That's going to be an advantage for Sheffield Hallum and for the ones who go up first later. So later on, it's Staffordshire. So Staffordshire's going to have that advantage later on, where they may not have to move out of the way, but later on there'll be fast cars anyway.
This is the issue, and this is what we had to contend with yesterday. As the conditions changed, it's far possible, and as we've seen, Sheffield Hallum is a faster car than the University of Exeter. But the University of Exeter went out in far drier conditions, so could post a faster lap. So they actually qualified better than Sheffield Hallum, but Sheffield Hallum's got the faster car that went out in the wet. As in come, here's the checkered flag then for Sheffield Hallum. Sheffield Hallum have completed their first stint, and that is driver number 1 completed for Sheffield Hallum. Halfway there are the team from Sheffield as they bring the car into the pits for their driver change. Through come Exeter University as they cross the line with a time of 1:22.92, a 5-second improvement for them. Great news for Sheffield Hallum. The fastest time for Greater Manchester has also been set at 1:23.02. Mr. Goddamn Awful is back here in the comments. Good morning, everyone. Charlie saying, come on, Hallum. Shout out to driver Dylan Hardacker. That's a great name for a driver, Hardacker.
I agree. It looks cool. I think it's always a relief, isn't it, when your first driver gets through endurance with no problem at all for Sheffield Hallum.
That was incredibly cool, calm and collected from Sheffield Hallum. A couple of moments, but nothing majorly dramatic. Well held through one scary section of the course. Meanwhile, you're on board with Exeter University as they bring the car into the double zigzag opposite the timeshare flats here at Cops Corner. Live from Silverstone, it's Formula Student 2025. If you're just joining us, Giles and Jess in the commentary box, Monty around and about getting some reports in for you as here come Exeter to start the second slalom. Now, this is a team who aren't particularly confident in their cooling system, and this is a team who often haven't competed in any dynamic events, to the point I was talking with their 2 drivers this morning. One was considering a tactical bowel movement to reduce the weight of the load in the car, and the other had actually forgotten their helmet because they're so unused to running in their dynamic events, which just goes to show how special these moments are for Exeter University. They're not worried about even completing endurance. They want to just get as far as they can, and that's not going to get them very far at all if they go sideways on a straight. That was well held there from Exeter University. They're hoping that the wet and the wind will help them with their heating. Their cooling system may need some redesign over the course of the next 12 months when they come back to Silverstone for FS 2026. Right now, they are on track for FS 2025. 2 laps down, 3rd in progress. In fact, 3 laps down and set 4th in progress, and their fastest time is now a 1:20.31. So the time tumbling down as the driver gets to grips with both the car and the conditions. Well done, Sheffield Hallum. Hope you can pass endurance, says Chris Smout. Meanwhile, Robert Watson says, hopefully the Hornet is still in bed. Yeah, we're hoping that too. That or even just dead after all the rain we've had this morning. Meanwhile, you can see Exeter University coming past us here in the commentary box. They're on your screens now. I must say, Jess, the times are consistently reducing for the team from Devon. Do you reckon they could get through to at least the driver swap before the car overheats?
I'm really hoping so, and it's helping because we're near an airfield, and obviously with the cooling issues, I hope the wind is going to stay there. So I think for Exeter, as long as the conditions are like this, they should be a-okay, as there's quite a few puddles to contend with, but with Exeter, they're hoping the conditions are going to be cooler to help with their cooling system as they come across the time in being now. What is their time, Giles?
Their time, Jess, is a
1:20.5, unless it hasn't updated.
That is a 1:20.5. Very, very consistent. 2/10 slower than their fastest. 4 laps complete. 5th in progress for the University of Exeter. Meanwhile, Bolton, their fastest lap was their latest, a 1:20.37. 6 laps complete for Bolton. 7th in progress. And I must say, they were looking a little wide on exit on the first corner coming out of the start-finish straight, were Bolton. It's a wide wheelbase on that car.
It looks like it, but it's very unique. I really like Bolton's design currently as well. And I think this car, I think it's designed a lot better than previous years. I think a lot of teams go into Formula Student thinking, oh, I'll just go into concept class, but if you just go into FS class and not even pass scrutiny, you get so much feedback from the teams. That's what Exeter has done. Exeter learned quite a lot from Scrut last year, went back to basics, and they're doing quite decently in endurance now. What can Bolton do? Bolton's time is a 1:20.1. That is their fastest time to date in endurance so far, so they're keeping it consistent so far. They're currently just faster than the University of Exeter. Bolton then, I think Exeter's just come across the line. 1:18.7, that's 2 seconds quicker than their last time, Giles.
It is indeed. Great stuff for the University of Exeter. Meanwhile, away goes Sheffield Hallum with driver number 2 behind the wheel. 13 laps to complete for the second driver from Sheffield Hallum, but they now have to contend with traffic. Driver number 1 only had a couple of laps where other cars were out on track, but in this instance now, Sheffield Hallum have got both Bolton and Exeter out on track ahead of them, and both seemingly lapping slower than Sheffield Hallum. This could well inhibit the time for completion of endurance for Sheffield Hallum, because we know they've got a faster car, and provided there are no issues, all that's going to stand between them and a decent time is the traffic in front of them and waiting for those overtaking bays.
I think the problem with Sheffield Hallum yesterday was, yeah, they had a good time in the wet. They weren't able to get a good time in the dry. I think they would have probably gone quicker in sprint yesterday if it wasn't for that. So yeah. I think Sheffield seem to be handling very well, but Bolton, I think, wants to try and get up there. Bolton 1:17.91.
Their fastest time by 3 seconds. Bolton beginning to find a groove. Meanwhile, I should also say that Sheffield Hallum were in the pits for 4 minutes 19 in total, which is really quite interesting because they have to be at a minimum of 3 minutes. That's only a minute 19 longer than they needed to be in there. So that's a very quick turnaround from Sheffield Hallum for their driver swap. And getting that hot car restarted, hot starts on internal combustion cars are not easy. Exeter's completed their 6th lap with their fastest time of 1:17.05, really matching up with Bolton. They are right on each other's pace. They are only 9/10 separate. Exeter just 9/10 faster than Bolton at the moment. Sheffield Hallum, though, they are carrying on very nicely.
That was a sighter lap.
They come across the line with a time then of 1:42.32. It will be a sighting lap. That is the first lap completed then for Sheffield Hallum. 15 laps completed for the team from Sheffield, and a proud mum in the comments in Lindsay Greaves. She says, well done, Sheffield Hallum. Super proud of you all. Hashtag proud mum. Kimmy Campbell says, great job by Sheffield Hallum. Looking forward to seeing Leeds later on today. KSN says, X Racing. Well done, Exeter Racing. And Joe Weaver says, best of luck to Montfort. Lots of love from your 23 team lead. We're on track right now as Bolton come through. Sheffield Hallum on track, looking a bit slow through the hairpin. His driver number 2 gets to grips with the course, the car and the conditions. Exeter across the line to complete another lap. That's their 7th lap completed with a 1:18.75, just a second slower than their fastest time. So yet again, the driver getting into a
consistency.
Groove. And consistency indeed, Jess. Greater Manchester, Bolton out on track. Fingers crossed for Leicester, says Ben Drew. I know they've had brake issues and they've been working through the night to get there. Meanwhile, Jamal Jomas asking how's Malta doing. We don't currently have any information on Malta. Maybe Monty can get us some.
Malta is not started.
Oh, hang on, Jess. Hang on, Jess.
Oh, Sheffield Hallum is part of the problem starting.
I think they had a misshift there. I think they may have had a misshift.
But they do have Upshift issues.
That was what Monty was suggesting to us earlier in their first run. As they go through the hairpin, they seem to potentially have lost the gear and then found it again in the second slalom. But they are looking a fair bit slower than we've seen them previously. Has that knocked the confidence of the driver? There's a yellow flag waving. And the yellow flag's been put away.
I think it might have been Sheffield Hallum, actually.
Possibly. There was a yellow flag. Meanwhile, one of the marshals running across the course in front of us, having set right some of the cones. It's all action here at Silverstone, live from Cops Corner, as Bolton go through to complete another lap. Meanwhile, Sheffield Hallum are looking a lot slower. I can't lie, Jess, that's not what I was hoping to see, because by this point, driver number 1 had settled in, and all fairness to them, these cars aren't easy, but I can't help but wonder, is that a case of a mechanical problem for Sheffield Hallum?
He's trying to get the car going. He's just trying to get his head saying, come on, get the shift in.
We've got our roving reporter, he's our very own Ted Kravitz. Monty, Sheffield look like they've got problems as Bolton come up right behind them. What can you tell us?
Okay, so keeping a close eye on the TV screen here, but from my understanding, this isn't mechanical. I was just having a chat with driver 1 from Sheffield Hallum. He was having so much fun on the track. What they've got is a handheld, old-school handheld gear shifter, and he said it was just taking a while to get up to speed and get up to grips with it, because with the gloves on, you're kind of second-guessing if you're in the right gear or not. So there was a couple of misshifts at the beginning, and then once he kind of found his groove, that's why he settled down. We're hoping it's exactly the same going on with the Sheffield Hallum driver here, and it does look like he's starting to settle down now, and he's keeping pace with Bolton. They're not called Bolton anymore, are they?
But we have permission to be called, but they're them to be called Bolton. So you're all right, Monty.
Oh, that's all right then. But anyway, main story here: Sheffield Hallum doesn't seem to be any mechanical issues. It's an old school gearbox, and it's taking them a couple of laps just to get up to speed before they get going. And I've just seen a marshal put up a cone. Who was that for, Giles?
I've got a funny feeling it might have been for Exeter. They're looking a bit squiffy, dancing down the start-finish straight in front of us here in the commentary box as Bolton are leading the pack. There is a train of cars now as Bolton go through the boot at the top of the course, followed by Sheffield Hallum, unless Bolton had to get out of the way as Sheffield Hallum do begin to find their pace. But no, I do think I can see the rear wing of Sheffield Hallum poking up in the back of the screens there. Bolton flying along now. They've really found a pace there, Jess. Their fastest time was a 1:16. The latest time from Sheffield Hallum was a 1:34. Their latest time for Bolton was a 1:21. Latest time for Exeter is a 1:18. So bear in mind, this is the state of the drivers at the moment. The 18th lap for Sheffield Hallum is in progress. The 12th is in progress for Bolton. So they're coming up to their driver change. And lap number 10 is in progress for Exeter. Exeter doing far better, I think, than they expected to do. They were telling me they were expecting a blown gasket before the end of the session because of the heating system, the cooling system, I should say. Sheffield Hallum following Bolton. Through go Bolton out of the Mansell complex and across the line to complete their 11th lap. They're on their 12th lap, I should say. Their 12th lap has been completed with a 1:17.81. It's 1 second slower than their fastest, so they're on to their 13th lap. 14 to complete for the driver before they swap with number 2 in the cockpit. Exeter coming across the line with a 1:16.9, their fastest. Sheffield Hallum are in and away, sounding a lot better. I do think the driver has settled into the car for Sheffield Hallum. Their 18th lap was a 1:26.10. Their 19th is now in progress. Exeter have completed their 10th lap with a 1:16.90. That's their fastest time. Their 11th is now in progress. Did Bolton change to skinnier wheels overnight, says Breeze? I don't know. I couldn't confirm. They do amateur racing such as MX-5s and C1 Enduros, but they've got those two drivers running with... They do have... okay, I'm reliably informed by Monty that Bolton are running 2 drivers that do have MS UK licenses. They do amateur racing such as MX-5s and C1 Enduros.
Oh, that is so cool. And just like Monty.
That'll be where you've met them before, I imagine, Monty. Here you can see on your screens is Exeter car 73, looking very nice through the double zigzags, followed by Sheffield Hallum on the approach to the team from Sheffield. And there goes Bolton past us in the commentary box, coming across the line to complete their 13th lap with a time of 1:18.46. And oh dear, that is not gone well at all. That's Exeter. They seem to have spun right in front of Sheffield Hallum. Sheffield Hallum managing to avoid a collision there. Well done. To stop in the wet in those conditions is very well done. And that is in the Mansell complex. That right-hander has caused an issue for Exeter, and that nearly was a collision. That was close indeed. Very well done to the driver from Sheffield Hallum as Exeter span. They'd lost control, as we saw with Imperial College London yesterday.
And there's a cone. Oh,
there is a cone. They've got to get out of the off course and they've got to get back into the course. They managed to do so. That's going to completely spoil that lap for Exeter, but they did manage to get it restarted and get it off again, but they lost the back end through the Mansell complex. The yellow flags were waving. They've got to reassemble the course now after that drama with Bolton on the approach. Sheffield Hallum managing to avoid a disaster there, and they're now all of a sudden looking rather slow through the zigzags, Jess.
I think that's compromised, and that's put more pressure on them. And yeah, they're slowing. They're ground into a hole.
Oh dear, that's not gone well for Sheffield Hallum.
I think the engine stopped because they're trying to get the car started.
Monty's going out to find out what's going on at the top of the course here as Bolton come through to complete another lap. They're in for their driver change at Bolton, but all eyes are currently on the Sheffield Hallum car, who have been running superbly up until this point. But all of a sudden, we look up and Exeter's sideways, facing the wrong way. Sheffield Hallum managing to get going again. They managed to avoid a big drama moments ago, and all of a sudden they crawled to a stop. stop. We were hoping it wasn't the end of their run in endurance. They're going through the second slalom, Jess, but that power, they're getting back on the power. Thank goodness for that.
Thank goodness both cars were able to get going again, because I was worried we were going to have our first DNF already. So a bit of a relief there. We got more cars in the queue. I'm a bit worried that I'm not seeing Leicester in the queue, and they're meant to be next. So I wonder if their brake issues have not been fixed.
The drama already ramping up here at Silverstone. Sheffield Hallum avoiding a collision with Exeter, then suddenly losing power. They're back on the power. Exeter had to recover. They were facing the wrong way through the Mansell complex at the bottom end of the course, and they are now back on the rear end of Sheffield, but Sheffield seem to be back on the power, back on the pace and pulling away as they go through the first slalom and onto the boot at the top of the course here at Copse Corner. We're live for Formula Student 2025. It's all happening, Jess.
There's a lot happening already, and we only had like 3 cars out on circuit, which just shows that this track is not easy in the wet. It's not for the faint-hearted, and they're going to try and do all they can, and Exeter can't pass Sheffield until we get to the pass-through zone. And there we go, there's the blue flag, so Sheffield is moving out the way for Exeter.
This is really quite interesting, and I think Exeter managed to build up their confidence within the car and the circuit, and then got too confident and putting too much power into that very harsh right-hander in the Mansell complex. Exeter flying now. They've got 12 laps completed. They're on their 13th, headed for their driver swap. Their latest a 124.06. That will have been inhibited by that off. Sheffield Hallum's latest a 151. They've got 20 laps completed. Their 21st is in progress. Their fastest time a 113.11. With Greater Manchester in the pits currently swapping drivers. 115.54 for Exeter. That's their 13th lap completed. Onto their 14th. They're headed towards their driver change, which I think, Jess, is a far better position than they anticipated on being in.
Yeah, they were probably only expecting to complete a few laps. Exeter, they want to complete as many laps as possible because they're in a much better position than quite a lot of teams going through scrutineering. By the way, if you want to know if your team is through scrutineering, your favourite team, go on to FS Stats for more information on which teams have passed scrutineering and who can you expect today. But we can only have 5 extra teams to take part in endurance later, weather dependent, of course. But Exeter,
Jess, looking through the zigzags, talking of Exeter, for a team that haven't got a great deal of confidence, at least in the cooling system of their car, the suspension system,
it's brilliant.
It's rolling really nicely through those corners. Those push rods on the top of the suspension system. They've dialed that in really nicely. Look at it rolls through that. Yeah, the contact patch is properly sticking to the ground. The car rolling just enough. They've managed to get through the right hand of the Mansell complex without issue this time.
Driver 1 done.
They've got in. They have got in. Exeter University have completed the first stint of endurance.
Oh my God,
sideways
Sheffield.
through there. Looking very sideways through there was Sheffield Hallum. Nicely done. The driver clearly getting to grips with the car there, and away they go onto another lap. Their latest lap was a 121.71. 22 laps completed. Their 23rd in progress for Sheffield Hallum. Their fastest was a 113. Exeter in for their driver swap. Bolton are still in for their driver swap as we have it. We've yet to see Bolton rejoin the track. We know they've got to be in for a minimum of 3 minutes. It feels like they've been in longer, Jess.
It feels like it, doesn't it? So maybe I hope they don't have an underlying problem. I hope none of these teams have underlying problems, but we know endurance is a killer sometimes. There's always been curses quite a lot with teams that we know are going to do well, and then they have a moment. So Sheffield on lap. They have done 23 laps so far, including the 1 lap in the pit lane. They haven't got long to go until they complete endurance. A team which we didn't think was going to get through scrutineering. They were so emotional on Friday when they got through. It meant so much to the team, and I'm almost certain they're going to be so nervous watching their second drive, but they seem to be a bit more confident even after that off. I think for some laps they just want to keep it consistent. I think this is the troubled corner for Sheffield, but hopefully they can nail it through the Brooklands type section.
Yep.
Here they come then, past the puddle, past the moment where they've had that off earlier on, heading towards the line.
I wouldn't even say it was an off, Jess. I think it was just a fairly exuberant corner.
123.15.
I'm just going to say this now. I know that the second driver for Sheffield Hallum has been slower than their fastest driver, who was driver number 1. That's a 113.11 was their fastest lap. Their latest a 123.15, 23 laps complete, 24th in progress, 27 to complete in total. But what I would like to say is Sheffield Hallum, their second driver, avoided a big collision, and props to them for that. Roving reporter Monty is back. What have you got?
I've got bad news, guys. Greater Manchester are out.
No!
They're out. Flat battery. They can't get the car started. They're out of time.
An absolute disaster for a team that were looking far better than they did last year. It's an issue that a number of internal combustion teams will have with all the time spent restarting the car through the dynamic part of scrutineering. They forget then to recharge their batteries, or there's not enough time to charge the battery to full capacity, and that's what happens. Bolton out of endurance, our first DNF in the driver swap. An absolute disaster for them. Meanwhile, Sheffield Hallum are still on track, coming through the hairpin, headed into the Mansell complex, onto that right-hander. They're taking it a lot more gingerly than we've seen previously from this driver, but I have to say, just on avoiding that collision alone, real well done to Sheffield Hallum as they come through to complete another lap. 25 laps now down, or 25th in progress, I should say. 24th completed with a 122.90. That was an improvement. You could see the driver looking to their right, looking for the checkered flag. They're not sure how many laps they've completed yet, but they know they must be headed for it soon.
We do have another team. It is the University of Warwick. No sign of Leicester, unfortunately. They do get a penalty, but I think they must be sorting out their brake issue. So Warwick, Giles, is up next.
Warwick are underway. All eyes, meanwhile, on Sheffield Hallum. They could well be the first team to complete Endurance of Formula Student 2025. Meanwhile, here comes Warwick, looking very tidy indeed, keeping it calm and concise as the driver sets out on their very first lap of Endurance. This is a sighting lap for the driver, getting to grips with both the car and the course in these conditions. It does seem to be driving out somewhat.
Exeter's about to get underway for driver 2.
Exeter haven't had any issues in their driver swap. Hope, against all odds, the team from Devon are about to take to the track for their second stint. Warwick, I'm loving how calm and concise this is from Warwick. There's no drama here at all.
It doesn't look like a cycle lap, does it? I know there's some corners they're taking it a lot slower, but there's some corners where they're just sending it.
Absolutely, that's what you can do with the power of an electric vehicle. Instantaneous torque available on the straight. Sheffield Hallum coming through to complete another lap. A very nice entrance and exit into the chicane outside the commentary box for Sheffield Hallum. A 121.69, gliding the car through there. 25 laps completed, 26th in progress, 27 to do. They are laps away, mere laps away from completing Endurance. Sheffield Hallum could well be the first team to complete Endurance. A pit stop of 4:36 for Exeter as they head back out onto the track.
The fastest today.
The fastest today, 14 laps completed for Exeter. They're 15th in progress. Driver number 2 behind the wheel. Meanwhile, you can see there, University of, is that Warwick? That is
Warwick, yeah.
On the way to the first slalom of the course. Coming through that very nicely indeed and headed towards the boot at the top end of Copse Corner here. Sheffield Hallum, I can see on the other side of the track here in the commentary box on what looks to me, Jess, to be a very good-looking 26th lap. Or 25th lap.
28th, yeah, 25th lap, because it will show 28 for us in the live timing.
Here we go then. Warwick clearly faster than Exeter. Exeter having to pull in. The blue flags are out. The blue lights are even flashing. They can't miss it. They don't. They dive into the overtaking bay, and with a bit of a squiggle on the back end of the Warwick car, they go through. That, meanwhile, is Sheffield Hallum with a lap time of 120.13. Their 26th lap completed, no, the 25th lap completed onto their 26th.
And I'm almost certain that for some, I can tell with driver 2, they just want to make it through Endurance. They're not pushing the car too much, because sometimes that's better than nothing. Let's just hope that doesn't come back to bite them later in terms of the percentage of points, because they do not want to be too much slower than the fastest team. So here comes Warwick to do their next lap, which is going to be a 1:23.84 for Warwick. So that is their time. Exeter's just came across the line for their first lap for driver 2, 1:42.15. That is definitely a sighter lap for Exeter, but they had to move out of the way with a more faster. It looks to me that the driver's more confident already with their cycle lap currently. As you can see, Sheffield Hallum going very slow through this section here.
If I was Sheffield Hallum, I'd be crawling around because I can see the checkered flag being prepared for Sheffield Hallum. They are about to become the first team to complete endurance. An excellent job all round from Sheffield Hallum, from a very incredible first stint in the wet to avoiding a major collision at the opening of their second stint. Congratulations to Sheffield Hallum as they come across the line to complete endurance with a time of 41:35.90.
Wow, so the first team that got through endurance, that is very impressive from them. I was a bit worried about this team going into today. I thought they were going to be a team that would crash and burn after the problems they had yesterday, but no. They got through, and that's really helped them a little bit. Meanwhile, we're seeing the University of Warwick making their way through the final section, and I think it's going to be a good lap time for them for their next lap. Lap 3, 119.32 for the University of Warwick. They also got through Scroot yesterday. Here is the University of Exeter doing their next lap, 123.6, so a bit faster for driver 2 than their last lap. We've got more overtaking base to come, and I'm almost certain there'll be one car moving out the way if Exeter is quicker, but it looks like Warwick seems to be quicker this time around. Of course, it's the fastest race time that counts towards points, as well as the fuel efficiency. That also gets taken into account as well. And we still got more electric vehicles to come. This, I believe, is that the first EV out there on circuit. Yes, it is.
It was indeed. I just want to say a massive, massive congratulations to Sheffield Hallum. It's been several years since we've seen their team compete in any dynamic events, let alone completing endurance. So a huge achievement from everybody at Sheffield Hallum to produce a car that looks that good and performs that well. Fantastic stuff. Meanwhile, here is the University of Exeter. Car number 73, driver number 2 behind the wheel now. I don't think they were expecting to get to this point. The wind and the rain helping keep their engine cool. Definitely something to work on for next year for the team from Devon. They have got 17 laps under their 17th lap is underway at the moment. 16 complete. Their latest a 123.62. Their fastest a 114.27. Also out on track is Warwick. They have got their 4 laps completed. Their 5th underway with a 116.08 as their fastest and their latest time.
Yep, you could see that the track, Giles, is getting less wet. It stops raining.
It's drying out, Jess, as they go through the first corner. Do Exeter onto the slalom now. Can they get below 120 is the question for driver number 2 from Exeter University. 17 laps completed, 18th in progress, 122.52 their latest. They need to get to 27 laps on the board. Meanwhile, well done, Sheffield Hallum University. Shout out to all the teams, says Sarah Baxter. Well done, Sheffield Hallum, says KSN. Chris Smout saying absolutely fantastic, says Sheffield Hallum. We've got a massive supply of water here in the commentary box, so thank you to the guys who brought us that. You absolute legends, keeping us fed and watered here in the comms box. Meanwhile, out on track is Exeter, and I think, have they got the track to themselves at the moment, Jess?
I think it looks like it, because Sheffield's off. No, actually, no. Warwick
are out. Warwick are just carrying on, and obviously with the silence of the electric motors, you do begin to miss them after a while, but they are just carrying on as they need to do. They disappeared behind a tyre wall, and I completely lost them for a moment. In the queue, plenty more to come. It's looking to me to be Sheffield next in the queue.
No sign of Leicester yet.
Unfortunately not. No signs of the Orange Army for the University of Leicester. We've got a marshal running across the course, which looks to me to mean
a cone again.
Exeter may well have got a cone or two there.
I think they got the most travelled cones so far, Giles, and they got an award for that.
Well, they've certainly collected
tonight.
They've certainly collected a great number of cones as a result of losing it through the Mansell complex. That right-hander really spelling drama for a number of the teams as Exeter go through the first slalom. Meanwhile, Warwick are onto the double zigzag and coming into the view of us here in the comms box. This is where the circuit starts changing underneath the drivers. The grip goes away, and it's one of the wetter sections of the course. What Warwick are going through at the moment is the last section of the course to dry out. So as the rest of the course gets drier, that stays wet. They get confident throughout the rest of it. They could well lose it through here, but no such trouble for the University of Warwick as things stand. Coming through that right-hander and along the start-finish straight across the line with a time then of 116.73, only 7/10 slower than their fastest time. That is 6 laps completed onto their 7th. A really great start to the session for the University of Warwick.
You could tell throughout that last section, I think they were more confident about it, and that's because maybe the track is drying, or maybe driver confidence, or maybe a mixture of both.
I think it's a combination of the two. Meanwhile, Fox and Stoke saying this is a really tough track for racing today. Well done for everyone getting back on track. Meanwhile, Danny, I'd ask you to keep your opinions to yourself. Thank you very much. We're out on track now with the University of Warwick coming through the double zigzag and headed towards the second slalom of this course. This second slalom vital for a fast lap time as the circuit begins to dry out and headed towards the hairpin at the bottom of this course. This will set the drivers up for the Mansell section of the circuit. And we're going to have a visitor into the commentary box, a team who didn't anticipate on being in this position. We're bringing TJ, the social media manager for Exeter University, into the comms box. They're working on a documentary to document what has been a remarkable Formula Student season for themselves as through go Warwick across the line to complete another lap. The time is, of course, a 1:20.42, 4 seconds slower than their fastest. 7 laps completed for Warwick, their 8th now in progress. Remember, teams need to complete a 27-lap total with a combination of 2 drivers and a pit stop. The hot restart can prove incredibly difficult, as we've seen for Bolton, who are our first DNF, gutting for them. TJ joining us in the commentary box. 2 cars out on track, Warwick and Exeter. Exeter coming past us here in the commentary box to post another lap time. They're on their second stint now, 1:20.80, their 20th lap, 21 in progress. TJ, were you anticipating in being in this position this morning?
Well, actually, the team were quite worried about a few issues, but we've done tremendously well. I don't know how quick we are. Are we quick?
You're looking fairly consistent, I must say. Your fastest lap was a 1:14, your latest was a 1:20. So you're in orbit around that 1:10, 1:20 mark. You're right within that. So you're looking very consistent indeed. There was a moment of drama, was there not? There was nearly a collision. Thank goodness Sheffield Hallum knew what they were doing with the brakes, because driver number 1, I believe, did manage to lose it, I think, through the Mansell complex.
Yeah, he was pushing quite hard. I heard he knocked over a few cones as well. It sounds like quite an exciting moment. But now we're just going for longevity and trying to bring this car home for the full amount of laps we can.
Excellent stuff. We can also reliably inform you that we will have people in the hot seat and some coverage of that for you later on. Here is Exeter coming through into the Mansell complex. This is where it all nearly went so very wrong for the team from Devon. Here comes the hairpin now, and onto that Mansell complex. The rain beginning to seemingly come down again, judging by the camera here at Copse Corner. As they come past through onto the line, do Exeter University to post a time of 1:23.61. The driver beginning to slow down a bit, potentially advised to do so by the team. That's 22 laps completed, the 23rd. They're on to their 22nd lap, I should say, 21 completed. They've got 27 to do. It's looking quite positive, TJ. I don't wish to jinx anything for you. I appreciate that I could well do, but Aberdeen are beginning to line up on the line. Warwick are coming through the second slalom now.
It's a beautiful machine we've made. I think the whole team can be really, really proud of what we've done. Some of us are over there in the grandstands. If we could get a cheer, that would be nice, so I can see where we are.
Exeter, cheer for us if you would, please. Meanwhile, Warwick coming through to complete another lap. That is their 8th lap in, that's their 9th completed. A 1:16.49, and across the line to complete that. And they're on to their 10th lap now. The driver change not a million miles away then for the team from Warwick. Meanwhile, Exeter front end seems to be working really well. I do agree, I'm loving the suspension setup on this Exeter car. Aberdeen are away now as they take to the track. It's a long way to come from Aberdeen to Silverstone. The team have made the journey twice this week to come and compete in both the sim racing and live here with their car at Silverstone for Formula Student. I'm loving the livery on that as well. It's nice and elegant, and just because I'm a real nerd for typeface, and I must say the swap of typeface on the front, on the nose of University of Aberdeen, I just love that. Meanwhile, Warwick coming through onto the slalom, reeling the laps in, egging the car on, not too far from their driver swap are the University of Warwick, looking very good indeed. TJ, thank you very much for joining us. Best of luck, and feel free to stick around in the commentary box if you like.
Thank you for having me.
No worries, TJ. Jess, this is looking really quite good for the University of Warwick. Do you think they can get to their driver change?
I think by the way that they're carrying that speed, it seems to me, I think they could do well and can post consistent lap times. Not as fast as we saw Sheffield Hallum with driver 1, but maybe they're having their slow driver for driver 1, maybe their fast driver for driver 2. It's interesting to see the strategies between certain teams. For those of you that are wondering where Malta is after Aberdeen, so it won't be that long before we see Malta out there on track, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Malta put a great lap time yesterday. We thought we weren't going to see them do some proper laps in sprint, but they did, and to no problem at all. Here comes Warwick, as you can see on your screen. That looked like a lot faster than what we saw earlier.
So just to recap, Aberdeen have completed their first lap with a 1:20.22. They're on to their second now. Sheffield Hallum have completed endurance with a time of 41.3589. We're going to get them in the hot seat for you very shortly. Out on track at the moment, Exeter, they've completed their latest lap with a 1:23.80. They're on their 24th lap currently, 27 to complete. Greater Manchester didn't get past the driver swap, unfortunately, due to a flat battery. Warwick are moments away then from their driver swap. Their 11th lap is currently in progress. Their fastest was their latest, as Jess has been saying. They're getting faster, a 1:14.35 for the driver from Warwick. You can see there the worm's eye view of the course as through go Warwick to start another lap. They've just posted a 1:18.32. Their 12th lap is in progress, the 11th completed there. 14 laps to complete for the driver.
I saw Sheffield clip a cone there earlier on as well.
Meanwhile, here comes the University of Aberdeen past us here in the commentary box. They've completed their second lap. That is a time of 1:17.68, their fastest lap. The seconds are tumbling away for Aberdeen, making a cracking start. Thank you to Jojo Scott for the positivity in the comments. Meanwhile, a lot of anticipation building for the arrival of Malta, who should be up next according to the running order. I can't see them in the queue, I'm afraid to say. Sheffield look to be next to me. Sheffield are, in fact, well ahead of Malta, although Sheffield must have had a wait to start them, because it should have been Warwick, Sheffield, then
they get a penalty if they didn't go through their start time, but I wonder if there was a few issues. I'm glad they were allowed, but they will get a penalty for it. Exeter came across the line 1:27.41. I think at this stage they don't care about the lap time, they just want to bring it home.
Exeter, I can tell you right now, we're not anticipating being in this position. A slow lap time is a slow lap time. At least it's a lap time. It might be 13 seconds slower than their fastest, but with their 25th lap in progress, 27 to complete, who cares? This is just a moment for Exeter University, who haven't competed in a dynamic event in over 10 years. A dramatic turnaround for a team that myself and Monty went to visit 3 months ago and were seeming a little negative about their potential at Silverstone, and yet here we are, only a couple of laps away from completing endurance. Meanwhile, through go Aberdeen with a lap time of 1:19.65. That's 3 complete, 4th in progress for the team from Scotland.
And I think we had a cheer there from the guys there from Aberdeen, but it's not very long then. Touch wood for Exeter to complete their lap. You can see they're taking a lot more slower than usual, but the cheers were for the University of Sheffield. Sheffield is starting endurance then for driver 1. It looked to me that the start of their run looked very fast with their powertrain, so it looks like that they want to be on the pace straight away. Does Sheffield? We'll see more of them later on.
Meanwhile, Exeter coming through to complete another lap. This will be lap 25 completed for Exeter University with a time of 1:28.57. They are on to their penultimate lap now. Are the team from Devon things I don't think anyone from the team themselves expected me to say? Meanwhile, Warwick have crossed the line with a 1:14.33, moments away from their driver swap then, as Exeter carry on through the first slalom. Only a lap and a half to go now for the team from Devon, but it really isn't over. The yellow flag is waving there, and the yellow flag might well be for the fact that Exeter are holding up Warwick. Exeter will have to pull in to allow Warwick to pass. The question is, can Exeter get back on the power? We've seen this before where teams have pulled in for an overtake and the car has stalled and they haven't been able to get it running again. A big moment of drama then, right before the end of the run for Exeter. They pull into the overtaking bay. Through go Warwick. Can they stay on the power, Jess? The wheels just about keep turning for Exeter. That looked a bit moment. Oh, that was a moment there for Exeter University.
That was so close. I think my heart was in my mouth there. It was absolutely insane. I think I'm just as nervous as well because, of course, I'm from Devon. My family's in Devon. You've had family ties from Devon. Of course, there's a lot of teams that have had underdog stories. I can't wait to see more of them later on. We hope they can complete endurance as much as all the other teams. As Warwick just come across to do their next lap, then that's going to be a 121.1. So again, they're just getting a feel. One final lap to go then for the University of Exeter.
Warwick are in for their driver swap. Exeter are on their final lap. Aberdeen are a lot quicker. We're about to see a repeat of what we just saw with Warwick, but with Aberdeen now wanting to overtake Exeter. Exeter could do with getting a bit of a move on if they want to keep a consistent pace and not have to be overtaken as they go through the first slalom, but Aberdeen are a lot quicker, I must say, Jess, as through the boot they go.
I still see the yellow flag waving, so I wonder if there was a cone that got knocked off.
The cone is potentially the cause of that yellow flag as the team try and reassemble the course as the cones have been hit. You can see on your screens there, Aberdeen are all over the back end of Exeter. They're going to have to pull in. It's exactly the same as we saw earlier. Can Exeter yet again get back on the power? Aberdeen having to be patient. They are being very patient indeed as Exeter pull in. Aberdeen go through. This is the last lap for Exeter. Can they get back on the power, Jess?
We'll have to wait and see. Yes, they are back on the power as Sheffield has completed. Oh, Sheffield's gone. Where's Sheffield? Sheffield just went there. Their cars stopped. Drama for Sheffield then, but we got to pay attention to the University of Exeter. No one would have thought that they would have been in the position heading towards the final few corners. They passed scrutineering on Saturday. They were able to take part in acceleration. Just a few more corners to go from the team of Devon, but the University of Exeter have completed endurance.
An absolutely monumental turnaround for a team that haven't completed in any dynamic events for the past 10 years with a time of 42.4183. Fantastic news for the Southwest. Exeter University X-Racing have completed endurance against all odds. Meanwhile, drama continuing. As you can see Exeter pulling in, there is Sheffield's car. They've only completed one lap and they were back into the pits. What has gone wrong for Sheffield?
Hopefully we can find out from Monty. So Monty, if you're around, please find out what's happening with Sheffield. That will be absolutely lovely. But we're still seeing Aberdeen out there on track. They're on lap 6 right now as they're complete. They're very, very fast as the track gets dry, with the driver being a little bit more confident. Sheffield Hallum, by the way, is the fastest race time at the moment. So they still got their occupied in the hot seat with a 41.35, Exeter 42.41.
I'm not sure what's gone on with Sheffield there, Jess, because they've been brought in to the pits because they, unless they had to be brought in, they wouldn't. I don't think they would have driven in at their own accord unless there was a driver swap, and they were well away. They'd only just completed one lap. Something's gone on, and there's a hive of activity in the pit lane, as we're seeing on one of the other cameras. Right now, you're seeing the only car on track at the moment, car number 5, Team Aberdeen University, Aberdeen Racing, University of Aberdeen out on track, and they're looking fairly consistent, Jess. They've completed thus far 7 laps. They're on their 8th.
They're just on their best lap as well.
114.91, the best for Aberdeen. Here on your screens now, then, is Sheffield, as there's a hive of activity. Motorsport UK marshals and Formula Student marshals in equal measure, all crowding around the Sheffield car. I can see Mike Mansell there on his radio trying to work out what is going on. Malta, you can see there in the queue. Aberdeen continuing to lap. MSU conversations then between...
Malta's in the queue.
Malta's in the queue. De Montfort are also clearly in the queue as well, which is what you'd hope to see. Also hoping to see them are Scotland. Aberdeen are out on track. Jojo and the rest of Scotland cheering on the first and only Scottish team we've had in endurance so far as they go through the hairpin into the Mansell section of the course, through that right-hand and the notorious right-hand turn that's caused so much drama for so many teams. No problem for Aberdeen as they come across the line. This will be their 8th lap completed with a time of 1:18.39. On to their 9th now. Fox and Stoke saying keep it up, Aberdeen. A lot of love for Malta, meanwhile, in the chat. Elsewhere, someone just commented here, the Sheffield front wing looked like it was falling off. An absolute disaster then for Sheffield, because unfortunately, if they're brought in with mechanical problems during endurance, they're not allowed to restart.
Yep, so I think we've got another DNF, so 2 DNFs if that's the case, unfortunately.
We're waiting for confirmation on that, but looking like the front wing is off. The front wing is off, but they're not wheeling the car away, and I would have thought that would mean that they would be... I can see the tow bar being moved onto the roll hoop, and that is Sheffield out before they even started. The front wing, a clear issue for the team from Sheffield, and they hadn't even completed more than 3 laps. A disaster for Sheffield, heartbreaking for them because it was such a gorgeous car. I was talking to their faculty advisor. She said the car was the best it had been in 18 months, and it's just... it can go so many different ways at a moment's notice. Really gutted for Sheffield. Through go Aberdeen on the hairpin at the bottom of the course. And they head towards the Mansell complex into that right-hander. Is this going to be an issue for the teams? No, but do bear in mind, you've got that standing water there at the exit of the gravel trap. The runoff, I should say. On to, talking of gravel, there's a view from the start line, and away go Aberdeen to complete another lap. That is lap 9 done for Aberdeen with a 1:22.69. They're 10th in progress, 14 to complete. Heartbreak for Sheffield, joy for Exeter. They're not faster than Sheffield Hallum, however. Sheffield Hallum holding on to the fastest endurance time with a 41.3589. Exeter's was a 42.41. Malta Alumni Reunion in the chat, says Nicholas. A lot of love for Malta right now. They are in the queue. Sheffield Hallum have completed endurance. Exeter have completed endurance. Sheffield's fellow Sheffield team haven't completed it, and that is a disaster, gutting for Sheffield. Aberdeen coming through the zigzags now, out on track. We've got 2 cars there as through and away go De Montfort. De Montfort have started endurance now. They're on their first lap. This is a team who have had so many problems this week. The car was looking impeccable in the run-up to the event, and then everything started to go wrong as they started scrutineering. They were back up to Leicester to fix their air intake to make sure it was compliant with the roll envelope. That then caused other troubles. They've had issues with their BSPD as well. But Sabrina is out on track with James, I'm reliably informed, behind the wheel in the white helmet. It's great to see a team overcome so many obstacles to get here, Jess.
It is, and I think there's quite a few other teams that have gone through obstacles, but De Montfort, I mean, we thought that the issues that they had on Saturday, they weren't going to complete scrutineering, but they were managing to fix it very, very quickly. Yesterday, they were just happy just to be here with the progress they've made over the last year, and I'm really proud of them, and it's a team that me and Giles have been supporting, I think, for the last year anyway, because yes, it's all about the former student competition, but we keep an eye on their progress throughout the entire year. Quite a lot of teams do it as a year project, some do it as a 2-year cycle as well. So, but for De Montfort, you saw the progress, and it's just great to see them out there on track. And they're not doing too bad. They're doing quite well to get used to the track. Their first lap time then is a 1:32.66, sorry, and that was just a cycle lap, so I would expect them to go quicker.
That's rather interesting, and I can't confirm the validity of this, but according to T-Birdie86, Sheffield wing damaged during scrutineering tilt test. That's even doubly heartbreaking for the team.
I hope not.
Meanwhile, Fox and Stoke saying, we are loving this in Aberdeen, cheering you on from Aberdeen, Aberdeenshire, USA and Canada. So a very good morning and a very good afternoon to the guys over in America, if you're watching. Meanwhile, Oliver saying there was another for one of the others car black flashed too. I don't know what happened there. Hang on, was there a black flag? I hope not. Black flags are never good news in Formula Student. Meanwhile, De Montfort are on their way. Warwick are back out for their second stint now. Warwick's on their 17th lap at the moment. 16 complete with a 126.11. Their fastest, a 114.33. De Montfort are out there. They have been known previously as Full Send University. You'll recall back in 2022, if you've been a long-time watcher of Formula Student, through the hairpin at the top end of the course, which has now been replaced with the boot, they actually managed to get onto 2 wheels. They're taking it a lot more gently this time, with James behind the wheel of Sabrina, coming through then to complete their second lap with a time of 120.65, their fastest lap thus far. 2 laps completed then, 3 now in progress for those guys from De Montfort. I'll give a shout out to Vermilion Racing from Denmark. Absolutely crazy team, says Daniel. The level of grit these teams, especially in these conditions, are showing is amazing, says Sapitron. And David says give a shout out to Vermilion. David, I've given a shout out to Vermilion. You don't need to copy and paste, buddy. Meanwhile, in the pits, we've got Malta lining up to go for their attempt at endurance. The red light is flashing above the roll hoop. We know how quick Malta can be, and we also know how much love there has been for these guys in the chat. And away go the University of Malta to take on endurance at Formula Student 2025. Monty is back from the pits. What can you tell us about the disaster that just befell Sheffield?
Many. If you want a case study of how things can unravel very quickly, well, that was one for you right there. That was a double black flag, Giles. Firstly, for jumping the lights at the start, so they went on a red flag. Then, after munching about 5 cones in the Mansell complex, their front wing fell off, and so they got the second black flag for bodywork damage hanging off the edge there. So, unfortunately, they were brought into the pits. Tried to repair, nope, couldn't do any feasible repairs in there because it's not allowed, and so unfortunately that is Sheffield done. That is a criminal shame for them, really, for all their hard work, all unravelled within 1 lap.
That's an absolute hunk of heartbreak there for Sheffield, and as Monty said, a real example of how things can unravel incredibly quickly. Meanwhile, Malta are lapping very, very quickly as they go through the hairpin at the bottom of the course and into the Mansell complex. That spelt disaster for Sheffield, almost spelt disaster for Exeter as well, getting a bit of a twitch out on the back end there for Malta as they come across the line to complete their first lap with a time of, drumroll please, 114.30. Lap 1 complete from Malta, onto their second now. Meanwhile, De Montfort are on their 3rd lap. Their latest was a 120. They're on their 4th lap, I should say. The latest was a 124.77. Meanwhile, we've also got an update from Exeter. Please tell me there's good news there, Monty.
So far, so good. They're on their way to scrutineering now to do the final spanner check and make sure all is good. I have to say, though, Giles, that is such a happy story.
Oh, hang on, it's a overtake, it's an overtake. We just thought for a second that De Montfort were going way slower than we're used to seeing them, but it was an overtake as Aberdeen went through. Everyone supporting De Montfort, don't panic. They're an incredibly small team, but very passionate. Malta, meanwhile, flying through like a bat out of hell. This is an incredibly quick team. Their first lap was what we're seeing as quickest for a number of other teams. In fact, it puts them there as only the 3rd fastest lap, and that was their sighting lap. So we can expect great things from Malta. What more do you have on Exeter?
I've just got to say, given that we went there in April and we knew the story about them, they were having to do crowdfunding, they were really struggling for a budget, and we didn't know if they were actually going to make it to the event or not. To come here and finish at their first ever FS event after 11 years of trying, they have made their university very proud, and I hope the faculty team are proud of the team as well.
They really should be.
Aberdeen in the pits now, Giles?
Aberdeen have completed their first stint. They're in the pits. Warwick on their second stint. Meanwhile, De Montfort under a huge amount of pressure from Malta, who were twisting behind them, waiting to get to an overtaking bay, putting temperature into their tyres. I can't quite see on our screens at the moment what the result of that overtake process was, but Malta are flying through then. They've just come out of shot for one of the cameras here. You can see University of Warwick on your screens at the moment as they're on their second stint. Meanwhile, in the pits are Aberdeen. There's De Montfort underway. So De Montfort have pulled in for Malta, who are flying along. Their latest time was a 110.87. 2 laps complete for Malta. Their 3rd in progress. That's the fastest time we've seen in endurance. It's an electric car, so they can afford with it to put the power down. There's a lot of power there.
It's looking more planted than yesterday, because remember at the start of the sprint, they kept having issues, but as they got towards the end of the sprint, they sort of fixed their issues, and they pretty much just missed out on the top 10, but that could be a car. That was very fast going through the final corner.
And it is
a 111.69, about a second slower than their last time, but I think it seems to me that there's a driver that is definitely enjoying Silverstone, because for many drivers, it is their first time driving at an iconic circuit, the home of British motorsport.
University of Malta then lapping like a bat out of hell, going through them with a 1:11.69. Meanwhile, Aberdeen have posted a 1:22.86 as their latest time. They are in the pits. To Montfort, their latest time, a 1:28.09. 5 laps complete, 6th in progress, 14 to complete for driver 1. Malta getting a lot of love on the stream. And yes, David, I will keep an eye out for the 2 Vermilion drivers for driver of the competition, as apparently they are crazy good. Currently, my favourite driver, not even particularly fast, but Sheffield Hallum second driver for avoiding a major collision with Exeter.
I agree.
Hats off for that. Through go Malta into the left and right-hander, onto the hairpin now. They are going incredibly quickly. And they are on to the back end of Warwick now, and there's a blue flag there for Warwick. And De Montfort have stopped, I'm afraid to say. De Montfort have stopped on the zigzags as they are stranded at the top end of the course. They managed to get back underway. They are just struggling to get, are they out of the, oh, hang on, they've got a cone stuck. They've got a cone stuck under their front right wheel. Could a marshal get it out for them? Are they allowed? Can someone please help? De Montfort, is there a way that they're allowed to get that? Oh dear, because the longer they wait, the higher the temperature goes up on the car, and they've got concerns about their cooling system. And here comes Malta flying through. There's going to be a yellow flag because there is an obstruction. It's the front right wheel. The front right wheel has got a cone under it, and De Malta come flying past. Didn't really slow down there. They're wedged right in the suspension system of the front right wheel of the De Montfort car. They've managed to get it out of the way. Can De Montfort get back on the power? Yes, they can. So there was a cone wedged underneath it. De Montfort have managed to get going again. The driver's staying very calm, waiting for assistance from the marshals. And meanwhile, Warwick are now right up their back end, and they're going to need to pull into the nearest overtaking bay as soon as they possibly can. Warwick seeming a lot more patient than Malta. I don't know whether Malta didn't seem to me to be really slowing down under those yellows and then approached the stranded De Montfort car. And, oh, there's a skid there. A skid to a halt then for De Montfort, and Warwick go through.
De Montfort is stopped.
I think De Montfort may have lost power there and then come to a skidding halt, and they're trying to get back on the power. Can they? There's a yellow flag waving, and Warwick have stopped as well. Warwick have stopped as well. It's all going on all at once as the green light is flashing on the roll hoop. There's no red light showing above the driver's head on the Warwick car. De Montfort waiting to
cone again.
It's another cone problem for De Montfort. They are collecting them like Pokemon at the moment, but they are back under power.
Double yellow.
It's a double yellow then as De Montfort come through. Meanwhile, Malta are flying along. Don't really seem to be slowing down for the yellows, I must say. De Montfort directed past Warwick's car, using the overtaking bay to get through. De Montfort coming past us here in the commentary box. Warwick stranded, and Malta seemingly pushing their luck with the flags, I can't lie.
Yeah, it's a limit on how slow they've got to be through yellows, Giles, because they just did. Last lap they did a 1:11.59. I don't know. It's hard for us to tell here, but surely they must be told by the marshal. A second driver from the University of Aberdeen is going out on the circuit. Good news for the Scots.
Aberdeen back out then after their driver swap. All eyes on Malta, who posted a 1:11.59 as their latest lap. Their 7th lap now in progress, 6 completed. A 1:11 with a lot of yellows, Jeff. That's rather quick, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that is too quick for you. I'm sure that, they're being wheeled out. Warwick is out. Warwick is out of endurance. As soon as they put the hand on the car, that means the car is out. That is gutting, because I was speaking to them at the start of the week. They had high hopes, but their hopes have come to a premature end. Unfortunately, another DNF.
A DNF then for Warwick, who were looking so strong. They'd completed their driver change. They were on their 23rd lap. But that is all over for Warwick. Meanwhile, Aberdeen on the charge, headed towards the back end of De Montfort. Meanwhile, through go Malta, really sending it. It's their first electric car. They had issues last year, I recall. And
a cone being knocked up, Giles.
A cone has been collected by, I think, Aberdeen on the exit of the second slalom. Meanwhile, Malta will have to contend with both De Montfort and Aberdeen out on track. And that looked to me to be Aberdeen coming to a crawl there, Jess. Aberdeen are slowing down. They've lost power in the Mansell complex. They get back on it. Can they get back on it? I don't know.
We're starting to see more technical gremlins come to the fray. Is it because the weather's starting to dry up? Is it because the weather's overheating? A yellow flag is showing. He's right in the middle of the circuit as well.
This is going to be a real issue then for Malta, because Malta are coming straight towards this section of the course through the second.
They got to slow down. They got to slow down, Malta. They can't go at the same speeds they've done the last few laps.
This is really quite interesting because at the moment you've got the Maltese car really pushing it through the hairpin and into the Mansell section of the course. And
They're still going fast. What is going on?
This is quite interesting, I must say. The passion of the Maltese, and they go through. Aberdeen are back on the power, but
that's good.
This is rather interesting then for Malta. They are really pushing it, both their luck and their car, as they head into the first corner of yet another lap for the team with their first ever electric power unit. I recall last year they had issues and couldn't get through scrutineering. So Montfort then have completed their latest time of 1:38.72. They're on their 8th lap. Birmingham enter the fray now and they head out on track. Malta's latest time of 1:11.39 with 8 laps completed. Their 9th in progress, headed towards the driver swap. This is really quite interesting. It's all hotting up here at Silverstone. You're live, Formula Student 2025, endurance in progress. The Maltese team, the fastest car on track. The first time this team has run with an electric power unit, seemingly uninhibited by several yellow flags. As drama of all dramas, a number of teams have had issues. Aberdeen lost power. There were issues for De Montfort. And as well, Warwick are now a DNF, I'm afraid to say, as through go Malta on the hairpin into the Mansell complex. This has been a very difficult part of the track for a number of teams, slowing down in that right-hander as they go through to complete another lap. Do the University of Malta across the line with a time of 1:08.72, their fastest lap so far. 9 complete, 10th in progress, 14 for driver 1 to do so.
Yes, I mean, Malta is doing very well in terms of the speed, but they've got to keep an eye on the flags as Aberdeen has just completed their lap. Thank goodness that there's not much gremlins happening for them right now, even though they had gremlins earlier. It was a 1:22.9, so they're keeping it steady at the moment. We'll see how the University of Birmingham come along. They completed their first lap with a 1:21.8. That is a good banker lap for Birmingham. One of the dark horses for me, because that was a team that we saw a lot during the sprint contest yesterday. They wanted to get as many unlimited runs as they possibly can. They got a sight of the circuit, and that was a team where they first started Formula Student when it first begun, and it's great to see another team we haven't seen in ages compete in endurance. I think we've seen the most out of Birmingham more than anything, as De Montfort had just finished their next lap, and that is lap 9, 1:26.02.
De Montfort getting a bit sideways out of the chicane that follows the start-finish straight, just managing to hold it. But De Montfort are about to have a rear end full of Malta, which is not something I particularly like to have myself. Meanwhile, Aberdeen headed towards the zigzags, and through they come. Here, meanwhile, is Aberdeen onto the hairpin. That's looking rather nice for them. They've got Birmingham to contend with behind them. There will be an overtake shortly as they go through the Mansell complex and in towards the start-finish line of the endurance course. They haven't been pulled in, oddly enough, with the University of Birmingham right behind them. They must be pulled in for the next moment they possibly can do. And here is the blue flag waiting for them, flashing lights. Meanwhile, talking of flashing lights and blue flags, De Montfort in for Malta. No drama there. Malta flying through. Their fastest lap for Malta, a 1:08.28, the fastest we've seen in endurance. They have completed 10 laps thus far. Their 11th is in progress, 14 to complete before a driver swap, and that hot restart doesn't tend to be an issue for the electric cars. It's just a case of switching it on and switching it off and hoping you've got enough capacity in the batteries. Meanwhile, University of Birmingham headed into the zigzag, double zigzag on the course here at Endurance of Formula Student. It's been quite dramatic thus far, Jess.
Yeah, quite a few cars having a few DNFs, but we are starting to see certain teams get into a little bit of a rhythm, Birmingham being one of them. And I think there's quite a few cones getting knocked off, which time penalties will come into fray. Don't forget, drivers will be doing 14 laps for driver 1, 13 laps for driver 2. They will complete 27 laps of endurance altogether, and it is the fastest race time, basically with penalties coming into fray, and that person would win in endurance. And then after that, that is calculated. The points are calculated with a percentage based on the team's in P1 fastest time. Birmingham just completed yet another lap. That is a 1:13.90. Malta is still in the middle of their run as well. Still more cars in the queue then. I believe it is Imperial College London, the first team to pass through scrutiny. They'll be starting soon.
They will be starting soon indeed. The last of the cars to go in this session, but there's plenty more to come for those out on track at the moment. You can see the University of Birmingham there, headed through the double zigzag. Great to see one of the most historic teams in Formula Student back out on track with a car as they head towards the second slalom of the course. Also on track at the moment are De Montfort and Malta. Malta lapping as quickly as you've seen any car in endurance at Formula Student 2025. Meanwhile, you can see there Birmingham carrying on, getting the job done is exactly what they need to do as they head into the hairpin at the bottom of the course here at Copse Corner into the Mansell complex, the hardest part of this course. The right-hander here has spelt disaster for several teams, no issues, just a bit of a snap from University of Birmingham, handled like a pro by the driver. No, they come across the line. The latest time then for the University of Birmingham is their fastest, a 1:10.17, 4 laps completed, 5th in progress. So Montfort are on their 12th lap at the moment. Their 11th lap was a 1:27.68. Malta flying along with a 1:07.05. And plenty of love and plenty of Maltese flags in the chat as they come across the line. Do Malta, and they do indeed come across the line with a time of 1:06.85, increasing yet again the Maltese team on their 14th lap. They've got to complete this one before they head for their driver change. It's the fastest we've seen any car going in endurance. Meanwhile, any update on UGR, says Charles. Charles, I don't know. I would like an update myself. Mattia says, keep going Malta. Meanwhile, Michael says, let's go Imperial.
FS Stats, you can find out more information on who's passed group. As of yesterday, they haven't, but they may have done it as we were talking. So go on to FS Stats, see if your team's passed group. If they got loads of ticks next to their name and no crosses, then that means they passed group. So go on FS Stats for more information if they pass.
Ticks, not crosses, is what we want to see. Malta going through the double zigzag with Aberdeen bringing up the rear behind them. Meanwhile, De Montfort have just been overtaken by the University of Birmingham. University of Birmingham come across the line. No dramas there for either team thus far. De Montfort have just crossed the line then with a 1:26.42. That's on to lap 13. 2 laps to complete for driver number 1 before their driver swap. Meanwhile, the checkered flag is there for Malta, and that is the Maltese team back in business here at Formula Student. We didn't see them last year. We saw them the year before, or back a couple of years ago with the Raspberry Ripple. They're back again now. Very, very exuberant driving from driver number 1, and they are into the pits for their driver swap. Meanwhile, through go Aberdeen to complete another lap with a time of 1:23.92. That is their 20th lap completed, their 21st in progress. They've been quietly getting on with it, have Aberdeen, and they are only 6 laps away from completing endurance chess. They could be the third team to do so. Sheffield Hallum have the fastest time currently with a 41:35.89. Exeter in second with a 42:41.83. Do bear in mind, none of these have cone penalties attached to them. These are preliminary timings here as we have it in the commentary box. Aberdeen on your screens, coming through the double zigzag now. Meanwhile, Birmingham have just completed another lap with a time of 1:08.98. Their 6th lap completed, their 7th in progress. As you were saying, Jess, the team's beginning to find their groove. De Montfort come through and they come round to complete another lap.
That looked a lot faster from De Montfort there.
That's only 2/10 slower than their fastest time. That's 13 completed.
That was faster.
Their 14th now in progress, and that is all they need to do before they head to their driver swap. If they could just get round cleanly without anyone wanting to overtake them. With Malta in, it might be a damn sight easier. Aberdeen coming through then to cross the line as they come out of the Mansell complex, and they come through then with another lap time on the board. It's a 1:19.84, only 5 seconds slower than their fastest. 21 laps completed, 22 in progress. Aberdeen are on the hunt for endurance glory. Here comes the University of Birmingham yet again through the zigzags. Where are the strippers? It says on the back of the wing. Wire strippers, I hope, Birmingham. Wire strippers, let's keep it clean. Jess, they're coming through to complete another lap. What is the time on the board for the University of Birmingham?
1:09.27, so slower than their previous lap. But do you want a scrutineering update?
Go for it.
We now have 26 teams that passed endurance, and Cardiff is not the only Welsh team.
Excellent. Who else has passed endurance? Wales.
Swansea.
Hey, it's
So
been a
it's
while since we've seen Swansea out on track.
And we've also got TUWH Racing that's passed scrutineering, Wuhan University Technology. So we might see those cars on track this afternoon.
Talking of on track, good news for De Montfort. They have completed their first session and they are now into their driver swap. That is James out of the car. He celebrated his birthday here at Formula Student. We sang him happy birthday in the crowd on the pit lane for the group photo. Congratulations to everybody from De Montfort who's got this far. They've overcome a great many difficulties to put a car out on track. Aberdeen, meanwhile, also on track and coming through to complete another lap for them. That is their latest lap of a 1:19.18, 22 laps completed, 23 in progress. And here comes the University of Birmingham as they come across the line on the hunt for their driver swap. That is 7 laps completed. 8 laps completed, I should say, for Birmingham with a 1:10.27, 9th in progress. Meanwhile, other teams are asking, sir, how is Malta so good? And Matthew says it's because it's the potato blood in our veins. I wouldn't know what that means. Kingston Uni has battery issues in the pits, hoping to get it fixed soon. So
I think Kingston has got like 1 or 2 more streets to pass and then they'll be out there on track.
Fingers crossed. I'm looking forward to seeing Wuhan. They came second at Formula Student China, and I very much want to see them out on track.
I'm so happy that they passed scrutineering this morning as well, so hopefully they could be one of the 5 teams to get out there. So I hope as soon as 1 p.m. hits, get in the gate, because otherwise you'll miss your chance. But
yeah.
Here we go with Aberdeen then, and Birmingham out there currently on the circuit. I have seen them, the average pit time was about 5 minutes, even though they're meant to be in there for 4 minutes, but they just want to make sure that the car is all right and make sure the driver is comfortable with that as well. Aberdeen is going to almost a slight stop. They're going to the final corner. Black flag at Aberdeen has just had a black flag. Aberdeen are out.
That's the meatball. They might not be out, but that is a meatball for Aberdeen, which means a mechanical issue that they have to come into the pits for, which is disastrous because they were only 4 laps away from completing endurance. This is not what Aberdeen will have wanted. Now, we have had a meatball flag in the past. That is the black flag with the big orange spot in the centre for Oxford Brookes previously. They had to come in, they changed their tyres, they had a puncture. It later turned out that they had cracked rims or something of that nature, which meant they were disqualified. But it is entirely possible for Aberdeen potentially to fix it if they can, but invariably it means they won't. And Malta currently have only the University of Birmingham to contend with. Malta with potato blood in their veins, I'm reliably informed, and a very aggressive right foot as they come through into the Mansell complex of the course. That really harsh right-hander to contend with. No issues for driver number 2 from Malta. And through they go across the line to complete this lap for them. It is a 1:36.67. That is their 15th lap completed, 16th in progress, a whole 30 seconds slower than their fastest time. I'm hoping that we might well be able to get you an update from Monty as to what's going on with Aberdeen. Can Aberdeen fix it, Jess? There's a hive of activity around the rear of the car. De Montfort, meanwhile, lining up with their second driver to go again. 13 laps to complete for driver number 2. I'm looking on my screen here. I can also see a bit of what's going on in the pits as, oh, this is really rather interesting. Birmingham are all over the back end of Malta. That's not anything I expected to see. De Montfort going away, and the shoe is well and truly on the other foot, and Malta are being overtaken, Jess.
I was not expecting Malta to overtake them right now. This is insane. I mean, Birmingham seems to be quicker than Malta right now. Maybe the conditions are getting better, I don't know. But Birmingham seems to me that they have a very good car. They've done very well in the static events as well, is Birmingham. So if they finish there, I think they could be top 5, top 10 in pretty much overall, which will be very impressive from the team that's been here for Formula Students since its inception. Here comes Birmingham then for their next lap. It is a 1:17.24.
It's Aberdeen out, by the way, just to inform you, I'm afraid to say. That's Aberdeen driving under their own steam. Hang on, is that a camera angle? The Aberdeen are being brought back to the line. I got the wrong camera angle. Aberdeen are under their own steam and being brought back to the line. So Aberdeen,
they must have fixed it.
Whatever issue they were brought in for, it will inhibit their time. But by the looks of things, they're allowed to continue. So great news for the Scots. They've only got 4 laps to complete, as I have it here in the commentary box.
Here they go!
The Montfort are back out on track as well, looking a little tentative, but bear in mind, you've got Ben behind the wheel here, who will be determined to bring it home. He welded a lot of the chassis, maybe not necessarily their fastest driver, but someone who's shown so much commitment and time and effort to the team that he deserves a drive. Aberdeen going through the first slalom now, headed towards the boot after that black and orange flag, the meatball flag signifying a mechanical issue that seemingly, Jess, they've rectified.
Yep, it seems to me. And Aberdeen, we know that they're a team that don't give up. I was worried it was just going to be a straight black flag, but it was not, as Birmingham has just finished their lap. So to Montfort at 1:43.4 for De Montfort. Birmingham 1 minute 8.65. Still more teams to go in this session. The final team will be Imperial College London, so we will see them very, very soon. But a livery that looks very similar to Aberdeen. Aberdeen making their way through the final section now. Seems to me that the problems that they've had doesn't seem to cause too much issues. They're finding more grit through the final section. Malta's just finished their lap with a 1:26.85. They've gone quicker.
I'd just like to say to some more badder boss who's just invited Malta to come to FSAE, we like having Malta here. Malta are regulars at Formula Student UK, and you too can become regulars at Formula Student UK. Just come. We'd love to have anybody and everybody. And if you're from America and you can produce a faster car than you're seeing here, then come over. And the same goes to any teams from Europe who are watching this thinking, these cars are so...
Or even Australia. Edith proved that last year.
But if you're sat there in Europe and you're watching this live stream and you're thinking, oh, these cars are slow, our cars so much faster, then come and prove it. Come and prove it. Meanwhile, Birmingham are coming through to complete another lap. De Montfort through on the hairpin. They're entering the Mansell complex now. Ben behind the wheel, chief welder of the team, who has produced a lot of the chassis himself. And he's taken the car across the line with a time then of 1:34.25, a whole 10 seconds quicker than their previous time. That's their 16th lap completed, 17th in progress. Cool, calm and collected. De Montfort concerned about the heating on the car and the cooling and just trying to make sure that they keep the car consistent and keep it running without any drama. And meanwhile, Malta seem to be picking up the pace as they're starting to reel in Aberdeen as the second driver from Malta gets to grips with the car. Aberdeen will be looking in their rearview mirrors, not that they've got any, but...
Malta stopped!
Malta facing the wrong way. They've lost it again in the same way that Exeter did. That is Malta, who have lost the back end through the Mansell complex. That notorious right-hander really is putting the cat amongst the pigeons at Formula Student 2025.
Oh, they clipped a cone. Let's hope that they doesn't go.
And the shoe is on the other foot. We've seen them rapidly approaching other teams who have had issues and been stranded in similar positions. They were just piling on through, but Birmingham, a little more politely, just sailing on by very calmly, slowing down significantly under the yellow flags. I'm not sure Malta showed them the same courtesy, but Malta seemingly managing to try and get back on track. That will be an off. That will be a significant off for Malta. That they will be penalised for that, I'm afraid to say. Any off course will result in a 10-second penalty, but it just goes to show what happens when drivers get overconfident. The exact same thing happened to Exeter, and it's happened to Malta as well. Aberdeen, though, seemingly might well just finish endurance. They are on their 26th lap, Jess. Their latest of 1:18. That's only 4 seconds slower than their fastest. They've only got this lap and one more to do before they finish endurance. They've had that drama of the black and orange meatball flag, and almost certainly there will have been a lot of drama and a lot of raised eyebrows amongst the team, but they take it across the line to commence their final lap. Aberdeen are 1 lap away, against all odds, from completing endurance. A very tiny package, no aero, but a rear-mounted internal combustion power unit propelling them along, and through they go onto the first slalom, headed towards the boot at the top of Copse Corner, here for Formula Student 2025. That is impeccable stuff. They've overcome seemingly a problem. We don't yet know here in the commentary box what said problem was.
Birmingham driver swap, they're just coming to the pits.
Birmingham are in for their driver swap, but all eyes are on the team from Scotland. It's a heck of a long way from Aberdeen to Silverstone, and it's only a few corners before they see the checkered flag, which will bring to an end their campaign at Formula Student 2025, with the dream of all Formula Student teams to complete endurance as they head towards the second slalom. This will set them up for the hairpin and the Marshall complex that we've seen both Imperial College London, Exeter and Malta all come a cropper in. Can they avoid any drama? You can already hear the team beginning to cheer. Here's the hairpin. It's momentary before the checkered flag. It's just a couple of corners. Through the Marshall complex they come. This is going to be it as they come through now. And here comes the checkered flag. And Aberdeen finish endurance.
We thought they were never going to make it, but Aberdeen did not give up there. Even with that meatball flood, they were determined to fix the issue, and they fixed the issue quite quickly. Well done to the Scots. I bet the Scots will be very happy with that. In particular, one Scot, Jojo Scott.
Big up to Jojo and the McScottish family. That is impeccable stuff for them, as the marshals direct the driver to park up for their second scrutineering. All cars are re-scrutineered after completing endurance. De Montfort now on track with Malta. There's been some rather interesting encounters between these two over the course of this session. De Montfort overcoming a great many issues to be here out on track. They just unfortunately missed out on competing in acceleration and skid pad, but they were able to compete in sprint, which put them into a position towards the early stages of this session for endurance. The driver behind the wheel is Ben, who has welded a lot of the chassis there. May not necessarily be the fastest driver on track, but he's put so much blood, sweat and tears into this car, the team said he deserved the drive. Malta have completed another lap with a time then of 1:30.92. 21st in progress, 20 completed for Malta. De Montfort, meanwhile, have just completed their 19th lap. They're out onto their 20th now. Their latest time of 1:32.62. And you can see De Montfort there coming through past one of the overtaking zones that they've become somewhat familiar with. And Imperial College London, seemingly the last car of this session, have also taken to the track as De Montfort guide the car through their first slalom, headed to the boot at the top of Copse Corner. I wonder how long it's going to be before Imperial College reel them in, because it looked like a rather aggressive start from Imperial College London, and we know that De Montfort are taking it easy just to make sure they can get that car across the line for endurance. They've had so many issues. Now is not the time to tempt fate. Meanwhile, here come Malta, who were tempting fate through that right-hander, through the kicker that is the Mansell complex. They are on track at the moment to complete endurance. They are on their 21st lap. Their latest was a 1:30.92. Their fastest a 1:06.85. And away then go Birmingham after their driver swap, a driver swap that was incredibly quick, 3:20. Minimum of 3 minutes for the driver swap, so 20 seconds over. That's really impressive. Meanwhile, absolutely, we'll get some more. We're going to get some more people into the comms for you at the moment as Birmingham are on track to head through into the double zigzag at the top of the course. We're moments away. Imperial are through on De Montfort, which means that De Montfort have got nothing to worry about for a while. Imperial on the charge, completing their first lap with a time of 1:15.48. Onto their second lap now. To bring you up to date then, Malta are on their 22nd lap, their latest of 1:29.18. De Montfort are on their 21st lap with the latest of 1:33.94. These teams are looking for the magic 27. They want to join the 27 club that currently is Aberdeen, Exeter and Sheffield Hallum in that order. Aberdeen in third with a 44.50, Exeter in second with a 42.41. and Sheffield Hallum in a 41.35, occupying that hot seat in the 27 club. And through go the University of Birmingham, getting a bit sideways on the exit of the chicane. Meanwhile, we've got Imperial College London now on the approach to Malta. Malta's second driver, not quite as pacey as their first driver, in Imperial College London, getting a bit sideways on the exit of the hairpin as they have to be patient for that overtaking zone to come. And Imperial College London are all over the back end of Malta, and through they go into the first turn to start another lap. And that's Imperial College London lapping with a 1:11.60, their fastest. Malta, their latest, a 1:30.47 with 23 laps now on the board. 22 completed, their 23rd in progress. Meanwhile, here comes De Montfort to cross the line. They've just posted a 1:26.17 for their 21st lap, 22nd in progress. The pressure is beginning to build, the anticipation, the energy, the excitement and the nerves are beginning to build for De Montfort. Meanwhile, Imperial College London are coming through. Dan, Meanwhile, we've got Imperial College London here headed towards the zigzags. As through they come onto the track to hopefully complete another lap. They are really on the pace, our Imperial, and they can only build it. The track conditions have improved, and so too will the confidence of the driver with every yard the car travels around this rather high-speed circuit, brand new for Formula Student 2025, and they go through the hairpin there onto the Mansell section of the course. Do they keep it clean? They slow it down there. They've had issues with it in the past. They'll have flashbacks there. Fortunate son playing in the headphones of the driver as they bring it round to complete another lap then, and that is the time of 109.10. Their third lap completed, their fourth in progress for Imperial. Meanwhile, we've got a wonderful guest here in the commentary box. We've got none other than the driver from the Montfort who completed the first stint with a car that has had every issue possible thrown at it, and hopefully I haven't jinxed it saying that, but James, happy birthday again, and nice to see you.
It must be a good birthday present for you. So how did you find the car out there in the tricky conditions?
Well, to be honest, it's just an absolute dream come true to be able to drive it, not only obviously at Copse Corner, but during endurance and to make it through the first stint. The conditions are absolutely treacherous. It might not look that way anymore, but the slightest miscalculation of braking and steering input, and I collected a couple of cones, which I'm a bit not too happy about. But the most important thing is the car so far for me was keeping temperature. Sounds good, feels good. So I'm just hoping that Ben, the potential future team leader, can bring it home.
Is this your first time racing at Silverstone?
Actually, it is, yeah.
Wow.
I joined DMU in 2019, and somehow this is my first time as team leader. But yes, it's an absolute dream come true. 3 years ago was our last running car. Yesterday at this time, our engine didn't start, and now hopefully we're back to finish endurance.
I mean, we've seen many stories. Of course, we've seen Exeter complete endurance that we were no unexpected. De Montfort having the same thing. What were the most trickiest bits of the circuit, both in the sprint and the endurance, do you think?
The sprint definitely felt a lot better, even though I was on cold tyres. It just sent to grip any way you wanted it to. But in the wet, certainly the hairpins, where if you sort of come into it a bit too quick and you slam on the brakes and you need to steer, I just understeered straight into some cones. But on the straights, you've got absolutely tons of power and torque. It's quite good on the sort of higher speed corners, but yeah, definitely felt a bit slick on those tight hairpins.
Yeah, because you obviously were running in the dry yesterday with De Montfort. How was that much of a difference compared to today, where you were been running in the wet?
It's just totally so much more grip. To be honest, I'm not a fantastic driver. I do a bit of karting, but I felt after that sighting lap, obviously we missed the track walk, so took that sighting lap and decided to send it, and send it I did. Obviously I had a bit of oversteer on that sprint tap, but yeah, it grips for days, even on cold slicks.
Yeah, and it seems to me that your second driver is getting more confident by the lap, it seems, as well. What do you think you've learned from FS 2025 that you'll take into next year?
Oh, I mean, it's not really for me to say, I suppose. This is probably my last year on the team, but certainly the team has learned so much. You know, we've not had a running car for 3 years, and the majority of our team, you know, we've got probably less than 10 members really. Or around 10 members, and you know they're all first years, second years, and they just learnt so much. The knowledge transfer, you know, post-COVID is well and truly alive, and Ben out there tearing it up is just, you know, perfect example of that.
Yes, thank you so much. We will let you go because the drivers have got a few more laps before hopefully they complete endurance, touch wood. So thank you very much, and happy birthday for yesterday, by the way. Fingers crossed you'll have something to celebrate. That was a really great interview from De Montfort. Hopefully no more curses.
Fingers crossed. Meanwhile, here is the recap. Here is things as they stand. We've got De Montfort coming across the line. They've just completed their 24th lap with a 129.59, 25th lap in progress. Meanwhile, Malta, they are moments away from completing endurance. We've got Sunlock Blinds themselves cheering in the chat for Malta. The whole of Malta itself seems to be behind this team. 26th lap in progress for Malta, their latest of 127.45. Birmingham on their 21st lap with a 111.21. It's all systems go here towards the end of endurance. Meanwhile, Imperial College London are on an absolute send right up the back end of Malta, and Imperial College London are lapping incredibly rapidly. Their fastest is a 107.53, their latest a 110.56. They've completed 6 laps, they're on their 7th. Imperial is doing well so far, says a dose of Ikram. Indeed it does. Meanwhile, because I love a bit of family support, Wael says, good morning, the fantastic presenters, for your energy. Congrats for HTU Team Jordan for Michael Royce Award. Proud my son to be in the team captain. Wonderful stuff, Wael. On the track right now is the University of Malta as they're about to cross the line to start their final lap. Imperial College London on an absolute blinder. Their latest of 109.35. 7 laps completed, 8 in progress. That is consistently quick for Imperial College London. And the final lap is now underway for Malta for endurance.
Coming for De Montfort then, as I think there'll be a penalty there, but they just want to make it through. Malta is taking it incredibly conservatively as they want to make sure they save the engine and they don't want to push too much.
Well, I do want...
They're going slower here.
I do wonder, Jess, whether the full send from driver 1 with the potato blood from Malta may well have reduced the capacity left in that battery, and they might be having to be conservative for their second stint in order not to run out of electricity. That would be my conjecture. Bear in mind, it's just a hypothesis here in the commentary box. I know about as much as you do at home. I'm just thinking, and you can see right now what I'm thinking is that with these few final corners to go, the University of Malta could get themselves into the 27 club and complete those 27 laps needed to finish endurance. We're live from Silverstone as the whole of Malta seems to be going wild with support in the chat.
And on the grandstand and in the paddock.
Indeed it does. We're live here from Silverstone for Formula Student 2025. The Maltese car coming past us here on the other side of the course from us in the commentary box. The second slalom, the hairpin and the Mansell complex is all that stands between Malta and the checkered flag. I can see the checkered flag waving, but there's also a yellow and orange striped flag being waved. Meanwhile, though, Malta have only got this hairpin to go, and they are crawling around, Jess. Is it me, or is that battery on its last legs? I think Malta, if they can just get through these final corners, might be heaving a sigh of relief here, because I think they've run out of electricity as they bring it up to the line, and thank goodness for that. Malta finish endurance. Meanwhile, De Montfort have got Birmingham behind them. They pull in for Birmingham. Birmingham come through. De Montfort carry on. The green flags are waving.
Final lap for De Montfort.
It is indeed the final lap for De Montfort now. And Imperial College London just flying on by like nothing matters. 105.17 for Imperial College, the fastest time we've seen in endurance so far. The chat going wild, cops going wild for Malta, who seem to be losing power in the final throws of that last lap. It seemed to me they might well have been running out of electricity. Meanwhile, De Montfort are going to have to contend with another overtake on their final lap as through come Imperial College London on a charge. If they could just be patient, they'll get the overtake. The blue flags will be waiting for them at the upcoming overtaking bay. And indeed, do De Montfort pull in for Imperial College London, who are the fastest car on track by far. They just missed out on the fast session by a few seconds. De Montfort, though, keeping on the power. Ben behind the wheel, as we've just been hearing, a team that's overcome major obstacles to get a car out on track and competing in endurance. We haven't seen them in a dynamic event since 2022. They are known as the Full Send University. They've sent it all the way through endurance. Maybe not with exuberant driving, but certainly with a cool, calm and collected head. And that is exactly what Ben and the team need here as they come through the Mansell complex. The notorious right-hander is not going to pose a problem for them here. And here comes a checkered flag. And De Montfort finish endurance.
And a team that we thought yesterday that they weren't going to make it at all. They had to change their battery, change a few parts. And they got through one of the most hardest events to complete. They're going to get some really serious points, better than other teams. And you can see the drivers celebrating. We know the driver that was in the commentary box with us yesterday will be celebrating. I think everyone in the team will be celebrating. And yeah, you can see outside our commentary box window him screaming with delight there. I'm so pleased for them.
Daniel Letard, as I live and breathe, sir, I just want to give you a high five there. Congratulations. Daniel has been with us in the commentary box over the past couple of days, getting a bit of insight as to one of the team members active here at Formula Student.
Amazing.
And congratulations, Daniel. That's fantastic stuff. Meanwhile, are you going to commentate from Aberdeen? Going to get a comment from Aberdeen Uni. We're looking to get some live coverage for you from those who have completed endurance as soon as we possibly can. I'll give you a recap now. In fifth for endurance, it is De Montfort with a 45.45, Aberdeen with a 44.50 in fourth. In third, it's Exeter with a 42.41, Sheffield Hallum in second now with a 41.35. The fastest team on track
by a minute. It's Malta leading endurance. All teams have completed that magic 27 laps. Meanwhile, the University of Birmingham are the next team to hopefully be in sight of completing endurance. They are on their 26th lap, their penultimate lap. Their latest was a 1:11. Meanwhile, we've also got Imperial College London really pushing it. They will end up with an empty track, which is exactly what they'll want. No more worrying about overtaking for Imperial College London. Their latest, a 1:05.26, only 1/10 slower than their fastest. They're on their 12th lap, 11th completed, headed towards that driver change momentarily for Imperial College London. Birmingham right now on their penultimate lap. This is really exciting stuff, Jess.
Yes, it is. Very exciting stuff. But I do believe we have a special guest in the commentary box, a social media man himself, Chris. So we're going to get him in.
Chris, always great to chat to you. Birmingham are on their final lap. Rather exciting stuff. A great moment for you to join us. It's been a really impeccable competition thus far, hasn't it?
Absolutely, Giles. Really enjoying watching everything out there. It's been a great support by all of the spectators in the stands and also up along Cops Corner as well. Just excellent to see the standard always improving year on year. We've got loads of cars out. We've had lots of action as well. Plenty of people getting through endurance. It's just been exactly what this event is all about. Seeing great cars get out there. Home scratch-built cars, whether they're electric, whether they're petrol. We love to see them.
We really do love to see them, and what we're about to see is Birmingham complete endurance. I can see the marshal has the checkered flag prepared for one of the oldest teams in Formula Student. Andrew Mather himself was a student there previously, and through they come onto the hairpin. Out of the hairpin they go, and onto the final corners of the Mansell complex. The checkered flag is out, and the University of Birmingham complete endurance.
Fantastic work from the University of Birmingham. Excellent to see them back up here. I remember them very well in 2017, where they came home with the runner-up trophy. You know, great to see them coming back in resurgent with their electric car. Fantastic.
I mean, there's resurgent, and then there's taking the top spot. They're in P1 with a 35.32. That's a whole 5 minutes faster than Malta, can you believe? And they are celebrating at the pit wall. Birmingham, rightfully so. The hot seat is all theirs. It belongs to Birmingham, and that's Imperial College London have anything to say about it, and with their pace they might well do. So if I was Birmingham, I'd be getting my ass in the hot seat as soon as possible, because Imperial College London are on a charge, headed towards their driver swap now. They are on their 14th lap right now. So this is their last lap for driver one from Imperial College London before their driver swap. Here's the checkered flag. Oh, a bit squiffy through there, really sending it through the Mansell complex and across the line. That is 14 laps completed for Imperial College London. A minimum of a 3-minute stop for them now as they bring it into the pits. Can they beat the 35.32 as set by Birmingham? We're about to find out. Stay with us live from Silverstone. That's Imperial College London you're seeing now in the pits. there was a VT. We'll try and get it for you shortly. Right now, Imperial College London are going through their driver swap, and it gives you an opportunity to see the intensity of a driver swap for teams with internal combustion power units, because that hot restart is no easy feat when it comes to an internal combustion unit. Bear in mind, these engines typically are mapped for a cold start. When they're warm, that temperature is a lot higher than what the engine is programmed to start for. It can be rather difficult. Talking of rather difficult, just trying to get the driver strapped in properly and get the steering wheel on, get the gloves on, get all the safety features there. Bear in mind, you've got marshals from both Motorsport UK and Formula Student who will be incredibly intense on making sure that everything is shipshape and Bristol fashion. 3-minute minimum stop for each team as part of endurance. They swap from one driver to another. You can see it on your screens now. That looks to be driver 2 being strapped in well and truly into Imperial College London's car. They were the first team to pass scrutineering on Thursday. You can catch our interview with the team lead over on Formula Student Online, the home of the Formula Student podcast. Do please subscribe. This is the last team for this session, and they're just checking now that everything is inside the roll envelope. Make sure the driver's head is well and truly clear of the roll envelope produced by the roll hoop, all square and all shipshape there. All that stands between these guys and finishing endurance is a 13-lap session. They've got a clear track ahead of them. The track is beginning to dry out compared to the conditions that we saw this morning. And I think that puts proven to why Birmingham was so much quicker than Malta, 5 minutes quicker. Although then again, Malta's second driver was a fair bit slower than their first. Their first posted a 106.85. Until recently, that was the fastest lap we'd seen in endurance. And then Imperial College showed up with a 104.87. So
and we'll see faster times if the conditions stay like this.
Absolutely. And I would add to this then that Birmingham right now are the leaders in endurance with a 35.32, but as things stand, if Imperial College London get out without any problems and keep that consistent pace, they will take it from them. Birmingham, what I loved about them, I don't know about you, Jess, they just got on with it. There was no drama. There was no
drama yesterday. They just kept going and going and going, and we thought that was going to plague them today in terms of the running, because we thought that would have the issue with the fuel and the battery and stuff like that. But no, they were just keen to get. And do you want to know why I think they've been so successful? They've done so many laps at sprint yesterday with the unlimited runs. They've got a feeling for the track in any conditions. That has helped them a little bit, and I'm very, very impressed with Birmingham. They are definitely dark horses, as I was saying earlier, doing very well in the static events. If they could keep this up, I think, like I said, top 5, top 10 finish, as we are waiting for Imperial Driver 2 to make their way onto the track. The engines are revving, and for the first time with Driver 2, they're starting their final 13 laps of endurance.
Away goes driver number 2 for Imperial College London. We know that this car can be incredibly quick in the right hands. We know driver number 1 was very much the right hands. Fingers crossed for Imperial that the second driver has also got a safe pair of hands and can put the car where it needs to be to maximise those points. They can get past Birmingham if they post faster than a 35.32. Birmingham currently sat in the hot seat. Meanwhile, we've got Alison saying, well done, Caleb, from Imperial. Go, Dan. So proud of the Imperial team. So Caleb, clearly driver number 1 for Imperial. Driver number 2 is Dan. Meanwhile, another comment here from, we've got, this one was rather interesting, Ribal saying, shout out to Team Balamand from Lebanon for passing scrutineering.
Yes, that is very good. The celebrations last night, with the awards they won was crazy. I think they won one of the books as well from last night.
And through come Imperial College London into the Mansell complex to complete the first lap for driver number 2 behind the wheel. And that is a time of, Jess, it is a, what is that? That is going to be a 1:16.57, 12 seconds slower than their fastest time. But that's driver number 2 getting settled in. That is Dan behind the wheel, I believe. And I would also add to that, it's a 4 minutes 42 pit stop. Meanwhile, for those of you watching on the stream, we're just going to cut to a VT for a moment, and we'll bring you all the latest we can on Imperial College London.
Hey, I'm here with John Dangerfield. What is your sort of role within Formula Student?
Hi Cheryl. So my role is as a committee member, so we sort out the strategic direction of Formula Student, and my specific role now, since moving from a head of cost of manufacturing, is I do special projects, so event enhancements and trying to work on the digital footprint that we have, and expand our reach to anywhere that Formula Student exists, really.
That's totally awesome. And so how is the event going this year, like compared to previous years? Because obviously we had a little dip like after COVID, because obviously everyone was building themselves up again. How is the event coming back from COVID?
No, I think it's doing really well, and you know, the evidence of some of the cars out there on track at the moment and actually seeing them hit the ground running despite this atrocious weather that we've got, actually on the track doing their acceleration runs, reliability being good as well. Lots of people through scrutineering nice and early, especially the EV. It's absolutely the changes that we wanted to see.
The British weather has definitely played a part in this year's event. So how has that kind of impacted the students as well as the dynamic events?
So as a past student myself here, you put a lot of thought into the climatic conditions and what you're going to do in each situation. It's been a bit weird this year because we've had some really warm conditions and quite muggy conditions. So when the guys have been doing their static judging, it's been really warm and muggy. So they've had to think about that and plan accordingly and bring the right things. In terms of the cars, so the actual running that they've been doing now has been pretty much wet. So you're looking at making sure that everything is as perfect as it can be to remove all the variables that could go wrong, and then make sure that all your electricals are sealed and there's no leaks in there and there's no shorts that are going to come from it. So it adds an element of extra complexity and extra stress and anxiety on them. So they will have been getting in earlier and staying later to make sure they were prepped for this, make sure the wets are in the right condition, they're all scrubbed down and ready to go, and that they've had their team briefings so they know exactly what they're going to do and hit the ground running to take away all the questions of doubt that they can do and basically try and predict every variable that they can.
So really, it helps students a little bit more because they have to think about more.
Well, it's actually interesting. So when I competed in 2002, many years back, the weather actually helped us. So it was a slightly different way that we run the event. So all the events were open all the time because we were at a different venue. So it actually rained during the morning quite heavily. And as a result of that, we couldn't get our runs in on a wet track. We also had some problems. And then it dried out for the last hour. So we actually had a drying track, so we were more competitive. So strategically, it actually worked out for us as well. But interestingly, this year, the guys can do this again because we have unlimited runs. So this is a unique thing to the Formula Student world, is we're actually allowing teams to do more than their statutory 2-driver 2 runs. So they can literally go out there and keep banging out the runs until they optimise their time.
Especially with the rain is actually lighting up at the moment, so that's going to be very interesting. So you definitely want to keep on the stream for that. So thank you so much, John, for your time, and I wish all the best for the event.
Thanks very much. Good job, Joel.
Massive thank you to Sheryl and John there for that insight into running what is the Glastonbury of engineering. You join us back for Endurance and Formula Student 2025. Giles and Jess in the commentary box, and Imperial College London are currently in progress on their 19th lap. Their 18th lap was a 1:14.22. They need to complete 27 laps. I'm going to go through some of the comments for you now. Miyuki Panda and Sapitron both saying hi to me and Jess. A hello to them. Meanwhile, Extreme Grapes, extremely exciting news here from Kingston University. They have passed noise and only have the brakes to go. Meanwhile, Caramel Crispies, very complimentary of the guys at High-Vis Media, who combined coverage on track with one of those VTs. Loving that was Caramel Crispies, and we were rather partial to it here in the commentary box as well. Mag asking, where is OBR? OBR were... Well, they're coming up later on today in one of the faster slots. Meanwhile, Io asking, what was the DMU Racing pit stop time? I don't know. Sorry, Io. Meanwhile, how are the NTU guys, says Max.
FS Stats for more information. If you want to find out how NTU are doing in school, FS Stats for more information.
Absolutely. 20th lap underway now for Imperial College London. That is a 1:14.77 for their 19th lap. They need to complete 27 laps to join the likes of Montfort, Aberdeen, Birmingham and Malta, as well as Exeter. Let's give you the rundown then. At 6, De Montfort with a 45.61. Aberdeen in 5th with a 44.50.18. Exeter in 4th with a 42.41.83. Sheffield Hallum with a 41.35.89. Malta with a 40.34.41, and currently leading in endurance. It is a 35:32.74 from the University of Birmingham. The question now has to be asked, can Imperial College London go faster? Currently occupying that hot seat supplied to us very kindly by Bentley is the University of Birmingham, and only 7 laps stand between Imperial College London and potential victory. They just need to put their foot down, because it was a cool, calm and collected run in endurance by Birmingham. Not a lot of drama, looked slow, was fast. 35:32 is an impeccable time from the University of Birmingham. So Imperial College London have their work cut out for them as they enter their 21st lap, their latest a 1:14.06. The driver has clearly found their rhythm. Felix Watson saying, come on Imperial, go on Dan, so proud of you, doing a great job, from Dan's dad Andrew in the comments. Also got to give a shout out to Theodore from Vermilion Racing. We'll be seeing them in the second session here at Endurance. Right now though, all eyes on the team that passed scrutineering first. 3 o'clock on a Thursday is a very rapid turnaround for any Formula Student team, and they have done impeccably well to get as far as they have, going from a team that were trying to be EV. They switched it up this year and went back to internal combustion power, and they converted a chassis that was designed to run an EV power unit and wedged in their power unit in the back there from the Kawasaki Ninja that is propelling Imperial College London around the course here through a corner that they've had mixed feelings about, to say the least. No issues there though as they cross the line to complete their 21st lap with a time of 1:13.62. That's the fastest lap for driver number 2 from Imperial College London. 22nd lap now in progress for the team, 27 to complete. Io saying, De Montfort did an excellent job. I am super proud of them. I can't wait to see the University of Leicester on track.
No sign of University of Leicester yet, but we're praying they can get in the session this afternoon. This is the final car before people, of course, are heading for their lunch break. I'm having my high hopes for Imperial College London. They've just been looking consistently fast for the entirety of this endurance event so far. They haven't been looking fast some laps and slow some laps. They've been looking, I think, consistent speed some laps, and I think the ones who win endurance, they show consistent speed throughout and not just be quick one lap and slow the next.
Absolutely, and I also tend to think that it's a matching of the drivers' paces, not just a case of having one very, very fast driver and one somewhat slower driver.
They're both quick.
If you have a consistent driving team, as proven by Birmingham, then you too can lead endurance, and currently leading endurance with a 35:32 are Birmingham, as Imperial College London cross the line to complete their 22nd lap with a time, Jess, of what's it going to be?
A 1:47.
14.74. 23rd lap in progress now for Imperial College London. The time to beat a 35:32 as set by Birmingham. As they go through the first corner onto the slalom now, headed towards the boot at the top of Copse. It's a new layout here for the Formula Student 2025. We've had a fairly consistent course over the past few years. They switched it up as they were laying the course out on Friday to encourage greater speed and also ensure there was a lot of technical driving required. And we've seen a fair few spills this year, more so than previously, especially in the Mansell section of the course, following the hairpin at the bottom. The driver for Imperial College London, Dan, just bringing it through the zigzags and down past us in the commentary box, headed towards the second slalom. There's a left and a right that will not have dried out compared to the rest of the track, so you don't want to get overconfident and then drive straight into a very wet section right here on the track as Imperial College London go through onto the hairpin, headed towards the rather complex section here. This is the Mansell complex, brand new for Formula Student 2025. That corner has caused problems, including for Imperial College, but no such issue there, and that will be lap 23 completed for Imperial College London with a 1:12.74. That puts them onto lap 24 ahead of the non-finishers Warwick, Greater Manchester, otherwise known as Bolton, and Sheffield. A disaster for Sheffield, absolutely heartbreaking for them. Imperial College London then are going the distance, it seems, at the moment. 24th lap completed, 27 to go. Giles Miyuki asks how much your last haircut was. The honest truth, I actually did go and get it cut, and it cost me 10 quid. 10 quid for a buzz cut.
12 quid for my haircut as well, which is pretty good value for money.
Yours is good value, Jess. Mine is literally just a grade 1 all over. So
yes.
I'm not sure why I don't just invest in a pair of hair trimmers, but I can't imagine anyone from London is worried about my personal hygiene right now. Instead, Imperial College London are out on track with Dan behind the wheel, bringing the car home, a team that's done remarkably well throughout the competition. We were very much looking forward to seeing them. They only wanted to finish endurance. That was their target. They didn't care about anything else. They had a singular target, tunnel vision. And over the next 3 laps, we'll find out whether
they're doing more than finishing endurance. They're showing consistency. I was expecting them to be a lot slower than that. I think teams like that probably set lower expectations. So if the car doesn't do as well, then, and if they do as well, then at least they're not getting their hopes up too much.
So that there is Imperial College's 24th lap completed, 25th in progress, a 1:14.46, the latest on the board for Imperial College London, a team so singularly devoted to finishing endurance. And the next 3 laps will find out whether they can achieve their hopes and dreams. They currently rest on the shoulders of Dan. A massive shout out and a huge amount of respect to every driver who gets behind the wheel of one of these cars, because not only are they incredibly difficult to drive, but driving at competition here at Silverstone, the pressure is immense. You've got not only your own ambitions, but the hopes and dreams and ambitions of everyone else on your team resting on your shoulders. They currently rest on Dan's shoulders with 3 laps to go. Their latest at 1:14, their fastest at 1:04. They're just bringing it in now. Just need to stay consistent, cool, calm and collected. They've got an empty track, a track that is beginning to dry out as they head now through past the Marshall complex of the course. This corner has not been their friend over the weekend, but no issues here thus far for Dan behind the wheel, coming across the line to complete lap 25 with a time of 1:19.33. They are on their penultimate lap, Jess. This is what it comes down to over the course of the next 2 laps. Meanwhile, Leslie de Welsh asking, has Cardiff gone? How are they doing? No information currently on the status of Cardiff, but they are scheduled to go 3rd from last this afternoon. Meanwhile, Zach Bob saying, go on, Dan, and we'll keep your eyes peeled as Imperial College London come through the kicker that is the boot at the back end of the course, at the top end of the course I should say, into the double zigzag that will bring them into the sight of us here in the commentary box, and that will bring them towards the second slalom.
I think for some of these laps they're probably taking it a little bit more easy, because there's some laps where they could have gone a bit faster, so I think they're just trying to limp it home, I think, is Imperial. But fair enough, that their main goal is to finish endurance, and they're going to try. We've got a few more corners to go before we start the final lap for Imperial College London, a team that has come so far. Everyone in the team, I did see the team principal going through Cop's corner. I think he must be nervous as well. It was nice to chat to them on Thursday. Final lap for car number 97 for Imperial College London. Oh, I'm so excited for this. Let's see what they can bring as they head towards the first few corners for the final time. I'm really nervous for them. Let's hope they can make it. Yeah, they're going a lot slower than what they did earlier. I think because they were pushing too hard at the start, that means that are they struggling?
I can see the strategy. Send it during the first half, bring it home during the second half. Dan behind the wheel for stint 2, Caleb behind the wheel for stint 1 for Imperial College London. Their ambition was to complete endurance. They are moments away from doing so. Their latest lap was a 1:17.52. We've got comments here coming from Alison saying Dan and Caleb have done a great drive. Such hard work from the Imperial team this year to get the car on track. Could not be more proud of our David, rightfully so. Andrew Foster saying, bring it home, mate. Go, Dan, go, says Alison. Go, go, says a dose of Ikram. The final corners are here for all to see as they go through the final slalom, headed towards the final hairpin at the bottom of the course. Only the Marshall complex to contend with. This corner has not been kind to Imperial College London throughout the weekend. Can they get through it without any drama for this final time for endurance? Yes, they can. That is nice and clean. Here is the checkered flag, and Imperial College London finish endurance at Formula Student 2025.
Oh,
the team
brilliant.
go wild. What an achievement.
We go wild, and they didn't do quite enough to beat Birmingham, a 36.58, but it's better than stopping, because they're going to get, at the moment, a crucial amount of points. Their goal was to finish endurance. Oh boy, did they complete it. congratulations, and we still got more action this afternoon.
Second place in stint 1 is nothing to sniff at, and I would also add that the times that we've got here in the commentary box, which I imagine will be the same times that are published on FS Stats, are preliminary without any penalties considered. So as a result, this could all change. But at the moment, let me take you through the results. De Montfort are in 7th with 45.45. Aberdeen in 6th with a 44.50. Exeter are in 5th with a 42.41. Sheffield Hallum are in 4th with a 41.35. Malta are there in 3rd with a 40.34. Meanwhile, Imperial College London are there in 2nd place. They were so determined to finish endurance, and they have done so in an absolutely impeccable time with 36.58. And Birmingham are your current leaders in endurance with 35.32. Do stay with us here at Formula Student, because we've got some incredibly fast teams to come for you very soon.
Yep.
Staffordshire, Adgar, UWE, Leeds, the University of the Basque Country, Oxford Brookes, the Technical University of Denmark, otherwise known as Vermilion Racing, Cardiff, Bath and Coventry, all to come, plus some wild cards in Session 3, so do not go anywhere.
I'm here with a team that literally basically came out of nowhere, Imperial College London, and they were the first through scrutineering on Thursday. And I believe they were the only team to actually make it through on Thursday. So tell me a bit about that, how you just kind of came up from not really being a super known team to now being the superstars of scrutineering, essentially.
Cool. So our story is that this car, in its previous iteration, was an electric car. We had various problems with that last year, meaning that we foresaw that it would be much more feasible for us to pivot to an IC car. That meant that we had a little bit more time this year to try and get completely ready for competition, meaning that we came here, unpacked the garage, and the car was basically ready for scrutineering. We got a little bit lucky with our preparation for scrutineering, meaning that we were first in line. That let us get everything that needed to change done yet on Thursday morning, meaning that we could get to dynamic scrutineering Thursday afternoon, and we'd done the tilt, noise and brake tests by 4:30, allowing us to basically chill out yesterday as we passed on Thursday.
That's absolutely incredible. Like, going from... When was the last time you actually had a running car? Because I believe it's been a while. So going from that amount of time without a running car to being the first for scrutineering must have been an incredible feeling for the team. How did that feel, and how long has it been since you had a running car?
So yeah, that was amazing for us, because no one here knows what it's like to have a running car, because it's been about 10 plus years probably. That's due to a combination of being a little bit more difficult to have a running car with an EV, plus COVID happening. When that happened, everyone who knew what was going on with the team graduated, meaning that after COVID, there was a completely new team, a bunch of scrap parts in boxes in a pit garage. That was a complete mess. So it's taken the team a couple of years to reset, regroup, and that means that as a team now, we're able to actually have contention in getting through scrutineering, which is what we managed to do this year, and then compete in dynamic events for the first time in over a decade.
See, that's literally like one of the best stories I've heard this weekend. And how is it going so far? Because you've obviously had a couple... how many runs do you do on acceleration, and how did that go?
Yeah, so we did the skip pad event at first. We did a couple runs there, and then we did acceleration, as you asked. Also did 2 runs per driver with 2 drivers. Our best run was the third one. We got about 5.6 seconds, I think. I'm not sure where that placed us. We've been quite busy since, but we're quite happy with that because, as you said, we've come from nowhere, meaning that we don't really have much performance expectation. As long as we're out there competing, we're happy. And we just want to get to endurance and try and finish that as our main goal to maximize our points from this weekend.
How likely do you think it will be that you finish endurance?
So, because we had a lot of carryover of this car from last year, we were able to get a rolling car ready in February, meaning that we've had 3 track tests this year, The first of which was in February, where we didn't do much running, but we spent most of the day doing maintenance and fixing some problems that came out. But that was the entire point of the track test. So in total, over the 3 track tests, we've done over 120 kilometers. The most recent of which was 3 weeks ago, and where we did a full endurance run. So that basically fulfilled our aim. Now we just have to do it again here tomorrow.
Well, best of luck to you. Thank you so much for your time. And this is definitely a team to watch.
Welcome back to Formula Student 2025. Giles and Jess with you in the commentary box as we look ahead to the top teams headed out on track for endurance. It will make or break a team's ambitions in Formula Student 2025. So take your seats in the stands if you're just joining us. I can see a lot of you just running and getting your seats now. Sat down. Quickly. We're about to go. I should also say that the track has been declared damp. So teams that are about to run, listen up. The track has been declared damp. So that therefore means that the tyre choice is at your discretion. It is open. You can choose slicks or you can choose wet. You are allowed to run with both. The question falls to you. Bear in mind, a lot of the track is drying out, but there are damp sections, especially towards the end opposite the stands. So that is at your discretion, teams. The teams we're about to see competing in endurance are Staffordshire University, ADGA, the University of the West of England, otherwise known as UWE, the University of the West of Leeds, University of Leeds, not the West of Leeds, crikey Moses, University of the Basque Country, otherwise known as Bizkaia, Oxford Brookes University, the Technical University of Denmark, otherwise known as Vermilion. We've also got Cardiff, University of Bath and Coventry to come as well. We also had a visit from a Formula Student legend, Michael himself, who has clarified with us exactly what happens during the driver change. And I thought you might find it rather interesting as the teams begin to line up. These are the teams that will be vying to win endurance, not only complete endurance, but win it with the fastest time. And bear in mind, you've got two drivers with two stints. Driver number 1 drives for 14 laps. Driver number 2 drives for 13 laps, 27 in total. As soon as the wheels stop for the driver change and the power is cut, the 3-minute timer starts. You've got a maximum of 3 minutes. If you're slower getting out of the pits, then that past 3 minutes, if you're slower than 3 minutes, say you're 3 minutes 30 seconds will be added to your time. If they're faster, the Scroots can then double check, and that's the Scroots time. That's available for them, that 3 minutes. If you're faster than the 3 minutes, you have to be there for 3 minutes. They then have to, a minute to restart. If a minute isn't achieved, if you don't restart within a minute, there's a DNF. Now, the time that you're in the pits comes off the total, excluding anything over 3 minutes. And if they come in under a meatball and the Scroots find a problem, then that's a DQ. If there's no problem, then the time they're in, because of that meatball, gets deducted from their total time. So thank you to Michael for clarifying exactly what goes on during that driver change. Jess, we can see the field of cars lining up on the pit lane. Who are you excited to see?
I am really excited to see Yui, and I think we're going to have a former student legend come in the commentary box during that one, because they've overcome so much trouble to be here today, and they were one of the last teams to go through sprint yesterday as well, so I'm excited to see what they can do. Vermilion Racing, I've been chatting with them a lot this week. They seem to be very hyped about this event, and of course Oxford Brooks have had problems. I really hope they fix their head of endurance, and we could see something quite interesting developing between them as well, but I hope Coventry don't have the problem that we saw about a few years ago, where they did well in endurance, and then the problems start to occur a little bit. So I'm keeping my eye on that. But the one team I'll keep my eye on closely is Bath. They've been the most consistent, I feel, in terms of dynamic events this weekend, been in the top 2, top 3 almost every single event, and they have a really good car.
They do have a very good car, very nice livery as well, a throwback to the 90s Williams team. Another team who've got a great livery who I need to shout out are Loughborough. We haven't actually seen Loughborough on track, but regardless, I want to give them some credit, because what they've done is they've taken the L and the borough in their name, and as a nod to the Marlboro Cigarettes F1 liveries of the days of yore, specifically Senna's classic McLaren, they've done a really great job on their livery. So I just want a big shout out to Loughborough for that, let alone all the engineering involved in getting a car and trying to get it through scrutineering. It's an incredibly difficult task. Meanwhile, some results were coming in yesterday, and I want to give a shout out to Formula Trinity, who have won Racing Pride, the Aston Martin Racing Pride Award, won for the Financial Times. I say the Financial Times, Formula Trinity. I see FT and I immediately think of the Financial Times because I read the Financial Times. But no, this is Formula Trinity. So congratulations to Formula Trinity for winning the Aston Martin Racing Pride. And also, they did cost incredibly well as a concept team this year. So big shout outs to Formula Trinity for doing well in cost and for winning the Aston Martin Racing Pride Award. We're going racing again very, very soon. We've got to give a loud shout out to Vermilion, and especially our crazy good cameraman Oliver, the Polish guy, according to David. David's been in the comments all weekend as incredibly passionate, but we'll also copy and paste the comment every single time until we read it out. Until we read it out. So, David, we can see you. You don't need to copy and paste. We'll get round to it. Meanwhile, we've got well, I'll tell you who we've got coming up. We've got Sheffield and Sheffield we had earlier. We've got Staffordshire. Lunchtime. I get sleepy. Right, here we go then. So let's go through the cars we're about to see. Staffordshire, University of Adgar, Align Racing, the University of the West of England, UWE, and we will be joined by a Formula student legend in the comms box for that particular session. We'll also have the University of Leeds, the University of the Basque Country, Oxford Brookes University, OBR, Oxford Brookes Racing, the Technical University of Denmark, Vermilion will be joining us on track, as well as Cardiff University, the University of Bath, and Coventry University. Coventry University's powertrain, one of the most exciting I have seen at Formula Student over the years. Just impeccable stuff. So they will be going last. They qualified first yesterday in sprint. Staffordshire, their friendly rivals, will be the first out on track. You can see them on your screens there with that distinctive shark on the nose cone. 27 laps is what they need to complete to finish endurance. Bear in mind, this is a new course for Formula Student 2025. It's been set up to encourage fast driving, but they've thrown in some technical aspects to make sure they challenge the drivers. And the challenge really is there. I was talking to the Exeter driver who spun through the Mansell section of the course. Unfortunately, the front right camber is fine. The front left was incorrect. They were trying to put the power on so they didn't understeer off the corner. and all the power didn't go. All of a sudden, it all came at once, and as a result, they spun. Thank goodness Sheffield Hallum had control of the car to stop before a nasty accident happened there. It's worth noting then that the setups on these cars are integral to a decent lap time. And you can see there, you're on the stands, you're on camera now. So if you're sat in the stands,
Give us a
over on
wave.
Cops Corner, give us a wave. You're on camera, you're on TV around the world. We've got people watching in Singapore, the United States, and Australia. So if you want to send a message to the world, now would be the time. Do we reckon we could get a Mexican wave going, Jess?
We got it going yesterday, so surely we can get it going today, right?
Okay, if you're looking at the commentary box, starting on the left, going from the left, let's go from the left to the right. 1, 2, 3, go! Yes, 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 that's it. Let's go. Keep it going. Come on! I'm such a child, Jess.
It's always a good thing. I love Mexican waves. We managed to get a Mexican wave going in the awards ceremony last night, which was quite fun.
We've also managed to get it going in the stands 2 for 2 both days. We'll have that. Staffordshire lining up then first to go in the second session of the afternoon for endurance. The University of Agder are line racing behind them, ready and willing to go as soon as they are able. Keep your comments coming in on the live stream. That's the best way of contacting us. Kian Butler says, shout out to Phil for doing an awesome job of commentary at FSAE Australasia. Phil does an immense job. I miss you, Phil. Phil says, I am back in Australia now, but I was privileged to attend the launch of the Oxford Brookes 2025 Formula Student car, so a shout out from me to those that I met that night. Lovely stuff there. Marion Kent saying, come on, Oxford Brookes. David saying, a huge shout out to Gustav and Carl from Vermilion, crazy good drivers. William saying, one of the worst Mexican waves I've seen. Helen and Neil need to do better. Elsewhere, Joanna says, shout out to BRT, first corners this year, and they went past Scroot, track ready. Meanwhile, Neil Williams saying, go, 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 Staffordshire. Meanwhile, Kian Butler, is Monty still wearing his excellent t-shirt? Yes, he is, Kian. It is iconic. Meanwhile, Phil says he's getting ready for another event in December. Looking forward to watching that one, although I must say I may not have the commitment to the bit that Phil and Kian clearly do, staying up late in Australia to watch Formula Student here in the UK for 2025. They're about to take to the track for the second session of the day, the first car on track. After the lunch break, it is Staffordshire. 27 laps is what they need to complete to finish endurance. Let me go through for you now the current standings. These are preliminary without times added to for cones. Away goes Staffordshire. That's a very confident start as they head into the first corner. They've got to beat a number of teams. De Montfort with a 44.45, Aberdeen with a 44.50, Exeter with a 42.41, Sheffield Hallum with a 41.35, Malta with a 40.34, Imperial College with a 36.58, and Birmingham with a 35.32. Staffordshire going through the boot at the top of Cops Corner as they head down now towards the zigzags through the sea of cones. You're sat very low slung in the cockpit, and all you see out before you is cones horizontally across the driving line. It can be quite unsettling for the drivers, but no such trouble for Staffordshire at the moment. As they head past us here in the commentary box towards the second slalom, this will set them up for the hairpin at the bottom of the course, which begins the trickiest aspect of the circuit this year at Formula Student 2025. Through the hairpin they go, right outside the commentary box. There's a section of track there that will not dry out as quickly as the rest of the course. Through the hairpin with no problems for Staffordshire as they now head into the Mansell complex, taking inspiration from Brooklands and Luffield, as set up by Mike Mansell, formerly of Cardiff and now a Dynamics scrutineer and volunteer. Through they go then to complete their first lap. That is Staffordshire with a time on the board of 1:16.12, an excellent sighting lap for Staffordshire. Lap 1 down, second in progress.
Yeah, so with every driver, they want to get a sighter lap straight away because the conditions are a lot better than this morning. The track walk was done this morning in the wet, and with the sighter laps, it means they know what they can do for the next few laps, and they can go faster and faster and faster, and that's what Staffordshire is trying to do. And like I was saying earlier, it's all about consistency. You can't afford to go too quick in a lot of laps. We saw plenty of teams probably trying to lift and coast towards the end of their laps just to get through endurance. You've got to maintain the speed throughout and not go too quickly, because it leaves the second driver with a lot of work to do towards the end.
Absolutely, they need to keep that balance between pace, of course, the both drivers through Staffordshire come onto the hairpin, looking a bit squiffy on the entrance to the hairpin, managing to hold it there, but it did look rather twitchy, I must say. Cian Butler has reminded me it's actually only 8:10 in the evening in Perth currently, so he's not falling asleep yet. Thanks, Cian. Meanwhile, TBD 2612 says Phoenix Racing is so quick this year because they've studied one of the team members' E46 320Ds and worked out what makes it slow and developed the opposite for the race car. Spyro Pyro says, can I get a shout out for David? He's an absolute unit of a comment section warrior. Yes, he is. Meanwhile, Zoe Ange says, come on Staffordshire, and Arcane Venator says, go Staffs and go Calvin. Meanwhile, out onto the track now come Align Racing, the University of Adger, the second team to take to the track for the second stint of endurance. You're on screen now with Staffordshire. Looking very planted are the team from Staffordshire with the iconic nose cone with a shark and sponsorship from Alton Towers, Jess.
What? I would have dreamed up a sponsorship from Alton Towers there. It shows that if you do well in Formula Student previously, then you can get sponsors like that. But it is harder for certain teams to do so. But after doing well in endurance with some teams that have finished, maybe they'll get more sponsors next year.
Sponsors means more money means more development means fast cars. We like that. Staffordshire coming through the Mansell complex. That right-hander has been... Is it me, or has that right-hander been expanded a bit more runoff on the exit of that right-hander?
I've noticed that as well.
It's proven so difficult for so many of the teams. Meanwhile, Align Racing coming through in the background of that shot there as Staffordshire commence another lap. The latest lap there for you is a 1:14.28. The 3 laps complete for Staffordshire, onto their fourth. Adger about to post their first time as they come across the line with a time then of, drum roll please, 1:15.61. That is the first lap complete for the University of Adger. Align Racing all the way from Norway, and their photographer is coming past the commentary box with some wonderful Wellington boots on, and I respect that. Even in the dry, it reminds me of being back in the West Country. Staffordshire then into the zigzags at the top end of the course, barreling on down past us here in the commentary box, headed towards that slalom. The exit of the slalom will then set them up for the left and right over the wet bit of the course outside the grandstand at Copse Corner before then spewing them onto the hairpin. Meanwhile, here comes a line through those zigzags. Watch the exit that the teams get. Will they clip a cone on the exit trying to get the apex? No such problem for Align Racing. They are an electric car. Meanwhile, Staffordshire are internal combustion, and they come through past us in the commentary box to complete another lap. That is 4 laps complete for Staffordshire with a 1:12.57. 5th lap in progress now.
It's not as fast as what we saw Imperial's first driver go, but what I like about these tactics, have they chosen their slow driver first and maybe their second driver towards the end? Because we've seen with some teams, they've been trying to go quick on pace with the first driver, and the second driver is just to try and bring it home to complete endurance. So I wonder for some of these teams, maybe it could be the other way around. Maybe they watched it and see if they want to try something differently. Sometimes it's taking that gamble. And we just had a graphic there which just said the lap that they just did with Adger. I love it.
We've got some new graphics on the way. Thus far, we haven't seen any cones gone, but stand by for when we do get someone clipping the cones, because we may have some interesting graphics for you. I'm reliably informed. Meanwhile, Cian Butler raising a very good point about Staffordshire. I know you're currently watching Align Racing, but as Cian Butler's pointed out, Staffordshire have made some really good progress since FSUK returned post-COVID. Remember, they were a tubular space frame chassis with no aero in 23, a tubular space frame chassis with aero in 24, and now they are a carbon monocoque with aero in 2025, which is a wonderful turnaround for the team. You can see them making progress, evolving that design over the course of the last few years since COVID. Align have completed a second lap with a 1:14.64. They're on to their third lap now. Meanwhile, Staffordshire, their latest lap is a 1:11.31. They have completed 5 laps thus far. Their 6th is in progress. There you can see that Align Racing, they have come all the way from Norway. It's wonderful to see the teams from Europe coming to Formula Student here in the UK. And if you're watching this in Europe and think, I could do better than that, my car's faster than that, well, come to Silverstone, the home of British motorsport, right here in Motorsport Valley. There's so many employment opportunities as well. Come and prove it. Meanwhile, talking of proving it, Yui are here, and they are out on track now, barreling down the start line, headed towards the first slalom as the University of Agder head through the boot at the top of Copse Corner. And Mr. Lee Traherne is on his way in to talk us through Yui, because Well, put it this way. UE are rather difficult to please when it comes to commentary. If I don't talk about them, they complain. If I do talk about them, they complain. So as a result...
So at least we have someone.
I've got Lee in. Their media officer is giving me the evils already. I've got Lee in the commentary box now, so Lee can shield me from UE. Here they go then through the double zigzag, headed past us in the commentary box, on to the second slalom that will set them up for the complicated part of the course. Lee, there were issues yesterday for UE during sprint. I said it was power issues and it wasn't. Would you be able to correct the record?
I'm not quite sure as well, to tell the truth. There was a question of a little fueling problem, but still not quite sure, but it's working.
It is working. It is working very well and looking very rapid indeed as they cross the line to complete their first time. The West of England with a time there of 1:10.73, 1 lap down for UE. Yellow flag then as a line come to a stop. They're being told to stop. They are... What has gone on there? UE have been directed around a line through the overtaking bay, but it didn't look to me like a line had actually stopped. They seemed to be coasting. So something's gone on there with Align Racing as UE go through the boot. Now, I know that you can see there on the graphics, they're listed as a hybrid team, but I was under the impression they won't be running the full hybrid powertrain here at Formula Student at Silverstone. They intend to run it at Formula Student Spain with a full hybrid.
Yes, that's the plan so far, Giles. It wasn't fully finished to come to event in the UK. We have tested it, and it does seem to work quite nicely. But yeah, just needs a bit more tweaking just to get it right, you know. So, but yeah, it's a nice touch to the car.
It is really interesting. So, how would, in the context of a Formula Student car, is it very similar to a hybrid road car? How does the powertrain work as a hybrid in a Formula Student car?
The UE's one has been developed to work alongside the engine, so it's going to give us a bit more oomph out of the corner. It's not a dramatic power increase. It's about 20 newton meters of torque it puts out. But in the wet conditions, like yesterday, for instance, that would have been pretty handy on the acceleration run. You know, just to get the car to sort of grip up and get off the line a bit easier.
Really, really fascinating stuff. I am a massive nerd. Staffordshire come through to complete another time. And I've got a funny feeling that someone's clipped some cones because I've seen a marshal out reassembling the second slalom. So we've had some of the first cones gone of the second session. A line had a problem. They are back going again, as you can see there on track coming through the zigzags. Meanwhile, UE are slowing down considerably through the second slalom, but rightfully so. Remember, an off track, if you get the slalom wrong, will result in a 10-second penalty. Getting a bit sideways there, were aligned with the electric powertrain in the back. What can you tell us about the strategy for the drivers from UE going into endurance, Lee?
They got a target lap time to hit based on the time set previously by Birmingham, which was again a very competitive time. And a credit to all the teams that have finished this morning. It's been fantastic to see. Is it six cars finished?
So yes, we've had 6 cars finish. In fact, seven cars.
Seven finish. Yeah, just again amazing. Wasn't it last year? Only 7 cars finished throughout the entire year. So
we're doing remarkably better than we have in previous years. Some yellow flags out briefly there for a line. I think some cones have been clipped and people have got to reassemble them. You can see Marshall's darting across the track.
He's going.
He really is going for it. I know you can't see it at the moment on the stream. There he is, really running like a bat out of hell. These marshals from Motorsport UK doing an absolutely impeccable job. We're incredibly grateful to them for their time and clearly energy as well as a line go through the boot at the top of the course. Meanwhile, here is UE headed through that slalom as we've been talking about. Got to keep that planted.
I do like that Staffordshire car, though. I got to admit, it's a pretty car.
Staffordshire do always put together a good unit. They have done for the past few years.
It's a nice looking car.
Meanwhile, UE's then, looking very quick through the Mansell complex.
What's his time now coming through here?
Here we go then, coming across the line with UE's latest time of a 1:09.55. That's 2 seconds off their fastest. 4 laps complete, 5th in progress. AGA are currently on their 7th lap. Their fastest a 1:10.63. Their latest lap, their 6th lap, was a 1:14.30. Staffordshire have completed 9 laps thus far. They're on their 10th. Their latest is a 1:11.98. Their fastest was a 1:10.40. Staffordshire clearly getting into a groove.
Yep.
And finding their pace.
Yeah, his target was a 1:06 to a 1:10 to sort of compete against that Birmingham time currently. But obviously, The team did have a bit of a dilemma about the track conditions, obviously due to the fact it has stopped raining now. And it's a bit of a crossover point on this track, isn't it?
It is, exactly. They're currently in the dampest section of the course, are UE. This is where it has yet to dry out, and as a result, you might lose grip if you've got the slicks on, but the slicks are going to pay off for the rest of the circuit as they head through that tight right-hander of the Mansell complex, getting the tail out just a bit there, and through they come across the line to complete another lap. Do UE with a time of 1:07.86, only 0.6 of a second slower than their fastest time. 5 complete for UE, 6th in progress. Meanwhile, that looks to me to be Leeds, who have entered the track and entered the fray, but have then stopped at the kicker that is the boot at the top end of Copse Corner. Can they get the car going is the question. The answer seemingly is yes, but it will slow UE down, who were just beginning to get into the groove and head towards that target time that Lee's been talking about for the team. Leeds back underway, back under power. The team going wild for a line racing. They've come all the way from Norway. They had to pull in for Staffordshire to come through. Staffordshire doing very well. A line had a problem. They seem to have fixed it. Much is the same case for the University of Leeds. You've now got the blue flag to let UE come through. UE's time will be slowed down by that. Leeds managing to recover from an issue as they get back under power, and away they go.
Yeah, it's still going, which is fantastic to see.
Meanwhile then, on track at the moment, we've got UE, we've got Leeds, we've got Agger, and we've also got Staffordshire as well, not to mention Leeds on track. Lee, it's been a real pleasure. Thank you very much for joining us, and very best of luck to you and the rest of the team. Meanwhile, coming through are then UE, Lee, their technical advisor, bringing the car through for another lap, and that is 6 laps completed for UE. Their latest of 1:18.89, inhibited by the momentary loss of power for Leeds. So they are back out on track, are both UE and Leeds. Leeds have completed their first lap then with a 1:44.96, but that was with a loss of power. They're back underway though, onto their second lap now. And they've got the cones. Oh, Struth, that was some proper... I love this, look at that. Look at that from the marshal, great stuff. A line come through to complete another lap. The team going wild. They have come all the way from Norway, so why not? It's a fair old distance to come, and hey, Oxford Brooks cheer at everything, and they've only got a few miles to come, so why not? And that's Agger there with their 9th lap at a 1:16.03. On to their 10th lap now, are a line racing. Big up the marshal, says Faisal, definitely.
Without the marshals, this event wouldn't happen, and Leeds have almost come to a stop, but they got going again. They had this problem yesterday in acceleration where the car just couldn't, there was times where they stopped, same with Leeds in sprint as well. The power just doesn't seem consistent, and they can't seem to be on the same power at the right time. So I think it's going to be, quite a bit of willpower to try and make it through endurance, but we know we can do it. They just got to keep the power consistent.
They do indeed, and some really interesting, properly technical comments coming in on the stream as through go the University of Leeds past my new favourite camera, the worm's eye view of the chicane that brings them out onto the opening straight of the course. Absolutely loving that. University of Leeds go through, Staffordshire go through, a line come through as well. Staffordshire getting very excited for their team as well. Staffordshire have completed 13 laps. They're on their 14th, headed towards their driver change. Their latest is a 1:11.20. Agger are currently on their 11th lap, 10 completed, latest a 1:14.95. University of the West of England, UE, have completed 7 laps thus far. They're 8th in progress. Their fastest a 1:07.29. Their latest a 1:09.14. Right into the target area that they wanted their times to be in to contest with Birmingham. Meanwhile, we've got a number of cars out on track. The great engineering comments coming in, and I wish I had time to actually get into it and answer them, but we've got a lot of cars on track, so I will divert you to Kean Butler, who really does know his stuff down under in Perth. Thank you, Kean, for answering the questions that we haven't got the time to answer, because there are so many cars on track. It's a wonderful position to be in here at Silverstone for Formula Student 2025. Is it me, Jess, or a line looking rather positive?
I love it. I'm loving their attitude. Of course, they made it past Scrooge yesterday, and I mean, we always like the good atmosphere at Formula Student. Or, of course, Staffordshire has a few cheers as well. I wonder if we can get an award for the most cheers. Staffordshire has been given the checker flag. Their first driver is done. Time for the driver swap, and it is important that they get the procedure, as you just talked about earlier at the start of the afternoon section.
Yes, so they've got 3 minutes maximum before they start getting time added to their overall endurance time. So what that will mean is they've got 3 minutes to turn their car off. As soon as the car is off and the wheels have stopped, the 3-minute counter starts ticking down. They've got to get their first driver out, their second driver in, prove that it is all technically safe, that they are strapped in safely, and then they've got to get going again. Anything outside of those 3 minutes gets added onto their total time, and they've got 1 minute to then restart the car. If they don't get it restarted in a minute, that is a DQ. University of the West of England coming on through the first slalom of the course, headed towards the boot at the top of Copse Corner. We're coming to you live from the Grand Prix circuit of Silverstone. This is Copse Corner, of course, where Hamilton and Verstappen had their big coming together back in 2021. We nearly had it coming together between Sheffield Hallum and Exeter. And I'd just like to reiterate massive compliments to the driver from Sheffield Hallum for avoiding what could have been a nasty accident, and well done to the Exeter driver for recovering it, facing the wrong way on the circuit.
And they both finished endurance earlier on as well, so it could have been worse, but I think I'm relieved for both teams that they made it.
Meanwhile then, the University of Leeds have crossed the line to complete a 4th lap with a 1:17.16, only 0.4 of a second slower than their fastest time. They're on their 5th lap now, and as we are saying, those faster teams are beginning to line up in the queue. The two big ones to watch out for, Oxford Brookes University and the University of the Basque Country. Those are your two big contenders for Formula Student 2025. You can see our predictions as to who might take this over on the Formula Student podcast. You search Formula Student online on YouTube. The predictions video is out now. All of us in the media team who present, giving up predictions.
From Team Alpha.
You were Team Alpha. We're from Team Alpha, yes indeed. Who was your prediction, Jess? Who were you predicting for victory?
I originally said Adgo, and then when you were talking about the Basque Country, I sort of thought them as well. But I originally predicted Adgo due to the fact that their car design was looking very good. But
the car design does look good. You can see it on your screens now as they come through that right-hander. I swear they've allowed for a bit more runoff on that right-hander there. Mike Mansell, come and give me a thumbs up that is definitely the case, because that corner's been so
Or you might be imagining things, I don't know.
Could well be imagining things, but I swear those yellow cones have been moved further to the right on that corner as you join Align Racing. They've completed another lap then. That's 13 laps down. They're on to their 14th lap before their driver swap. 1:09.07, their fastest time thus far has been completed. Meanwhile then, other teams on track include UE and Leeds, both looking very good as well at the moment. Leeds had a bit of a moment, a bit of a problem, slowed down UE as a result, but they managed to recover. Meanwhile, a line going through the zigzags now. Watch for the exit. Any cones hit? Not that I can see. This is a rather disconcerting moment for the drivers. They're sat down less than a foot from the floor, and all they can see is a sea of cones horizontally across the driving line. It can be quite disconcerting. No issues, though, for Align Racing as they go through the second slalom onto the still wet section of the course. The checkered flag is there waiting for them. They're about to finish their first at the session of endurance. Driver number 1 is complete for Align Racing as they head into the pits to get driver number 2 in. As soon as they pull up and the car stops, that's when the clock starts. They've got 3 minutes to get it all done. A very, very rapid turnaround required then, otherwise they'll just add extra time to their endurance completion time.
And speaking of procedure, we've got Staffordshire, sex driver number 2, getting ready to go out on the circuit. They're waiting for the University of Leeds to pass them with good measure, and as soon as that, the marshals will give a brief and then Staffordshire could go. So we'll see what their pit stop time is. We'll find out very shortly. And here they go, Staffordshire second driver is on.
Away they go then, Staffordshire back out on track. You're with the University of the West of England. It's UE through the zigzags, headed towards past the overtaking zone on the other side of the course, coming past us in the commentary box as they barrel on down toward the second slalom. Plenty of comments coming in, and as ever, when doesn't it end up in a debate over whether aero is effective or not? Kean Butler saying Coventry swear that an aero package only makes the car slower. As a head of aerodynamics for my team, Edith Cowan in Australia, last year's winners at Formula Student UK 2025. It's my job to prove otherwise. He says, however, I can't promise I'll succeed in that. So yes, very much watch out for Coventry. Their power unit is sublime as UE cross the line to complete another lap. That is their 11th lap completed onto their, that's 12 laps completed onto their 13th, I should say. It's a 1:32.62. They would have been slowed down by overtakes there. Rear wing is also a great place to slap on more sponsor logo, says Peter Brooks. Yes, it is indeed. 1:32, lap 12 completed then for UWE. On to their 13th now. Staffordshire come through to complete another lap. The team going wild here at Copse Corner, cheering them on for dear life. If that's how Staffordshire sound, I'm going to be deafened by Oxford Brookes later.
I think there's a lot of other teams that are going to have a look. And don't forget Coventry, Giles. We saw what happened with the hot seat. I know they're going to be having loads of excitement. It's great. And it's great to also see the amount of support that they've got as well, as we're seeing the University of West of England having to let Leeds through for the overtake. The blue flag has been shown, and they got to move past straight away, which they do. And we got Staffordshire right behind. Their time's going to be compromised, and it looks like, yeah, Staffordshire is going to be compromised there. They're trying to get heat in the tyres as well because of that.
Well, they're using it as an opportunity to do so because there's not a lot else they can do, but you could see a twitch there from the back end of Staffordshire as they came round the corner to find Leeds only just moving past UWE, and there was a nearly a repeat of what we saw in 2021. I won't go there, but for those that know, you know what I'm on about. As through go Leeds, they lost power momentarily into the Mansell complex, which will have slowed down. Oh, hang on a minute. There we go. That is Leeds in. Staffordshire go through. Leeds are in, but that must have been for a meatball because that is not Leeds completed. They need to complete 14 laps with driver one behind the wheel before they are able to go into the pits. We've seen them have issues previously. They lost power momentarily on the entrance to the Mansell complex, which slowed down Staffordshire. They weren't expecting it, so I don't know what's going on with Leeds, but could someone please tell us? Meanwhile, UWE have come through to complete another lap. That's 13 laps down, 14th in progress for UWE. They had to pull in to let Leeds through. Leeds were quicker all of a sudden, and now they've gone into the pits with a problem.
I wonder if they've done something early on in the lap which caused some attention from the marshals. We don't know, but hopefully we can get someone to find that out for you, or it might just be a problem with the car. We know that quite a few teams have had meatball flags, but there's one team that had a meatball flag and they were able to fix the repair of the car and they were able to complete endurance. That was Aberdeen, so if Aberdeen can do it, so sure some other teams can do it. Staffshire's looking very quick through that final section.
UWE's come to a halt, Jess. UWE has come to a halt. And you can see them trying to restart the car as it buckles under the restart. And they're away, but they stalled it. Can they get the car going again? I've got to be careful what I say here. I'm rather intimidated by their media officer. Can UWE get the car going again? There is life in that car yet, but it doesn't seem to be coming forthwith as Staffordshire are pulled around the UWE car. They are allowed out of track to do so. The marshal's directing UWE. UWE steamingly finding it very difficult to get the car going. Meanwhile, you can see in the bottom right of your screens a whole crowd of scrutineers surrounding the Leicester car. There is Staffordshire, who had us stopped momentarily, but they are back under power as well. UWE are away. They finally get going again, so they've rectified whatever problem that was.
They had 2 minutes, and it was way over the 2 minutes. If they didn't fix it in 2 minutes, and if the marshal touched the car, that would be a DNF for them.
There is a time crunch if you come to a halt on the track. I do wonder whether that was the BSPD playing silly with the car from the University of the West of England. As you can see on your screens, there are line racing on the other side of the circuit. Meanwhile, Staffordshire come through to complete another lap to cheers of rapturous applause from the crowd. Meanwhile, that is the University of the West of England have completed their first session. In they come. There'll be a sigh of relief there from the driver on the final lap of their session. The car decided to play up. They managed to get it going again. Meanwhile, a line come through with a very fast-looking car. Let's go Aberdeen, says Faisal. Get it going, man. Yes, I mean, Aberdeen did finish endurance earlier today with a time of 44.50. The fastest time at the moment, without any cones being added, I should add, is Birmingham with a 35.32 on track at the moment. You can see there Staffordshire, meaner than a junkyard dog, we're reliably informed, according to their back wing, and they are keeping it nice and quick and additionally consistent with very few cones picked up as far as we've been able to see, but there's so much to keep going with. Meanwhile, here comes one of your contenders for the win. Bizkaia, Formula Student UK 2025, could be going to the Spanish if they have anything to say about it. Meanwhile, here comes Staffordshire to cross the line and complete another lap. More cheers from Staffordshire as they go across the line to complete their 19th lap. They're on to their 20th with a time of 106.77.
They're going very quickly, aren't they? But they got a lot of work to do to get to the end. We've got the Basque Country that has just started in endurance. They're one of the favourites, of course, but they didn't do as much runs in sprint yesterday. But from what I'm being hopefully informed, that they might have probably preserved the car parts, because we saw with Birmingham, we thought it was going to hinder them, but it didn't. But the Basque Country, they wanted to play it safe and to make sure that their car gets it. Oh, it's Staffordshire having a save there. I think they touched the damp part of the circuit.
They might well have done. Meanwhile, the University of the Basque Country are now lapping around this endurance course here at Formula Student. Through the zigzags they go. The electric power unit propelling the Spanish towards potential Formula Student glory. They need to complete 27 laps in the driver change. Meanwhile, there is Staffordshire going through the Mansell complex, coming towards us here in the commentary box. The teams are hitting their stride now. And the team go wild for Staffordshire as they cross the line to complete their 20th lap. Their 21st is now in progress with a 105.53. Jack telling us that Leeds got given a black and orange flag. We've yet to see them return to the track, so I'm going to conclude that Leeds are out unless I'm told otherwise. Through go the Basque Country onto their second lap. Their fastest time, their first time, was a 111.24, and an astounding sighting lap as the track begins to dry out. We're currently in wet conditions here at Formula Student.
I'll find out, try and find out for Monty what's happening with Leeds as well.
Be good to know. Here is the University of the Basque Country, Bizkaia, coming through the zigzags at the top end of the course, looking really rather quick, incredibly smooth. There's a song there for a Spanish driver about being a smooth operator that I'm not going to sing for you. As they head towards the second slalom, do Bizkaia on the approach to the hairpin and the Mansell section of the course. Staffordshire coming across the line. More cheers from Staffordshire. That is 21 complete out of 27, 105.03, their fastest time to date. Staffordshire truly hitting their stride with this lap and five more laps to go for Staffordshire. As through come Bizkaia to complete another lap. What can they post here? Is it going to be faster? The answer, yes, 110.73, 2 laps complete. Third to come from the University of the Basque Country. Now, oddly enough, Jess, UE are away after their driver change.
What was their pit stop? Their pit stop
3:38.93. So that'll be 38 seconds added to their time. But as you just said there, Jess, and I'm sure Lee would agree, that is tidy indeed. Talking of tidy, coming through the boot are the University of the Basque Country, headed towards the double zigzag. A line crossed the line, oddly enough, with a time of 1:16.97 onto their 19th lap. The team from the University of Adga. You can see the University of the Basque Country might have something to contend with here, with UE behind them. UE looking very good. They were aiming for a time between 105 and 110 from what I can gather, as they want to challenge Birmingham for the lead here at Endurance. So you can see them taking it through the second slalom of the course. A line are out there, as are the University of the Basque Country. Not to mention Staffordshire are moments away from finishing Endurance. Only a couple of laps left for the guys from Staffordshire. They're on their 23rd lap at the moment with a 105.76. That's only 7/10 slower than their last lap. Properly consistent stuff.
And like we say, consistency is key, and they don't seem to be slowing down, which I am very, very impressed with, which means they always bring a great car. Like someone was saying earlier in the chat, they've been looking very consistent since after COVID. They finished well in almost every single event. They finished 4th last year. I have a feeling they're going to finish well this year as well. They've come in the top 3 in quite a few other things as well. As Yuri is heading towards the double left-hander coming up now. That was very tidy from them as well. As we see Staffordshire complete another lap. So that is lap 24, a 1:06.79, not far off their fastest. Is there that is honestly, I think, a team that are very, very keen to win the entire thing, because they looked very good in statics as well.
Fantastic stuff for all the teams out on track. University of West of England, you're currently with on your screens, and if you're over in the stands at Cops, it's great to see so many spectators here, so do give us a wave. Thank you very much for joining us here on track. University of the Basque Country, Bizkaia crossing the line to complete their fourth lap with a 1:11.07, only a second off their fastest. They have hit consistency immediately, have the team from Spain. Meanwhile, here is Staffordshire University. They are currently on their 24th lap. Their latest a 1:06.79, their fastest a 1:05.03. Moments away then from completing endurance for another year are Staffordshire. This is very, very promising. I say this, and they are currently stopped behind a line. A line have got going, and that means Staffordshire can get going as well. And it says a lot to me, Jess, that Staffordshire can get stuck behind a car that's stopped, and in the case of a line, that may well be because they've got a right cone. They've got a cone wedged under the wishbones on the front right suspension, and that might be the furthest travelled cone of the day so far. Props to Staffordshire, though, because they didn't have to worry about restarting. They were just straight in there, and a line are getting the blue flag to get out of the way. It looks to me like they came a cropper yet again in that right-hander on the Mansell complex, and as a result, they had to stop because they got a cone wedged under there. No problems, though, for Staffordshire as they go through. Bizkaia come through as well to complete another lap, and that is going to be a 1:11.10. That's 5 laps completed for Bizkaia. They're 6th in progress. Meanwhile, the crowd getting very excited for regular favourites here at Formula Student, Oxford Brookes, who will be next to take to the track.
They had a high voltage problem, and that meant that they were trying to fix some issues towards the end of the sprint, which they weren't able to take part in. But Staffordshire don't have long to go until they complete endurance. They're on lap, well, they're on lap 25 now, and not long to go. And honestly, that we never worry about Staffordshire, because every time they turn up a Formula Student, they have a car that can compete, and it's reliable. Reliable is very key at the moment. Next lap complete. What's their lap time? 1:07.1. That is very key. And Lion Racing got a 1:13.4, so a few seconds lower.
Staffordshire on track to complete endurance yet again on their penultimate lap now, with driver number 2 behind the wheel. It's a team I've competed against myself at Formula Student, and they are great to compete against because they really do force the best out of you. A well-oiled machine, a fantastic unit, and proof that you can still be competitive at Formula Student with an internal combustion power unit. Meanwhile, UE have got the best of both worlds with their hybrid power unit, but they do seem a little bit slower than Staffordshire, who are sending it now on their penultimate lap. A team that has evolved greatly with the design of their car over the past 3 years. They just haven't been rewarded with a win at the event in total, but they're a team that are consistently within the top 5 and challenge with the leaders every single time. As they come through the Mansell course now, they've only got 1 lap left to go to Staffordshire. As the team erupt with applause, they know that they are 1 lap away from finishing endurance at Formula Student 2025. The team there on the cameras now, they know that this few corners that are coming up now will make the difference. Don't count your chickens, though. We have seen it before at Formula Student back in 2020.
Oh, UE stopped.
UE have slowed down and have to get back under power. I think they were being overtaken by a line there, but they're struggling to get back on the power, and this is going to be a bit awkward then
for the Basque
Country to get through, because pulling out of the overtaking bay, UE haven't found the power. Bizkaia, though, no power issues for them and the way they go. I'm not saying that that was a power issue for UE, because they're back on it again. It might well be BSPD for them. Staffordshire, though, into the final throws of the final lap for Endurance 2025 at Formula Student. Through they go then into the hairpin now. Moments away from completing endurance. There's the hairpin. Excellent exit, right close to the apex, onto the Mansell section of the course. Here is the checkered flag. There's a couple of cones gone there, but they don't care, because Staffordshire have completed endurance at Formula Student 2025.
The crowd are delighted. The team are delighted. Oh, look at that.
Overtaken by what does that say? Overtaken by Jeremias, apparently. I wouldn't know what that means.
Has he got a stake?
That Jeremiah is Exeter, Jeremias is Staffordshire.
Oh, right, sorry.
But there we are then. That is Staffordshire having completed endurance, the first team in the second session to do so. Align Racing have completed another lap. They have posted then a 1:10.85. They are on their 24th. Currently also on track at the moment is UE.
Birmingham still fastest.
They're on their 19th lap, are UE with a 2:03.42. And elsewhere on track, we've also got Bizkaia, and they've just crossed the line to complete another lap themselves. They are on to their 9th lap now. Their 8th was a 1:11.91. They might be about to overtake Leeds, who got brought in with a meatball flag. Yellow flags, though, for UE. UE have stopped out on track again, I'm afraid to say. And that might well be yet another BSPD issue. It's the switch that controls power to the engine. If you apply pressure to the brake and the accelerator simultaneously, there can be a delay between if you do press them both at the same time and then getting the car back underway. As a result, it seems to me with that delay before they can get back on the power, it might well be that. So UE have indeed stopped. The yellow flag is waving as through come Align Racing, wheeling their way around the stricken UE car. The fastest time so far in endurance, to remind you, is a 35:32.74
from Birmingham.
Staffordshire got a second there with a 35:49, so only 17 seconds slower than Birmingham, but not quite enough to topple Birmingham from the hot seat. They are currently leading the 27 club with 8 members at the moment. To Montfort, Aberdeen, Exeter, Sheffield Hallum, Malta, Imperial College, Staffordshire and Birmingham.
They're the ones that completed endurance.
They are indeed, and here then is Bizkaya coming through on your screens now, and Oxford Brooks have taken to the track, Jess.
There we go. The Oxford Brooks have always done well every single year, but there's certain years where they've been plagued with issues. Will they be? Go. And the marshals have got in touch with the car. That means UE are out. They have DNF from endurance.
Heartbreaking for the University of the West of England. Not a million miles away from completing endurance, but sadly, it's all over for UE. They will look then to recover and redeem themselves in Spain in a couple of weeks for Formula Student Spain. Meanwhile, through go Bizkaya through the second slalom. You can see on your screens there a line coming past us here in the commentary box as well. Meanwhile, though, Bizkaya are the ones to watch currently because they are in competition with a team that are coming past us in the commentary box, and no doubt you'll see on your screens as well very shortly, Oxford Brooks University. Meanwhile, though, Monty with a pit lane report. In fact, he might well have the fastest team so far in endurance. Monty, what have you got?
And we thought that was going to be Staffordshire's to win there. Actually, no, we still have the University of Birmingham with us. Even in wetter conditions, you guys are still at the top. How did you pull that off?
I don't know. We've been... Wow. I don't know. I think we're just...
Big balls.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no.
Yeah, jokes aside, you still you went 17 seconds quicker than Staffordshire in your run. That was quick.
I can't... I think we just both settled into a rhythm. Yeah. And, yeah, I can't believe it, really. We're both just absolutely ecstatic at that. Yeah. That is incredible. Yeah.
I had my moment on the first lap, but then kind of calmed myself down and got into a good rhythm, and we just brought the car home, which is what we wanted to do. So
yeah, the wet certainly made it really interesting, and there were some very greasy areas, but yeah, we kept it cool. I think we only had 1 cone penalty as well, so that definitely played in our favour. But no, that's amazing. That is absolutely incredible that we are still ahead. Yeah, very happy indeed.
No, rightly so, guys. Congratulations. We got our fingers crossed for you. We still got the next 5 to go out, but for now, you guys are still top of the field at the moment, so you get to sit on our hot seats, kindly provided by Bentley.
Lovely. Very comfortable. Thank you.
Very comfortable.
They are very comfortable. I wouldn't mind one myself, to be honest.
Thank you very much, Bentley. Back to the comms box.
Thank you, Monty. As we're seeing Oxford Brooks out there on the circuit, but Align Racing are on their final lap of endurance. They'll be the next team to compete. We thought that they stopped quite a few times, but we thought they were going to have issues. You could see passing us in the commentary box. You could tell they're playing it safe right now, but they got to, well, pretty much let pass the University of the Basque Country. So hopefully they could keep the power as we got Vermilion Racing going out there on the circuit from Denmark. So we've got 3 cars on the circuit at the same time. But the team at the University of Adger will be with delight as they complete endurance. Congratulations, a team that's done so well in the past. Well done to them with a time of 38.33, which puts them into 4th place, just behind Imperial College.
There we go then. The team from Norway have completed endurance here at Formula Student 2025. They will be over the moon with that. Meanwhile, also out on track, they're over from Denmark. Vermilion Racing have entered the fray as they head towards the first slalom on the course. I think. No, I'm not. I'm wrong. I'm on the other side of the course already. I've lost my place. There we are. In through the zigzags are Vermilion. They're quicker than I expected, and they head towards the second slalom already. The electric power unit from the Danish team powering them through endurance. Another electric car out on track as well is Oxford Brookes University, and their nearest rivals, Bizkaia, are currently being held up by Vermilion. As a result, Oxford Brookes will be determined to push it. They are going rather conservatively, though, it seems to me, Jess.
Yeah, it seems to me that they don't want to push too quickly because otherwise they could have the same issues as yesterday with their high voltage problem. So I think they're just playing it safe for now.
Excellent stuff then. Oxford Brookes University out on track at the moment. They are in close competition with the University of the Basque Country to take victory in Formula Student, but do not write off the likes of Coventry as well, who could well be in with a shout as well. There's a lot of wells going on there. Meanwhile, going through the boot are Oxford Brookes. What have you got, Jess?
We have an update on Monty. I asked him to find out about Leeds and he's got some information. So, Monty, what happened?
Oxford Brookes going through the zigzags. Monty with information on Leeds DNF. What happened, Monty?
It's a safety issue. They were leaking fuel.
That's very unfortunate then for the University of Leeds. It was a car that we really liked the look of and was seemed to be possible to make it dance right through the corners, but unfortunately a fuel leak is going to spell the end of anyone's endurance run. Meanwhile, here is Oxford Brookes on track, headed through the zigzags and right on towards the second slalom of the course. Out through the hairpin they go and round into the Mansell complex.
Because I thought they would go a lot faster than that.
And that is the Bizkaia. That is Bizkaia, and they have completed their first part of endurance. That is 14 laps completed with a 111.32 from the University of the Basque Country. They are now into their driver swap.
Yes, and of course they have 3 minutes to do so, as we've got the Vermilion Racing that has just finished their lap time from Denmark as a 121.58. They're just getting a feel for the track right now. They're currently sitting in 17th spot, and we know we could go quicker with the time that they got set currently from the sprint yesterday. For those of you that are watching, these are the 10 fastest teams that are competing in endurance, and hopefully, if we have time, we will have 5 more teams that are past scrutineering. And I do believe it won't be that long until scrutineering shuts, which means we can have a final update very soon on how many teams have passed scrutineering, which is a lot more than last year. It's pretty much well over half from last year. So a massive shout out to everyone that's got through scrutineering. Even if you haven't even made it out onto track, that's still a huge achievement. Oxford Brookes pass our commentary box, and so is the Vermilion Racing. We'll see what Oxford Brookes could do as they go past the Brookland and Luffield section of the course.
Through go Oxford Brookes then to complete another lap, and that will put them on the board with 5 laps complete, a 122.71 completed by Oxford Brookes. The squeal of the 4 in-hub electric motors barreling down Copse Corner here for Formula Student 2025. One of the hot favourites are Oxford Brookes up against the Basque Country, both out on track at the moment and about to enter the fray seemingly might well be Cardiff. They've had significant issues yesterday. I can reliably inform you that the 3rd fastest time in sprint was set by Aaron behind the wheel of Evie, Cardiff Racing's latest entry, running on 2 out of 3 cylinders in 1st gear, maxing out to 9,000 RPM, and they still managed to come 3rd. It's a fair old cop, to be fair to Aaron. Nice driving there from Aaron Farmer, about to take to the track here at Formula Student 2025. Out on track at the moment is Oxford Brookes, who seem to me, Jess, to be being rather conservative. We know that car can go faster. We've seen it go faster in similar conditions yesterday in sprint. Meanwhile, here on your screens is Vermilion, another electric car, this time from Denmark, as they go through the zigzags, heading down towards the second slalom of the course. They go through with no issue at all, as far as I can see. Watch out for the cones, though. Those penalties will increase their times. Oxford Brookes are through the hairpin and headed towards the Mansell complex of the circuit, inspired by the likes of Brooklands and Luffield. Meanwhile, the Vermilion are through the hairpin as well. I had heard Cardiff's car fired up, but I can't hear it anymore. There may well be issues for Cardiff on the line. Oxford Brookes go through, Vermilion follow suit very close behind. Oxford Brookes could do with picking up the pace just a little bit, otherwise they are going to get overtaken by Vermilion, which will slow both teams down as a result.
Their fastest time for Oxford Brookes is a 1:22.71, and I just know that there's more power in that car for Oxford Brookes. They've shown it yesterday in acceleration, they've shown it in a few parts of sprint, so I think their new goal is just to finish endurance with the way they're going, or do they have one of their slower drivers in the car, as we have not that long to go for Oxford Brookes, who's on lap 6 now, out of the scheduled laps for the first driver. I have to say, I know Denmark is going a lot faster than them, so they'll need to overtake them very shortly.
They're going to have to at some point. They do. The overtake has taken place, and Vermilion are through with Oxford Brookes left behind as they pulled in to allow Vermilion through. But Oxford Brookes seem to have now caught up in the sense of they know they can put the power down because there's an electric car ahead of them, and they seem to be following suit. Not a lot of gap now between Vermilion and Oxford Brookes. Meanwhile, Cardiff were on the line. They were idling, and then they seemed to not be idling, and I would like to know why, and I can tell you who can tell me. Monty.
Hello, Giles. So hopefully Cardiff are going to make it on the track very, very shortly. The engine is running rough, though, rougher than your voice after an evening of karaoke. Looks like it's going to be 2 out of 3 cylinders working for this one if they do get on track.
So they didn't manage to fix it in the end?
Not from what I'm listening to at the moment, no. Basque of the country about to start their second part, and then hopefully Cardiff are going to be out after this.
Thank you very much for that update, Monty, or should I say Ted. Out through the boot they go then. That is Vermilion with Oxford Brookes right behind them. Oxford Brookes were ahead, had to pull in for Vermilion, and Oxford Brookes then seemed to take it as an opportunity to follow Vermilion round, and they're of equal pace. Meanwhile, Bizkaia enter the fray yet again for their second stint now. A bag of some description is floating across the track in the wind. I can't see it making much of a difference, but you may see a yellow because of it, who knows. But what I do know right now is Vermilion were faster, Oxford Brookes were lagging, and now all of a sudden Oxford Brookes are right there with Vermilion, and I can't quite understand it, Jess. There's mere meters from the back.
They have similar pace. They have similar pace, both of them, it sounds like.
Well, quite possibly. Meanwhile, Leicester powertrain leader is the best. Come on, Leicester, says Nana B. Oxford Brookes have completed 8 laps thus far with a 1:16.55. Their fastest time posted there onto their 9th lap now. They're following. Meanwhile, in front of them, it is, of course, the Danish team, Vermilion, who have just posted a 1:20.18. They're 6 laps down, 7 to go. Monty's on his way back. Potentially some more updates from the pit lane for you, as into the boot go Oxford Brookes. And they were clearly allowed through past Vermilion. I was busy looking at the timing board and might have missed that one, but Vermilion are now behind Oxford Brookes. Oxford Brookes, not quite sure what was going on there. Somewhat slow. All of a sudden, Vermilion overtake them, and then they're straight back on the pace to the point where they're putting in fastest laps. An interesting approach there. Monty, what have you got?
Just an observation from the outside. Number 27 seems to be stopping intermittently around the track at the moment. Keep an eye on them, just in case this could be a developing thing.
An interesting one. Number 27 being Vermilion, the Danish electric car, seemingly having intermittent power issues from what we can gather from Monty. Thank you very much for the update there as they go through the hairpin bend at the bottom of the course. Lining up on track, waiting for both Oxford Brookes and Vermilion to go through is Cardiff, running rough on 2 out of 3 cylinders from what we can gather. If someone from Cardiff would like to come and correct me, feel free, but it might well be the case. We know that Triumph Street Triple hasn't been particularly well, but we also know that the team can potentially nurse it round. And away go Cardiff. Car number 2 from Cardiff University is out on track behind Oxford Brookes. It's the final internal combustion car from Cardiff. It is Evie, as through the boot go Oxford Brookes. Still can't quite understand the approach they took to that overtake, but there we are. 3 cars then in a fair old queue. Oxford Brookes and Vermilion, both electric powered, and out on track alongside them is Cardiff. Meanwhile, Bizkaia also out on track with an electric powertrain. They come through then with their latest time of a 1:16.44. 17 laps completed, 18th in progress, 27 to complete in total. Meanwhile, we have found a phone beside the Aston Martin Formula 1 car. So if you've lost your mobile phone, then come to
Cardiff
commentary
has
box.
stopped.
And oh no, that's not what you want to see for Cardiff. Shaking the head there is the driver from Cardiff University as the marshals direct traffic around the stranded car from Cardiff. Bizkaya come through, they are waved around the Welsh car, a shake of the head, a cross of the hands. It's over before it's even begun for Cardiff University.
They haven't even done a lap.
That's absolutely gutting for the team. They've spent hours, days trying to get that engine to work, but nothing is possible now for the team from Cardiff as Bizkaya carry on their way. Traffic diverted around Cardiff through the hairpin. Go Bizkaya in towards the Mansell complex. And for the first time in 3 years, I have to say these words. Cardiff University, Cardiff Racing are out of endurance at Formula Student 2025.
Their hopes of winning the overall championship this year is unfortunately gone, but we still got plenty of fast teams to come, with Bath and Coventry still to come. And we know how Coventry like to celebrate if they win, that's for sure.
By drowning our presenters in...
Birmingham's still the fastest team, and by the way this is going, Birmingham, I think, will still probably be in the top 3.
Could well be. Oxford Brookes coming through to complete another lap with Vermilion close behind them. Those teams clearly a very, very equal pace. And that is a 1:23.43 for Oxford Brookes. 11 laps completed onto their 12th. Meanwhile, Vermilion, the Danish team, with a 1:21.87. 9 laps completed onto their 10th. If you're just joining us, the big news is that last year's runners-up, Cardiff, are out with a very unhealthy powertrain. They were trying to run rough on 2 out of 3 cylinders, according to Monty. We knew they had problems yesterday. They managed to place 3rd in sprint with that power unit on 2 out of 3 cylinders, but getting through endurance is somewhat different to getting through sprint, and it's all over for Cardiff as Bizkaya come through.
They only had one run in Cardiff.
And across the line, they didn't even manage 1 lap, very sadly, and Bizkaya come through to complete another lap. 18 down, 19th in progress, 1:10.68 done for Bizkaya. Their fastest, a 1:09.22. So driver number 2 from Bizkaya clearly into the groove, as through go Oxford Brookes on the hairpin with Vermilion right behind them. These two are right there with each other. Through the Mansell complex they both go. No dramas for each of them. And past my favourite camera angle goes Oxford Brookes across the line to complete another lap, with Oxford Brookes timing there in with a 1:15.09. 12 laps complete, 13th in progress. Not long now before the driver change for Oxford Brookes. Vermilion crossed the line there with a time of 1:15.25, only 2 tenths slower than Oxford Brookes. 10 laps completed for them, 11th in progress, as they come along into the boot at the top of Copse Corner. Formula Student 2025 live from Silverstone. And Oxford Brookes may need to pull in for Vermilion, because Vermilion seem to be lapping, if not equally, a bit faster. As away go Bizkaya, and lining up on the line, another incredibly quick team, another British entrant with an electric powertrain. Away go Bath University to complete endurance, or certainly they're intending on doing so. Through the second slalom goes Oxford Brookes, under pressure now from Vermilion, who seem to have just backed off a little bit as they head into the hairpin at the bottom of the course. Round they go, nice exit and entrance from the pair of them, as away they go into the Mansell complex. This right-hander is incredibly difficult to get right at high speeds. Really, you've got to have to slow down if you want to get through cleanly. They both do so. Past us here in the commentary box, and on to their next lap. Oxford Brookes then on their final lap for driver number 1, a 1:15.47. Meanwhile, Vermilion are on their 12th lap with a 1:14.69. They are in fact quicker than Oxford Brookes are Vermilion, but they are still being held up behind them. Bizkaya then, through the hairpin they go. Potential winners of Formula Student 2025 if they can finish endurance. The Spaniards go through the right-hander and take it across the line to complete another lap for them. This will be lap 20 completed, 1:13.23 from Bizkaya. That is their 21st now in progress. Bath have crossed the line The team going wild there with a 106.73. That's a damn
That's a good lap
exciting
out
Jess.
the gate. I think I was predicting Bath to do well in endurance because of the amount of times they've done well in the dynamic events yesterday. They're like Birmingham, aren't they? They seem to be coming into the dynamic events with hardly any problems. And a team you would not expect coming into this as well with electric power is absolutely fantastic to see. And we could see a battle between a team from the Midlands and then a team from Somerset, which Bath's not that far from Birmingham, but we've got to check the flag.
Oxford Brooks are in for their driver swap. And that is good news for the team who, over the past few years, have had a fair bit of bad luck in endurance. And if they can get through this cleanly, then they really can challenge the car you're seeing on your screens there in black and red. Bizkaia are their closest rivals. The team from Spain take it across the line, and they will complete their 21st lap with a time of 110.42. 22nd now for Bizkaia. Meanwhile, Bath have crossed the line with a 107.07, only 4/10 slower than their fastest time. A very consistent drive there from driver number 1 from Bath. 2 laps completed, 3rd in progress. Can any of these teams challenge the 35.32 Sacrified Birmingham, Jess?
I think if they can, they got to be consistent throughout, because I think Imperial were lacking towards the end. They were lifting and coasting, whereas Birmingham were able to just keep it calm and collected throughout as well. We know Staffordshire could have gone quicker towards the end, but again, it was just bringing it home, and Staffordshire wasn't that far out either. So it could be interesting to see what Bath could do. Here is Vermilion Racing. They're on lap 13, so they've got one, I think, is it 1 or 2 more laps before driver change, Giles?
So that will be Vermilion through then onto what looks to me to be their final lap ahead of their driver change. Yes, indeed, their latest and their fastest, a 111.82. Oxford Brooks are currently in the pits as things stand, and through Vermilion go round the boot. Bath have got through on Bizkaia. Bath looking very rapid indeed.
104.86, the fastest lap time of the day by 1,000th over Imperial College.
That's impressive to say the least, and that's only their 3rd lap. Onto their 4th. What can driver number 1 from Bath do here, Jess? I'm expecting great things. A sub-60 in endurance is incredibly impressive.
I think we saw that in 2023, didn't we? With 2 cars going roughly fast in similar conditions that I think hit the 60s, but they were caught by traffic, and that's the danger in endurance. You may get caught up in traffic. I think that's what Staffordshire was lacking as well. They got caught by traffic, as we could see. Vermilion Racing about to finish with their first driver in endurance, and then they'll be moving on to driver 2. 3 minutes they've got to do the driver change and restart the engine. So there they come through. So good job to them. But meanwhile, we're seeing at University of Bath going through their next lap time. And I think they're going to go just fast and fast, but it's not updating. A 103.49 for Bath.
Bath on ascend, followed very closely by Bizkaia, who send a lap time up the board of a 105.49. They're on to their 24th lap now. The team from Spain looking very good indeed. Meanwhile, a hub of activity around the Vermilion car as Oxford Brooks return to the track with their 2nd driver behind the wheel. Quite possibly, Jess, judging by that start alone.
That's their faster driver.
That is their faster driver to what we can see.
So I think they've gone exactly the opposite to what we saw the majority of our teams. Their faster drivers going last, and then they were conserving for the first half of the race. Well, not the race, the event. So that will be interesting to see how that plays out, because conserving towards the end would have been better, but you know, they have more of the power in the car and more fuel to get to the end. And they're also marked by their fuel efficiency. That's going to be important. You can see a Bath again going through Brooklyn's Bath Country, not that far behind. But let's watch Bath first. Bath up to the line. And it is a 105, 2 seconds slower, but consistent. You can't go fast all the time. Bath Country are on finished lap, well, they're on lap 25 now with a 108.36. That's more like it from the Basque Country. They're getting quicker.
I've had a message into the commentary box. It was not a BSPD failure for Yui. It was a failure in the fuel system. It was either a pump or a regulator causing loss in fuel pressure. Gutting when they were so close the team from the University of the West of England. Come on, Phoenix Racing, all the best, says Nick. Sonia Moraz says Sophie, and then some strong arm emojis. Meanwhile, let's see how fast driver number 2 from OBR is, says Breeze. Let's look indeed. Alexander saying track is looking lovely and dry now. Let's see what the Phoenix Racing car can do. As it struggled in the wet with its 100 horsepower. It did indeed, but hopefully not a problem for them now. I'm really looking forward to seeing Coventry's attempt at endurance as Bizkaia head on their way through the second slalom towards the hairpin. Bath lapping very quickly indeed. Their fastest time of 103.49. Their last was a 105.64. Let's see what they're going to post here. And it was a 106.43. Lap 6 completed for Bath. 7th in progress. Bizkaia go through. Moments away from completing endurance. They are on to their 26th lap, their penultimate lap with a 107.16. They could well challenge for the lead of endurance from Birmingham with a 35.32. They've been topping the results in both statics and dynamics. Have the team from Spain. It really is between Oxford Brookes and the University of the Basque Country, Jess.
And maybe Birmingham as well, with the way Birmingham are doing in statics as well. But Oxford Brookes, they're looking a lot more faster. And what's their lap time going to be? A 1:15.69, so there were certain bits where they were a lot slower.
So that's Oxford Brookes with driver number 1, a 1:15.69 on the timing board. 17th lap in progress, 16th completed. A 1:10.55 is their fastest time, but we know for sure that that car can go a lot faster. Vermilion back out on track, a car with an incredibly similar pace to Oxford Brookes, as round the hairpin for the penultimate time go the University of the Basque Country. Bizkaia taking it through the Mansell complex as they head towards the start-finish line, and across the line go the University of the Basque Country to commence their final lap, and on to the start-finish straight they go into turn 1 and headed towards that first slalom. Will we see a sub 60-second time from the University of the Basque Country? Possibly not, but will we see an overall faster time than 35.32?
Maybe.
Could well do.
I think Birmingham are still in the hot seat now, and I think they're going to hope they're going to stay in the hot seat, because they stay top for pretty much the majority of the event, because Birmingham were going out 10th earlier on, and Imperial College almost got it. Oxford Brookes just finished their next lap as well, but we're drawing our attention to the Basque Country. They're on the final few corners now. Their hopes of dream of winning the overall event could be important here, as we've got Vermilion Racing on the final few corners. Never mind, as they finish off their laps.
Here we go then, Jess, as they head towards the hairpin. These are the final moments for the team from Spain. You can see them on your screens. Through the Mansell complex they go. This time will be vital to their competition. They cross the line with a time of 37.0943. It's not enough to topple Birmingham.
Or Staffordshire.
Or Staffordshire,
or Imperial.
Or Imperial, but they don't care. They are over the moon with that as they bring the car into the pits. Jess, we could be looking at winners of Formula Student UK.
Yep, and I think quite a few of you predicted in the Formula Student podcast, which you can subscribe to. Coventry Uni, our winners from Sprint yesterday, have now taken to the circuit. And of course, Coventry know how to party are, but a team that could challenge both Birmingham and the likes of Coventry are the University of Bath. The Bath that have the fastest time on the circuit right now. Oxford Brookes are going to cross the line now to finish their lap as well. And I've got to say, I'm very proud of the Basque Country. They know how to celebrate well and hard. What is Bath just set? A 1:04.43. They're consistently fast by the looks of things. But let's hope their second driver could be consistently fast, because that they could be about a few moments away later on from winning the entire thing of endurance. Birmingham still fastest with a 35.32 as their fastest lap. Oxford Brookes are going to have to move out of the way from University of Bath very soon. The blue flags will show for Oxford Brookes. Oxford Brookes, I think, are just trying to pretty much finish endurance. They've done 18 laps so far. They're on lap number 19 at 1:18.42.
The excitement is building on track. Oxford Brookes are out there. They've got to get faster than the University of the Basque Country to keep their championship hopes alive, but they've got Vermilion all over their back end. Meanwhile, Bath have got a clear track ahead of them. They're lapping incredibly quickly and backfiring off the line, and away went Coventry with their incredible power unit. Over 100 brake horsepower produced by that Kawasaki Ninja. that has been Frankenstein. They've been skimming the heads, and they've added a turbocharger, almost doubling the brake horsepower from that car. Really excited to see what they can do. Through go Oxford Brooks then, with another time on the board. And that is a 1:23.99. 19 laps completed, 20th in progress, 27 to achieve. University of Bath through the boot at the top of the course, headed towards the double slalom. Through the zigzags they go. They are lapping incredibly quickly, are the University of Bath, with a fastest time of 1:03.49, the fastest of the day, their latest of 1:06.89. 10 laps complete, 11th in progress, ahead of their driver change. Moments away then for the University of Bath. Coventry coming through with their first time on the board. And what is that going to be? In fact, I have run out of room on the timing board. So if anybody in charge of the timing could give me a mouse so I could scroll down, that would be great. I can't see what the time was for Coventry. Meanwhile, Bath coming through then.
I'm just trying to see who was... No, that was that 109.42 for Coventry. You could see their latest times are on the green bit.
Thank you very much. I completely missed that. Yes. Meanwhile, we've got Monty with a pit report.
Congratulations to the Basque Country, an amazing run. However, crucially, not amazing enough to come here to the hot seat. That honour remains with Birmingham. Guys, you're still at the top.
We don't know how, but we still are, by quite a bit over the Basque Country. Yeah, we're just watching now. OBR, I don't think we need to really worry about them, touch wood, but Bath are very quick.
Good. Bath are looking incredible. So.
Yeah, their car is absolutely flying. We have to obviously consider the efficiency score as well. Yeah. So we can only hope really that we score better than them there. But also Coventry have just gone out, and well, they have a rocket ship of a car as well. So yeah, it's gonna hopefully third, but who knows? Could be higher. We don't know. It's incredible either way.
We're keeping the fingers crossed for you guys. We're keeping the fingers crossed for you guys. The big boys are out on track now, guys. This could be interesting. How long can Birmingham keep hold of these seats and stay on top?
Brooks, thank you very much, Monty. Thank you very much, Jess. I missed the button there. Oxford Brooks taking it through Mansell Complex onto the start-finish line, and across the line they go with a 1:18.40, 22nd laps in progress, 21 complete, not a million miles away from finishing endurance are Oxford Brooks. Out on track at the moment. We've also got Coventry, who've just posted a 1:06.42. That's 4 laps complete for Coventry, their 5th in progress. A very rapid time then. A car that prefers the dry conditions, clearly contending then with the front runners. That's a very fast time indeed. They can definitely get below 60 if they want to. But meanwhile, Bath have crossed the line with a 1:03.18. And that looks to me to be not a million miles away from their fastest of a 1:02.54. 13 laps completed. They're on their final lap for driver number 1 for Bath. This is exciting stuff as Coventry barrel on down through the zigzags. And that is going to be Oxford Brooks, I think, having to pull in for them.
Yep, looks like it for Oxford Brooks. I mean, Coventry are looking fast right out the gate. I just hope that they could carry on and not have the issues that have plagued them in 2023. But I predicted Coventry for the win for the sprint for all the wrong reasons. I predicted Coventry for the winner for the sprint because of their heroic performance in 2023, where we thought that they weren't going to post a faster time, and we ran out of power in the commentary box, and the only people that could hear our commentary is live on my Instagram in 2023. Coventry up to the line. As a lap time is, I can't see it because my screen, a 1:07.68, so a bit slower than before, so they're just probably playing it safe for now as they make their way through. As Bath, driver 1 complete.
Bath are into the pits for their driver swap, a maximum of 3 minutes before they start adding to their time for the University of Bath. Team Bath Racing Electric, a remarkable job for the team there. Meanwhile, on your screens now are Coventry University. Their fastest time is a 1:06.42. Their last time a 1:07.68. Currently on their 6th lap are Coventry. They've got through on Oxford Brooks. Out on track at the moment. We've also got Vermilion with their latest time of a 1:07.33. They are on their 22nd lap currently, moments away from completing endurance, just a lap behind Oxford Brooks, who are currently on their 23rd lap. 23 laps completed for Oxford Brookes, 27 to get there across the line for Endurance. As through again go Coventry. That was very quick indeed, surely. What was the time there for Coventry? That was a 1:05.84, their fastest to date, onto their 7th lap, midway through the first stint for driver 1 on the course. Meanwhile, I would remind people that it's all well and good supporting other teams, but wishing bad on other teams just isn't particularly sporting, informative student, given the effort these teams go to. Oxford Brookes have come through to complete another lap, 24th in progress, 23rd was a 1:18.58. They're just beginning to coast a bit now to bring it home. Are the team from Oxford Brookes. Coventry, though, no coasting for them as they head through the zigzags. There's Oxford Brookes. They could be World Championship contenders if they get across the line. It isn't over until you see the checkered flag, and additionally, they passed their second scrutineering. Unfortunately, last year, Oxford Brookes did complete the full distance, but were disqualified for running on broken rims. That's the best I can do in summary. I apologise, I haven't got the full detail. I wasn't there, but that's what I have been informed was the case, as Oxford Brookes bring it through the zigzags, headed towards the second slalom at the bottom end of the course. Moments away from completing Endurance. Coventry go through. There's a lot of power in that car, but with such a twisting circuit, I'm not sure Coventry can fully utilise all of that power. Their latest, a 1:06.16. That is their 7th lap completed. They're on to their 8th. Gina says, go Coventry. Shout out to Josh Marchant. Love mum.
Ah, I love that. Most people get into motorsports because they love it and try and get their parents to, but I know there's quite a few people like myself that got my parents taking part. As Oxford Brookes, they're on lap 25 now. 2 or 3 more laps to go.
Vermilion come across the line, following them very closely, a team with very equal pace. Oxford Brookes coming into the first corner and on to the slalom, coming past the stricken Cardiff car, who are unable to complete even a lap of Endurance. Heartbreaking for the Welsh. Joy for Oxford Brookes, though, as they head through the boot at the top of the course. They're moments away from completing Endurance are Oxford Brookes. They're on their 25th lap currently. Their latest, a 1:18.16. Incredibly consistent. They are strategizing this. They know that they need to just bring it home now. Do the team from Oxford Brookes. No disqualifications, no running out of power, no technical issues, please, for the team. They're on their 25th lap. They've got this and 2 more to do before that checkered flag signals the end of their stint in Endurance. Currently in the pits are Bath, who have been lapping incredibly rapidly around the Endurance course. Meanwhile, on your screens there is Oxford Brookes as they come through towards the hairpin. Ahead of them, that looks to me to be Vermilion, who may have gone past them, or have they caught up with them? They go through the right-hander that has proven so difficult for so many teams this weekend in the Mansell complex. Vermilion come past us in the commentary box. They are only a lap behind as we have it, and through go Oxford Brookes to start their 26th lap, their penultimate lap. The last was a 1:22.25. They are just beginning to ease off, are Oxford Brookes. Elsewhere, the Danish team, Vermilion, they're on their 25th lap. Their 24th was a 1:08.62. Meanwhile, here is Oxford Brookes through the slalom. Coventry out on track as well. Let's not forget, internal combustion can compete with the best of them with electric power. And Coventry's latest time was a 1:06.08, only 2/10 slower than their fastest of a 1:05.84. They are currently on their 10th lap, are the team from Coventry. Vermilion on your screens now as they head through the second slalom, headed towards a complex part of the course in front of the grandstands. Most of the track has dried out now, but this section of the course may still be a little damp as they go through the hairpin to Vermilion. They've come all the way from Denmark, and currently they've completed 25 laps. They're about to cross the line, and that's a 1:08.62 was their latest. What is their next time going to be? It is, of course, a 1:07.92, only 9/10 slower than their fastest. On their penultimate lap now, Oxford Brookes moments away from completing Endurance as they're coming across the line to complete their penultimate lap. Oxford Brookes onto their final lap of Endurance at Formula Student 2025. Their latest was a 1:17.59. All that stands between Oxford Brookes and not only Endurance glory, but potentially winning Formula Student 2025 is these next few corners. Stay with us here at Silverstone. It's about to get very, very interesting for a team that are fairly local to us here at Silverstone. Many people from around the world have come out in support of them online, and of course a number of them have made the trip to Silverstone. It's in their back garden, and they might be about to take victory in their back garden. They need to be quicker than the University of the Basque Country. Their time was a 37.0943. What time can Oxford Brookes post as they head towards the second slalom on the course here at Copse Corner? Only this, the left and right-hander, the hairpin and the Mansell complex stand between these guys, and crossing the line, I can see the checkered flag has been prepared for them. The team are beginning to cheer already, Jess, as they come through the hairpin. Here comes the right-hander. Can they handle this carefully and calmly? Yes, they can. The checkered flag is there. Oxford Brookes complete endurance at Formula Student 2025 as the team lose their minds. Coventry come through with their latest time.
And they haven't beaten Basque Country. Basque Country have beaten Oxford Brookes. That's crucial for the overall championship.
That really is, Jess, with over a minute, in fact, several minutes, a minute and a half slower. Oxford Brookes are in 4th currently. The University of the Basque Country are in 2nd. Whoo! Bless you. Oxford Brookes are now in the pits.
And that is, and honestly, that's good news for Oxford Brookes. We're only a few seconds slower than the Basque Country, with them being like very conservative. That is very, very impressive. But Vermilion are about to also do their last lap, and Vermilion have completed endurance for the first time at Formula Student UK. The team from Denmark are absolutely delighted. So 2 teams with a 36.25 was Denmark in their, I thought they were leading them, but the timings went down. So yeah, Denmark are in 3rd position. Wow, they've beaten Imperial College, Mr. Cosgrove.
Imperial College London have been beaten down into 4th, with Denmark in 3rd, the University of the Basque Country in 5th, in 6th is AGA, 7th is Oxford Brookes. I wouldn't like to call it, Jess, but with those results the way they currently are, I've got a feeling it may well be going to Spain at Formula 2025. Bath are out. Are they back out yet?
Where have they gone?
Good question. We've yet to see Bath return to the track. They were so quick, but there was so much drama with so many teams coming to the end.
Because they were there and then they've gone.
Currently then, we're waiting on confirmation that Bath is still out there somewhere. Coventry University have a clear track then, as they deserve, finishing sprint in 1st, and they are out on track last with a clean, dry track for them. As Coventry University weave the car through, it's Georgia this year. Every year they name the team after the car's mother. We've got extra teams ready for their go at endurance. They've completed scrutineering throughout the weekend, and now they can compete in an open session of endurance.
5 teams.
Only 5 teams will be able to do so, including the University of Oxford, not to be confused with Oxford Brookes. The University of Oxford are here with their car. Monty's been able to provide us with some information. It's a twin motor rear wheel drive, their first time ever on track. Shout out to Ryan Walker, their faculty advisor, and their team leaders Tom and Tommy, with their drivers who are called Lewis and Lewis. They've come from Oxford and they've got drivers called Lewis and Lewis. There's an Inspector Morse pun there somewhere. Meanwhile, Coventry are out on track, as you can see, 100 brake horsepower from an incredibly modified power unit. There's very little left of the original equipment manufacturer's design there, and they've added a turbocharger. They've skimmed their heads amongst other things, and that is now producing 100 brake horsepower. An absolutely impeccable design. And I've got caught up with my wire. There we are. Coventry, then, the checkered flag is there. They're coming to the end of their first stint of endurance. Driver number 1 bringing the car home, and there is the checkered flag. Coventry are in for their driver swap. 14 laps complete for driver 1. 3 minutes on the clock. As soon as the car comes to a stop and the power is off, they'll have 3 minutes to get driver 1 out, driver 2 back in, get it checked by the scrutineers, and then they'll have a minute to restart. The hot restart on these internal combustion cars can be a moment of high drama for all involved. They're usually mapped for a cold start. These engines are going to be hot now, which is not the temperature the engine is used to starting at. Out comes driver 1, in goes driver 2. 3 minutes ticking away now for Coventry. The fastest time here at endurance is a 35.32.74 for Birmingham, closely followed by Staffordshire with a 35.49. Meanwhile, the top 2 runners, the ones that could well take the event, the Basque Country currently sit in 5th with these preliminary results with a 37.09, and Oxford Brookes are 38.45, which puts them in 7th. Meanwhile, Bree says Coventry should be up there for overall 2. They've been quick so far. They have indeed, but it also comes down to the static events as well as the dynamic events. Meanwhile, then, there's...
Unfortunately, I'm seeing the Bath team members are going out of the pit, so I think, unfortunately, I don't think Bath are able to get their car started, and I think that's that endurance done. They weren't able to get their second driver, and it was a shame.
I'm just looking at this, though. They've got the bar out on the Coventry car. Are they wheeling the Coventry car away, Jess?
No way.
Or are they trying to shake it into gear? I can't. There's a bit of back and forth on the car at the moment as one of the Dynamics members of the team in the pink high-vis attaches that red bar to the roll hoop, trying to get potentially the car into gear, maybe. They're having a conversation with the MS UK marshal there. Or is that Rob Adaway, the clerk of the course? I can't tell from the resolution of the screen, if I'm being honest, but there's a hive of activity around a car that we've been so excited about here in the commentary box at Formula Student 2025. That Dynamics member clearly engrossed in conversation with the marshals. The question is, Jess, can they get the car going again? There's currently, I don't believe, a driver in the cockpit. And could this all be over? No, there is a driver in the cockpit then, but there's a lot of conversation going on, and I wish we had a microphone to it to hear what was going on. But no, they've got the flatbeds out. Are they getting the car in the air? Is that what's going on? Meanwhile, Line Racing are ready to take back to the track for their second stint. And this is from earlier. This is a cone killer replay. There you go, some new graphics for you here at Formula Student.
Oh, yeah, this was the most travelled cone, it looks like. Oh, there we go.
Meanwhile, I really don't like saying this, but the driver is out of the Coventry car. The driver is out of the Coventry car.
And they're being wheeled.
Well, they wheel the rear wheels into the air. They're getting the stands under the rear wheels. But to me, that if they were doing that, that means they're not wheeling it away, because one would have thought if they were wheeling it away, they could have just done so under its rear wheels, unless it's seized in gear and they can't get it moved.
I can't believe if this is happening. If the top 2 teams from sprint don't make endurance, that will just be absolutely heart-wrenching for both Coventry and Bath. We know Bath haven't made it because we would have seen them on track by now, and they have a limit. So Bath are out of endurance. We know that.
Bath are out. Cardiff didn't get started, and it could all well be over for Coventry. You can see there the stricken Cardiff car. There's Cota there having a look. We'll have a look, of course we'll have a look, says Cota, but unfortunately they can't really do much with it at the moment. Evie sat there, stricken in the centre of the course.
Named by your sister, not by
Yes.
EV Electric.
Named after my sister for reasons that are best known to the team lead, Gibbo. Thank you very much for that one. Disappointing.
Yeah, they're out. Coventry are out. They're being wheeled into the pit lane.
Absolute heartbreak then for the team from Coventry. An impeccable design, really well thought out, and a power unit that leaves a number of teams gawking. 100 horsepower from that power unit is gorgeous, but unfortunately it hasn't ended well for Coventry, and they are out of endurance. In fact, the top 3 qualifiers from endurance, from sprint I should say, yesterday, that is Coventry, Bath and Cardiff, all out of endurance. Words I never thought I would say here at Formula Student, and it just goes to show anything can and truly will happen here at Silverstone.
So far, still the fastest time is the University of Birmingham with a 35.32, and we still got 5 teams that we haven't seen compete in Formula Student this weekend that could still beat it. A grand total of 27 teams have made it through scrutineering, and we're going to be seeing 5 more teams now, one of which, as you can see on your screen right now, it's the University of Oxford, not to be confused by Oxford Brookes, a completely different university, and you can see 4 other cars getting wheeled in. I would love to see the number. I recognise this. I think it's Belmar.
Leicester's at the back. I believe that's Wuhan in...
Yeah, that's Wuhan. Is that Glasgow?
No, that's not Glasgow. That's one of the other teams from abroad. Meanwhile, Oxford. I'm so used to saying Oxford Brookes.
It's not Oxford Brookes.
We have yet to actually see the University of Oxford ever drive at Silverstone. So I'll be intrigued to see how this pans out
I
for
think
them.
yes, that's Wuhan. Yep.
We heard earlier today that Wuhan had got through scrutineering. And
we were very happy.
It is good news because this is a team that actually came second at Formula Student China. So I look forward very much to seeing what China can offer as the best of their Formula Student entries. Leading, though, is car number 96. It is the University of Oxford, their first time ever out on track. A team with a great precedent as a university, but with very little to go on as a Formula Student team. They're weighing in at 362.5 kilos without their driver, a twin motor, rear-wheel drive, of course. Their first ever time on track. They want a shout-out to Ryan Walker, their faculty advisor. Bear in mind, their team leads are called Tom and Tommy, and their drivers are called Lewis and Lewis. And my name's Endeavour. Meanwhile, we've got a number of other teams in the queue ready to head out on track as part of this session. It's the third session of Endurance Live from Formula Student 2025. Giles and Jess with you in the commentary box.
We got a team from Belgium taking part in Endurance. BUB Racing, University of Brussels.
Brussels, they gave us chocolate, they gave us silk, and they gave us Tintin. I'm down for that. As Oxford move up to the line, I should remind you that those teams that have completed endurance, please return your transponders to the relevant parties. I would like your transponders returned to the relevant parties so the poor people in charge of said transponders are not running up and down the pit lane at 7 o'clock at night trying to get them back off you. Meanwhile, then, we've got our leaders for you. Let's just go through the times that we've had complete endurance thus far. We've had de Montfort with a 44.545. Meanwhile, Aberdeen are there with a 44.50. Following them is Exeter with a 42.41. Sheffield Hallum with a 41.35. Malta with a 40.34. Meanwhile, Oxford Brookes are there with a 38.33. Adger are there with a 37.0. Hang on, I'm getting confused. There's a lot of time.
We got a team going, Giles.
They are away.
96, but they're going slowly.
The time that they've got to beat, if they were in with any chance of winning endurance, is the 35.32 from Birmingham. And they've stopped already. They have stopped already. Have Oxford, the University of Oxford. And I'm absolutely stunned. I was anticipating we would get to see at least a lap, but seemingly, following in Cardiff's wake, University of Oxford have been unable to complete even a lap with the green light on the roll hoop showing that the car is approachable, which is not what you want at Formula Student. You need to see a red light on the roll hoop of any electric car to show that it's under power. It's currently in limp home mode, is the team from the University of Oxford as the marshals approach it. The driver having a conversation with the marshal. I can't get the name wrong because it's either Lewis or Lewis. But this is not what Oxford University will have wanted.
Especially after passing scrutineering only recently. Don't forget, these 5 cars, they didn't qualify for sprint yesterday, apart from Leicester, who were trying to fix their brake issues. That's the only team that are an exception to that. The other teams are those teams who didn't qualify for sprint, but they did pass scrutineering either towards the end of last night or today, and they've been allowed to compete endurance. Those teams that were the first 5, they were able to join the queue, and the marshal has got hold of the car. A real shame for the University of Oxford, because it was great to see them just for a little bit out on track, but their endurance event is over before it's even begun. But bravo to the University of Oxford for passing scrut, though.
Disappointment, then, for the University of Oxford, one of the most famous institutions, not only in the UK, but on the earth. And I imagine, having got this far, they'll be determined to go even further next year. The bar has been set. They got out on track, albeit briefly. And now I look forward to 2026 and to see what the University of Oxford can do. Meanwhile, I've got a funny feeling, Jess, something was leaking out of Coventry's car because I can see a lot of sawdust put down on the pit lane. So that was where Coventry's car, I should say, was earlier. So there must have been something leaking from Coventry's car that prevented them from restarting. Real disappointment then for them, although that could have been a leak from somebody else. I know someone else was leaking something earlier in the day. Might have well have been another team. Meanwhile, in the queue there, we've got another car lined up, ready to go. But at the moment, the marshal is just having a conversation with the driver from the University of Oxford. The wheel is off. The driver is unclipping themselves and getting out as the team head down to where the car has been parked to remove it from the circuit. You can see the team members in their pink high-vis jackets there, moving the car, headed towards the car to move it out of the way. The driver is out of the cockpit. It's currently in limp home mode, as signified by the green light on the roll hoop. Real disappointment then for the University of Oxford. Will the same fate befall the other drivers in this third session? We know that they've spent a great deal of the week trying to get through scrutineering. In fact, they've pushed themselves to the limits of both time and effort to get here.
Scrutineering closed at 2 o'clock.
Exactly. A round of applause if you're around then for the University of Oxford. Their first time out on track, regardless of how far they got. That's a huge achievement. So congratulations to the University of Oxford for doing as well as they have done here. Meanwhile, here comes our next entrant, VUB Racing. Jess, are these the team from Belgium?
Yeah, that is a team from Belgium, yes. And I think they only passed scrutineering today. It's nice to see European teams at Formula Student UK, and please, I would like. It'll be great to see more university students from there complete Formula Student UK, and they're going slow as well. I hope it's just a sight a lap, but it looks more than a sight less.
It looks a little slower than a sighting lap. I won't lie to you, Jess.
Yeah.
I would hope potentially that they might be able to bring the car around for a lap. We have seen this previously in this session where teams that have only just got through scrutineering.
Maybe they just go. I've seen a team last year that was like that, and they were just going slowly throughout the entirety of the 27 laps, and they still got through endurance.
Hi, Bolton. We love you. Meanwhile, here is VUB Racing headed through the first slalom of the course. They were the first. They've gone further than the University of Oxford. They've come all the way from Brussels to be here. One would hope that they might be able to complete a lap for their troubles. It's a fair old way to come to Silverstone from Belgium, as they bring it round the boot and on to the zigzags. I do wonder, Jess, given the pace, whether this is the first time this car has truly been run. We know that this is often the case for several teams who have never.
The testing hasn't been open today, so
there's a bit more pace there.
There we go.
There was a bit more pace through that corner there. And some of these teams do tend to struggle with the slower paced aspects of the course and find the higher speed sections proving easier to handle in their cars, which are set up for speed as they go through the second slalom. They seem to have to wrestle with the steering on this car. Doesn't look particularly easy to handle as they bring it round towards the hairpin at the bottom of the course. The red light flashing. We came, we saw, we understeered, they say. Let's see whether they do understeer through the hairpin. No such troubles there as they bring it through the Mansell complex. Around that right-hander, no issues for them. And across the line with a time then of, drum roll please. It might have to be rather an extended drum roll.
It is a 2-minute 4.97.
2-minute 4.97 on the board for Virgia Universitat Brussels. I don't think I pronounced that right, Jess.
Just say University of Brussels.
Okie dokie. Meanwhile, Vermilion number 3, driver of the tournament from one of the Vermilion drivers, give a shout out to David. You don't need to keep copying and pasting. We can see your comments. Meanwhile, they are coming to a stop. Are the team from Brussels, VUB Racing.
Stavanger, yes, great to see them out there on circuit. We haven't seen them in a while.
VUB Racing currently blocking the line for Stavanger. Stavanger are on the approach of a fairly similar place, mind you, are the team from Stavanger as they try and coax themselves round the stricken car from Brussels.
And they're able to back on the power very quickly, Giles.
Away go Vermilion then, into the first slalom.
Stavanger, not Vermilion.
Thank you, I'm so... There's an upside down V. Ish. Right, through the hairpin they go. Do the team from the University of Stavanger, and then the green light comes on, and then the car stops. We've seen it so often in this session. The head of the driver back against the headrest in frustration. Talking to the marshals is the driver from Stavanger. There's a yellow flag there. VUB have now got back on the power, so they seem to have swapped positions. VUB the red light flashing. They are under power and they ease themselves round the car from Stavanger. Can Stavanger get back on the power is the question as VUB carry on their way for this second lap of endurance. If you need to make a cup of tea, now might be the time, as the green light comes on above the roll hoop of the VUB car, which means that that car is currently coasting. There is no power, it's in limp home mode. Can the team from Brussels get that out of limp home mode and get some power down? They have gone further than some of the teams here, including Cardiff, who didn't manage more than a few meters, but although there's one lap completed there, VUB are struggling to maintain power as the red light is back on. You can see
the red light's back on, and they're still encouraging them, bless them, to get going.
VUB cheering their team on the Copse grass. And they are back away, and the team are cheering and waving with delight. There's a shake of the fist in triumph from the driver there. You can see the team dancing on the bottom right of your screens. They are over the moon, clearly, to get the car under power and out on track, regardless of its pace or lack thereof, as they head into the zigzag section of the course. Coming through then on to the second slalom are the team from Brussels. Into the second slalom they go as they come through in towards the hairpin of the course. The bottom end of this circuit is the hardest part, and the green light is there again, Jess. Very unfortunate for the team from Brussels, losing power. Can they coast it round a hairpin without any drive? I don't think they can, which is a real disappointment. And if you are watching on the big screens, you can now see myself and Jess. So a very good afternoon as the rain begins to come down again here at Silverstone. We're live for Formula Student, and VUB are back on the power. The red light flashing on the roll hoop. There's cheers coming round here at Copse as the rain begins to fall again. And unfortunately, that is a real disappointment.
Southampton, they're back.
Southampton are that would be why the cheering's going off. Southampton have entered the fray. VUB crawling round the Mansell section of the course.
They're giving it a go, bless them. They're determined to get the car finished. But I bet you it will take a while. But as the rain is beginning to fall, I'm almost certain that Birmingham's time may not be beaten.
Possibly not, Jess. I don't think it will be, as crawling to a halt again are VUB. The green light on the roll hoop. That is 2 laps completed for VUB with a time there of 2:04.97. I don't know whether they've crossed the line for their second one. They're back onto the power as the red light flashes. Meanwhile, here's something looking a little more quick for you. Southampton are here as they head back towards us in the commentary box through the zigzags.
We didn't see them yesterday, did we, in sprint? And we were wondering what's going on. And I think they had some issues to fix after they stalled after acceleration. And I think they only did about one run, and that stopped Exeter and Coventry from doing an additional acceleration run yesterday. So it's good that they've got the car running again. Will they be able to make the end of endurance remains to be seen. And
VUB, I believe...
They've pitted and they're out.
Well, I believe they've been brought in for potentially a slow pace, for lack of a better phrase. I don't know whether that was a meatball, but there's clearly inconsistent power to that unit, and when the power is there, there's not a lot of it, as Southampton come through past us in the commentary box to complete their first lap, a team that we have seen earlier in the weekend briefly. Meanwhile, Bath couldn't restart after the driver change, to inform you as to where Bath disappeared to in their driver change. Gutting for them. University of Southampton clearly having overcome problems. The car stopped at the end of their acceleration run. The clock ran out, they couldn't clear the track, and as a result, other teams were unable to go for another run. It was quite interesting because obviously with the electric power, these cars can't stall, and obviously we're used to seeing internal combustion cars stall at the top end of the acceleration circuit, and that's nothing unusual, but it was rather unusual to see an electric car stranded at the top end of acceleration, which did signify some problems. They've clearly fixed those problems, and University of Southampton, car number 69, are out on track, and away do go Leicester as well. Leicester have been struggling with brake problems from what we can gather here at Formula Student since we last saw them in sprint yesterday. Their brakes seem to have seized and they had to find new ones. Meanwhile, University of Southampton are into the second slalom of the course, Jess.
Yeah, it seems to me they're making it a lot further than what we saw other teams that are running, that they pass through scrutineering. So I think it's a car that's probably going to want to pass endurance and not worried about overall speed, it sounds like a few other teams. As Southampton go across the line now. What's their lap time, Giles? Oh, their lap time is like 1:44.64, unless it's taken a while to update.
That's Southampton. It's a 1:37.1,
yeah, okay.
Their latest time.
Okay. So that was their time from Southampton. We've got more cars waiting to go, and it's the number 55. I will look at what car that number 55. You can find what car numbers on.
Meanwhile, as these cars in the final session attempt to complete endurance, the fastest time in endurance, still from session 1, far earlier in the day, belongs to Birmingham. And I believe we may have Sheryl and the team from Birmingham in the hot seat, sponsored by Bentley.
University of Birmingham. There are 4 teams left to go through endurance, and you are still on the hot seat. How are you feeling?
I mean, all of us are speechless after watching what just happened on track in the live stream. So we're just trying to keep our cool and seeing what, waiting for the official results. So, yeah.
Very, very tense. Sort of holding the breath at the moment. We can't really believe it. Of course, so unlucky for Bath, for example. They were absolutely flying, and unfortunately they've obviously had some sort of an issue with, we're not sure, but yeah, just sort of tingling with excitement as well.
Were you expecting to get through an endurance, let alone be sitting on these very comfortable seats?
I think we were expecting to get into endurance for sure, but I think when we saw that we were in the morning session and it was in the wet, definitely weren't expecting to be sat here. That is for sure. But yeah, very, very happy that we are. Yeah, this is a surprise being here
for this long, especially.
Yeah.
So how comfortable are the seats on a scale of like 1 to 10?
I think they're pretty comfortable. I think they're worth every penny. Yeah.
Solid,
nice.
Solid 7.5. I think.
You mean 10 out of 10? Yes.
Or Bentley could come up to me and I could maybe suggest some things. But yeah, close 10. Close.
They mean 10 out of 10, definitely.
They should come and sit in the UVR car.
Oh, okay. Okay, so maybe Bentley can learn a little bit from you. We're kidding. 10 out of 10. Back to comms.
Thanks, Sheryl. Leicester out on track then as part of this third and final session. Also out on track with us, we have both Southampton and Swansea. The first time we've seen Swansea in several years. In fact, I distinctly remember being in the campsite with Swansea back in 2021. I was with Cardiff and they stole our Welsh flag. I doubt many...
Wuhan, there we go. Wuhan's out on track.
Wuhan have entered the fray as well. We've got 4 cars out on track for this third and final session of endurance. I doubt very much if any of the members of Swansea can remember that, because most will have graduated by this point. You can see them on your screens now. The first time in a while we've seen Swansea out on track. Nice to see a Welsh university with us as well as Cardiff, and they look like a knife on wheels, looking very aggressive, that aerodynamic package on the nose cone there. Swansea, if you fancy giving me a Welsh flag, you're welcome. Through the hairpin they go. Talking of people to shout out, I've got to shout out Glasgow Caledonian for supplying Iron Brew throughout the weekend. Thank you very much to them. Through the right-hander and the left-hander of the Mansell complex they go. The rain is coming back down, Jess, and it's coming back down hard. This might well slow down the teams here competing in endurance. That looked to be a slower moment there, and they're back on the power. Are they, Swansea? Yes, there was a moment of lost power as they entered the straight into the first corner, but they've managed to make that work, had the team from Swansea. Meanwhile, here is Southampton, headed towards the hairpin, and around the hairpin they go. Do Southampton. Leicester also out on track, a team we know can do better, but have suffered mechanical problems. And here's the Wuhan Technology University driving straight on and into the tyre wall. Into the tyre wall go Wuhan, and they're still turning their wheels, Jess. They carried straight on. There was no turning into the right-hand corner at...
Oh
dear, and that means that everyone else is going to have to be slowed down, because that is a huge disaster for
Are they on the
Wuhan.
right? Are they on the right tyre? Because we weren't expecting them to rain to come down big and fast. That's probably why a lot of teams are going slowly, because they might be on the wrong tyre.
There might be a bit of grease there, Jess, but there's losing grip, and then there's just not turning. And there was no turning from Wuhan into the right-hander, and the driver severely disappointed with themselves, clearly, very frustrated, hitting out at the steering wheel.
I would be.
And it was the right-hander that's proven so dramatic over the course of the weekend. Shaking the head there is the driver from Wuhan University of Technology. And here's the replay. They just didn't turn.
They didn't brake.
They just carried straight on. There was no turning, there was no braking, there was no nothing. I can't quite believe it.
And Swansea come into the pits.
Swansea are in the pits. They've not come close to finishing that first distance, so they've either had a meatball flag or chosen to come in
Oh, it might
with
be
a problem.
a meatball flag to maybe change tyres.
Currently then, Southampton out on track as through they go, and that is a number of marshals surrounding the Wuhan car. They came second place in Formula Student China. The yellow flags are waving.
They're
The car
out.
is wheeled. The marshals have touched the car. Are they able to get going? I don't know.
No, as soon as the marshals touch the car, that's it, they're out.
Rather disappointing then for the team from China, who spent so much time and effort to get through scrutineering. They came second at Formula Student China, but for one reason or another, didn't turn on that a very, very tricky
Yep,
right-hander.
it is. I believe it was to change tyres for Swansea, but correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure we can get Monty.
It looks slicks to me, Jess. They look to be slicks to me, and it's a bit too quick for a tyre change at Formula Student. The rain, though, is coming down harder now, which will be very difficult for the teams. The yellow flags are still waving as they remove the Wuhan car from the course. As you can see, the cloud cover overhead is looking incredibly murky. Wuhan wheeled away. No turning, no braking into the right-hander of the Mansell complex, and away goes Swansea again, having pitted briefly. They're back out again now and back on the power, although they're not lapping particularly quickly, but then again, it's better than nothing.
But to be fair, it is chucking it down, so of course a lot of teams are going to be pretty much going as slow as they can. I think it's going to take a long while for them to just make it through. Oh, they're in the grass. They're struggling. They're struggling to keep on the track due to the fact they're on slicks.
Yeah, there's a red flag there briefly, and they might be red flagging the session with the rain, Jess. There's a red flag out. The session has been red flagged as a result of the falling rain. The rain has meant the session is red flagged, I'm afraid to say. And that is disappointing for a team like Southampton, who, whilst not particularly quick, were keeping it consistent there. And that's disappointment for them, disappointment for Swansea, and disappointment for Leicester. Leicester should have been out far earlier, but unfortunately had brake issues to contend with. They're wheeling themselves past the Wuhan car that crashed into the tyre wall. We didn't need the slow motion replay because it was rather a slow crash, but Leicester bring themselves into the pits as the rain buckets down here at Silverstone. The session has been red flagged as Swansea and Southampton bring their cars into the pits. I don't know whether we'll restart the session. I've yet to have any information beyond what you can see at home. The driver holding something up. The driver clearly frustrated in the cockpit of the Wuhan car. You can see on the camera how wet the camera lens is, and that's how wet it is here at Silverstone. The rain seems to have abated, and all of a sudden it's come out of nowhere and come down incredibly rapidly. Through the hairpin they go. They're wiping the lens of the camera. It just goes to show how wet it is. We're nice and dry here in the commentary box, not to sound smug, and we can just say a massive thank you to all the stewards here that have kept this event running throughout the weekend, and we're incredibly grateful to them for sticking it out through rain and sunshine as Southampton and, of course, Swansea bring their cars into the pits.
We'll, of course, find out if the session keeps on going. But this was like similar conditions to what we saw this morning, where there's loads of puddles and with the track going down. And I think the weather front was coming in. There was more rain expected today. It was meant to rain all day today, but luckily we did get some dry running, and that was a bit unfortunate. So, of course, we will let you know as we get some news on what is happening with the session currently. Your fastest time, we'll go through your fastest times whilst we wait for the session to get underway, if it ever does. So we've got 12 cars that have finished endurance so far. In 12th is Montfort with a 45.45. Then in 11th it's Aberdeen with a 44.50. Then it's Exeter with a 42.41. Then we got Sheffield Hallum in 9th spot with a time of 41.35. Then we've got Malta with a 40.34. Then Oxford Brooks with a 38.45. Agger with a 38.33. Then we've got Basque Country with a 37.09. Imperial College with a 36.58. Then we got Denmark with a 36.25. And second in Staffordshire with a 35.49. And 17 seconds faster than them is Birmingham with a 35.32. So Birmingham currently your fastest. And if the session stays red flagged, and if we do not continue, then Birmingham will be your endurance champions of 2025. But currently they're waiting past scrutineering the cars whilst we find out some more information about it. You're watching the Formula Student 2025 event in endurance. We had sprint and acceleration yesterday. Sprint with the unlimited runs, which I have to say is quite cool. We will look at what's going on in the chat, and there was quite a few teams.
I just got to say something, because through no fault of their own, Southampton have been brought into the pits. They've spent so much time over the course of the weekend getting through scrutineering, and this is the very furthest an EV car from Southampton has gone.
Fair play.
Formula Student. Bear in mind that they would still be out there had the session not been red flagged. There was a short, sharp shower. A short, sharp shower. There we go. Try saying that 3 times fast. Here at Silverstone. And we've had to close the windows here in the commentary box because, as it turns out, the commentary box is not watertight. So there was water going everywhere. So that's where I disappeared to for a moment. What we can inform you then is that the session has been red flagged in light of the rain, and the cameras are being wiped down. But is it me, Jess, or has that rain now gone again?
That must have been a shower.
There was a very short, sharp and intense shower that brought the red flags out. And now the teams are going to have to rush about in the pits, as you can see here on Leicester's car. Southampton will have to do the same. They've called the conditions wet. They're putting the wet tyres on the cars now. But it looks to me, Jess, to be heating up immediately. And we could be back into damp conditions.
It's just like the weather's changing all the time. Typical British weather in an airfield. 1 minute it's dry and sunny. 1 minute it's dry and sunny but wet, and 1 minute it's very rainy. When was that a thing? Oh yes, the British Grand Prix 2 weeks ago, right at this very track at Silverstone.
Well, exactly. And still can't quite get my head around what happened with the Wuhan University of Technology's car there. There was a right turn and they carried straight on. There was no braking, there was no interaction with the steering wheel. I'm quite staggered by that. Meanwhile, the cars are up in the air. You can see them up on their jacks as they change the tyres. It's Southampton and, of course, Leicester, not to mention, of course, Swansea, getting their wets on now. How's my driving, says Southampton's rear wing.
Pretty decent.
Yeah, pretty decent indeed, especially as the track got wetter and wetter and they managed to keep it going. The furthest an electric car has gone from the University of Southampton. An impeccable result for these guys. And hopefully, seeing as they're putting the wet tyres on, we will be able to recommence this session before the end of the day. So do please stay with us. Right now, Jess, I'm going to disappear for a comfort break, so I'm going to leave you to it for a moment. And we'll be right back. Over to you, Jess.
Thank you, Giles, and we still got plenty of action still to come, and we've got quite a few things in the chat. And Jack saying the team with wet tyres might be let back out, but times will be noticeably slower. Fingers crossed they're let out. I'm keeping my fingers crossed as well. But with them going onto the wet tyres, that's anyone's guess. And with quite a few cars that have gone out that have had issues, again, they did not have enough chance to test the car like the other teams when they went onto the Wellington Straight. The Wellington Straight was where quite a lot of teams that passed through on Friday and into Saturday were able just to test their cars to see if they're A-OK going into sprint yesterday afternoon, which I have to say was absolutely fantastic. A massive shout out to the University of Coventry for winning that. Unfortunately, their issues got played again because that they didn't even finish, but neither did Cardiff and neither did Bath. We've got Monty in at the commentary box. Hello, Monty. You got an update?
Hello, Jess. No, I've just come to join you for a few minutes because as we wait for a few more cars to come on the track, I've just been interviewing University of the Basque Country, been interviewing Brooks. I'll tell you what, there are some really happy teams down the paddock today. This has been one of the most competitive Formula Student contests we've had in a long, long time, and it's great to see so many teams get over the finish line as well.
Yeah, I think I have to say teams like Aberdeen, who we thought that their runs were over, they got through. De Montfort, after the trials and tribulations of that. Exeter, we followed their story as well. Sheffield Hallum, I mean, teams that you wouldn't expect to be here. We're here completing endurance, and for some people it was just about keeping it clean, and they're going to score some fantastic points overall, which could mean anything to maybe even get into the top 10 of the championship. But don't forget, it's all about percentage. So the ones who were in the wet, like the likes of Sheffield Hallum and Exeter, they're going to lose that. And I believe Oxford Brooks have made it through post-scrutineering, so they're not disqualified this year, Monty.
That is fantastic news for them. I was listening to them just cheer in the pits before. Do you know, this is the first time in 4 years that officially now they have completed endurance. The first year they failed scrutineering. Second year they didn't make the finish. Last year we saw them make the finish, but then failed post scrutineering afterwards. So congratulations to Oxford Brooks for officially finishing the endurance.
That's what the cheers were we heard in the commentary box.
That was exactly what you heard, and I stood right behind it, and now all I can hear is church bells in my ears. Ring,
yeah.
ring. Shall we do a quick recap of the top 10 as it stands whilst we wait for the last few cars to come out on track, Jess?
Yes, and we got the hot scene in frame with the University of Birmingham. I think they're looking down, bless them. They're probably hoping that the session's not going to be restarted or dry up. But by the looks of things, Birmingham's going to stay there. They're fastest with a 35.32. Then we got Staffordshire in second. Always finished well in Formula Student UK, consistently in the top 5 since post-pandemic with a 35.49. Denmark in third, which is Vermilion Racing. I think a time they would not be expecting. Monty, I don't think I was expecting Vermilion Racing to get into third place in the space of endurance. That's absolutely fantastic. They just wanted to be top 10 when we were interviewing them at the start of the week.
I mean, to be honest, they just wanted to finish. The top 10 was a dream for them, and they're currently P3 in the endurance. They are a fantastic team. They were so lovely to speak to. We've got to go and catch up with them after this.
Yeah, we do. We're going to have a chat with them. I'm almost certain of it, because I think I've even got stickers on my phone as well, which absolutely looks absolutely lovely, by the way. Massive shout out to Vermilion Racing for that. We'll carry on with those times. So we got 4th Imperial College London, the first team to pass through scrutineering, and that was another good storyline.
That was a huge storyline. Imperial College, we are so impressed with them. You know, for the last few years, they've been struggling with EVs, and they made a very, very bold decision to go back into doing internal combustion. Not only did they have a car, they had a car ready by February to start testing. They've had 5 months of preparation. Now, bearing in mind in F1, they only get 2 weeks of prep, don't they? So it's such a fantastic achievement from them. And I have to give a personal shout out as well to Alexis, their faculty head. He was one of my lecturers at University of Hertfordshire many years ago.
Wow.
And actually was the last person I had to submit an assignment for. So congratulations, Alexis. You've done a fantastic job in leading this team back to success.
That honestly, Imperial College London didn't even know that they were competing in Formula Student until they passed scrutineering. They passed it on Thursday, and their car looked quick throughout the weekend as the drivers got used to the car. And I think they're going to have a very good result overall in Formula Student. Don't forget the award ceremony is tonight for those of you still at Silverstone. Then we got the Basque Country in 5th place with a time of 37.09. Now, that's a team we've got to keep an eye on, Monty. They're a team that have done very well in the static events, and crucially, they are ahead of Oxford Brooks. So, Basque Country, one of the teams I feel that could take the entire thing, along with maybe Birmingham or Staffordshire.
I really don't know which one's going to take it at the moment. For me, it's Basque Country and Oxford Brooks are the top 2 at the moment. They've been taking it in turns and beating each other in the different dynamics and the different statics.
Yes.
Obviously, this one has the most points to offer. But as you say, Jess, it's a percentage game here rather than positions which dictate how many points they get. And when you look at the final times there's only 90 seconds in it between Basque Country and Oxford Brooks, who are 3 minutes off the lead leader's pace. So that does mean they're going to have a much relatively smaller portion of the points, but as a result, that means the Basque Country aren't going to gain as many points compared to, well, if they put in a faster lap. Just done a quick interview with them as well in the scrutineering bay as well, guys. So for anyone out there who hasn't subscribed to the Formula Student online podcast series yet, please do so, because we've literally just completed a podcast with them and it's going to be going live soon. It's a fascinating conversation on how they've managed to build an EV car which is compliant for both the UK regulations and the EU one. So make sure that you subscribe to the Formula Student online podcast so you can hear that conversation when it comes out soon.
Yes, indeed. Make sure you do that because we've got loads more episodes coming up, including what we've seen over the weekend. But I do believe we're about to go racing. Thank you so much, Monty, for joining. And now we're going to hand back over to our lead commentator for Formula Student 2025, Giles Cosgrove. Giles, hello.
Talk about that for timing. And away go Southampton to continue the furthest distance a team from Southampton have gone in Formula Student. I'm going to crack a window open because we've somehow gone from pouring rain to blazing sunshine.
And hot.
And it is getting very, very warm here in the commentary box. Thank you very much to Monty for covering for me for a moment. We're back underway here at Silverstone for Formula Student 2025. The final session delayed by a short, sharp shower. We'd love a fun story about Southampton, Monty, because this is the furthest this team have gone with an electric powertrain here at Formula Student.
Fully agreed on that one, Giles. So as we will watch Southampton go around the track here, fun news. If you follow the University of Southampton on their Instagram page, you would have noted this week they paid a visit to a very, very notable alumni to present them with a lifetime award. So have a look on University of Southampton's Instagram channel to see them hand the awards to a very special alumni who we know in the motorsport community as Adrian Newey.
It all started at Southampton for Adrian Newey, and he is now the byword for engineering excellence in autosport. And there is Southampton on track now, the furthest this team have gone with an electric powertrain, hoping to be the next Adrian Newey. They are certainly here in the paddock. If you want to work in Formula One, you've got to start in Formula Student. And Southampton are lapping rather nicely on the damp circuit now as they go through the Mansell complex. I'm reliably informed during my moment outside of the commentary box that Wuhan suffered some sort of technical fault that meant they were unable to turn the wheel of the car. It's actually a clutch issue or something along those lines. I couldn't tell you more than that. It was a brief conversation I had with the guys from Birmingham who are outside the hot seat and can't quite believe their luck that they've managed to top the timing board in endurance. Meanwhile, Southampton are carrying on their merry way, as are Leicester, who are back out on track as well. Looking very nice is the car 58. They had significant issues yesterday, and I'm really rather pleased to see them out there, Jess.
Yeah, I'm really proud to see them because we thought, are they ever going to get on track? But it just shows. And we've seen quite a few teams helping each other out. That is the key performance student, I think. I'm trying to remember who has helped Leicester out. I think Leicester helped out a few teams. I know with Exeter, Liverpool John Moore gave them a spring as well, which I think was quite cool. So it's turning up to Formula Student. You make loads of new friends, and you think it's just about you and your team, but you want other teams to succeed. You want a lot of teams to get through scrutineering. So a massive shout out to any team that's helped any other university in this weekend, because I think their university absolutely appreciated the true spirit of Formula Student. Even though there's rivals, there's a lot of universities that help each other out.
They do indeed. There's a lot of camaraderie going around. For instance, Exeter lent their gloves to Nottingham, and then let me get this right. Exeter lent their gloves to Leicester, and then Nottingham lent their overalls to Exeter. Unfortunately, Exeter may have lost the overalls from Nottingham. Exeter, I suggest you find those quite quickly. Meanwhile, here comes Southampton through turn 1 and into the first slalom of the course. They're carrying on under their own steam, which is great to see, as are Leicester. We know this car can go a bit quicker, but after the problems that they've had, their running brakes, the team are not used to. So a conservative drive from Leicester is to be expected, especially in these conditions as they go through the hairpin and in toward the Mansfield complex. Questions being asked on the chat as to why the BSPD didn't kick in for Wuhan. You could see it there with the rear wheels turning rapidly whilst wedged into the pit wall. I couldn't tell you myself. There are clearly some things have gone wrong with the car from Wuhan. Meanwhile, Leicester go through to complete another lap. Let me get you the timings for you now. As that is Southampton through with their 9th lap of a 1:30.27. Their 10th underway now. Meanwhile, Leicester, their latest lap of 1:32.02. 7 laps complete, 8th underway for the team from Leicester. I've yet to see Swansea, I won't lie, which is a little bit disconcerting if I'm being completely honest, because it was nice to see a Welsh team out there. Another Welsh team who unfortunately are not out there are Cardiff Racing, who suffered, well, a plague of issues for weeks on end, and unfortunately they didn't abate, and only a few yards were completed of endurance for Cardiff. And I've got Dietrich here from Cardiff. Dietrich, what can you tell me?
Hi, Giles. It was a bit of a rough go today. The car was having a lot of problems, a lot like with the cylinders, running only on 2, and it's a little heartbreaking, you know. It was definitely, it's not what we wanted, but it still definitely was a good weekend. We had some good results in sprint, some good results in skid pad. I think we got 3rd in both of those. And then also our statics were also quite good. Got 7th in cost and then 6th in business, I believe. So
it's the highest results in statics I've seen in Cardiff in a long time, and I've been there since 2018. So congratulations to you guys, and it's just incredibly unfortunate that the car itself didn't want to play ball, and I'm gutted for you guys, but I hope you all had a great week.
Oh yeah, absolutely fabulous. It was my first time at Formula Student. I have to say this has been a wonderful experience. Honestly, it's incredible, all the teams out here, all the engineering that's going on. So all ups to all the teams. It's honestly insane what everyone's doing here, and I can't wait to see the future with all these engineers.
It's fantastic. It's also fantastic to have an American with us. And if any other Americans are watching and they take part in FSAE, why don't you come and build a Formula Student car and take it over to us in the UK? We'd love to have you.
Yeah, come on, get out here, guys. Got to represent.
Absolutely. There's a lack of American representation in the field. We have European teams. We have teams from China and Australia. Where are the Americans, Dietrich?
Being too obsessed with themselves. They need to get over here, show some international dominance.
You might say that. I couldn't possibly comment. Southampton have completed yet another lap. Dietrich, thank you so much for coming in. It's been great to see you. Gutted for Cardiff, but thank you for your time. Through go Southampton then on to another lap. So they go past, oddly enough, the stricken Cardiff car. Their latest time is a 1:28.50, 11 laps completed, 12th in progress. They need to complete 14 for driver 1 before they are able to get driver 2 in there. Meanwhile, Leicester are out there. Their latest a 1:32.76. They will need to complete 14 laps themselves. They're currently on their 9th lap. They've completed 8 thus far. I've seen Swansea wiped from the timing board, and that would suggest to me that Swansea are a DNF. Really disappointing for them. Meanwhile, Leicester come through to complete their 9th lap, and they come across the line with a time then of, drum roll please, 133.03. Really good time then from Leicester, keeping it consistent. 9 completed, 10th in progress. Meanwhile, the 12th lap is in progress for Southampton. You can see them around the track. Leicester right now on your screens through the first slalom and headed into the boot at the top end of Copse Corner. It might be a slow and steady pace, Jess, but these teams look like they found a groove that suits them, and they could well be on for some decent points if they finish endurance.
Yeah, with the trouble that they had yesterday, it's better to be consistently at this medium pace and not too fast and going fast for a few laps and then they're having their car going to a halt. So Southampton and Leicester are definitely doing the right thing, because it's always a pleasure to race around Silverstone, especially with your team not making it through scrutineering over the last few years, and see your car out on track is always a great moment. And especially with them, the time against the clock over the last few hours to get through scrutineering, it must mean so much for the entire team to get onto the track overall. And for the ones who made it through Scoot that couldn't get onto the track, they would have learned so much from today and the last few days in a Formula Student that they could take to next year. Imperial College London, they did exactly the same, and look, they've done so well. So take a lesson from Imperial College London, but if you didn't make it through scrutineering, or if you made it through scrutineering but didn't get out on track, make sure you take your feedback to good use to prepare your former student car for next year, because I'm almost certain we will see some teams out on track next year.
I have been reliably informed, and how I forgot this, I don't know. But when I asked the question, where are all the Americans? As if Ava from Trinity College Dublin, formerly a Trinity, isn't American, like an icon.
And another outtake for Mr. Giles Cosgrove.
So,
yeah.
Ava, I can only apologise. It's been a long weekend. I can only apologise. Southampton coming through then to complete another lap. That will be their 13th lap completed with a 129.67. Southampton headed towards their driver change here at Formula Student, the last session of endurance. Those teams that managed to get through scrutineering before the end of the day. The last few teams out on track, 129.67 for Southampton. 14th in progress. They will then come in for their driver change. Their 11th lap in progress for Leicester with a 132.99, their latest. Meanwhile, Jack Bristol-Hill says, ha ha ha, I remember you complaining about the nicked flag. What a blast from the past. Yes, I know, I did complain about the nicked flag when Swansea nicked our Welsh flag from Cardiff, and it was never returned. It's 4 years later. I'm still waiting on a flag. Meanwhile, elsewhere,
Oh my goodness.
we've got plenty of comments coming in. Kean Butler also suggesting he's half American with a passport to prove it. Okay, let me rephrase. Where are the American cars? You know,
American University.
But the Formula Student started in the States, in Texas and elsewhere, and we've yet to see a Formula Student team from America head over here. I know the rules are different, but if they're that good, they could take 1 year out and come and show us how it's done. Meanwhile, through the hairpin and the Mansell complex go Southampton. This will be the final lap for driver number 1. The checkered flag is there, and in they come to complete their driver swap halfway to paradise, or the Formula Student equivalent for the University of Southampton. Car number 69. They are in the pits for their driver change. A few whoops coming round Copse Corner. Great news for the team. This is the furthest distance this team have gone with electric power. Meanwhile, Leicester have got an empty track to themselves now to just keep nursing the car around. We know it's not been healthy overnight. They've had brake problems. They borrowed experimental brake discs from Exeter for a time, opposite them in the pits garages here at Silverstone.
Thank you to Exeter.
And I don't think they did run with them in the end. I think they got them from elsewhere, but it was not. It just shows the camaraderie where Exeter are saying, hey, look, we've got these spare, maybe you'll be able to use them. It just goes to show that in amongst the competition, there's a great deal of camaraderie. As round the hairpin go Leicester, this will be the completion of their 12th lap. 131.42 is their latest time. What can Leicester post here as they come across the line with a time then of, drum roll please, a 130.12. They're on to lap number 13 now, their penultimate lap before their driver change. Graham Drew saying, let's go Leicester Formula Student, give us a cheer on the hill, team. I think you've been asked to cheer, Leicester, if you're still there. I must say, the orange bucket hats have been impeccable. I love that, I really do. It does remind me of the Minions for one reason or another. And into the boot at the top end of the course go Leicester for their penultimate lap with driver 1 behind the wheel. This is looking consistent, Jess.
This is looking consistent, especially with a car that wasn't running this yesterday afternoon as well. And with Leicester, I think they're going to learn so much heading into next year. And we know that this part of endurance is just about teams completing endurance with how damp the track is. And I have to say, Leicester are doing a brilliant job. And with us being kept up to date every month with their newsletters on how it's going, you can see how much all of the team took part. In the awards ceremony, there was loads of people in some teams, and in some teams there's hardly any. But it's not just one driver that takes part in the team. There's lots of others. They have lots of different roles.
They really do. It's a microcosm of both business and industry as Leicester come across the line to complete another lap. Meanwhile, a team that weren't able to complete the full distance were one of the most exciting teams we saw at Formula Student 2025. We're gutted for them. And here's more on them. Here's a bit more from Coventry.
With Coventry, who won the sprint yesterday and the hot seat, and also scared me and Monty just a little bit. But it was absolutely incredible. We loved the energy. How are you feeling after all of the kind of feelings have kind of settled now?
Yeah, still feeling absolutely great. winning the sprint yesterday put us in the best position possible for today, for the endurance. Of course, the endurance is the toughest part of the competition. It's where your car's really tested. So there is an element of nervousness to that, as everyone will have. But we've been running strong. We've been running well. The little faults we've had were very simple to fix. So I think we're in a pretty good position for today. Fingers crossed the weather improves. So, yeah, to get the best competition possible. We've got a few good teams against us, like Bath, who got very close to our time yesterday, going out just before us. So I'm sure there'll be some good racing with that and some good competition. Looking forward to it.
That's right. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys on track again as well, because your drivers are incredible. Not just the engineers, but the drivers as well. So tell me a little bit more about your engine, because not a lot of teams kind of take the engine apart as much as you guys and kind of reconstruct all of it.
We have taken our NA engine from last year, completely redesigned the internals and turbocharged it, but I'll let Gabe go into the details.
Yeah, so to handle high pressure of the boost from the turbocharger, we've had to redesign the internals of the engine to sustain that. And to be fair to us, I think it's one of the most impressive parts of our project, because it's an entirely student-designed section of it, up to industry standard to make a running car. And yeah, it's just fantastic. And not only that, we have other innovations like the integrated charge cooler into the intake, which I think is one of the best parts of our whole car. And I think Josh can tell you more about that with the cooling package.
Yeah. So how does that benefit the car?
So the intercooler is completely custom by PWR. We basically send them expected temperatures and give them a space available to us, and they build around that really. Due to the size of the turbo, it's about 4.6 kilowatts in heat rejection, and the coolant flows across the intercooler counter to the air, just so we get a bit more out of it. And then accompanied by it are the dual PWR radiators. The air charge radiator doesn't need to take that much heat, so we can improve on that. And the engine radiator is doing its job really well, and the oil cooler is doing its job really well. And the more heat that we're putting into the engine, the cooling patch is really doing well this year. We're keeping well within our limits, even over sprint and hopefully endurance.
Well, good luck to you all. I really hope you all make it through endurance, because I understand you did have a few difficulties before the competition as well.
So about 5 days before competition, we had a massive engine failure. We had to completely rebuild a new engine. We did it in 3 days, got it running, and, well, the rest is history. We're here, we won the sprint, and we're ready for endurance later.
Okay, so one more question. Other than Bath, who do you think is your biggest competition for endurance?
That is quite tough, but I think the Basque University have shown really strong pace in the wet, and with the conditions that there are right now, them achieving a sub 1 minute lap in the wet is very impressive. So I think that'll be the toughest competition we have.
Well, good luck to you all. We're rooting for you. So, yeah, thank you for your time.
Right, we've just got an announcement from one of the dynamic marshals. Any team that has passed scrutineering that wants to do additional laps of the endurance circuit, please make their way to the endurance section ASAP. So that's just a reminder, people that have passed scrutineering, any teams that pass scrutineering, sorry, that want to do additional laps around Cops Corner at the endurance circuit, please make their way to the endurance section ASAP to do some additional runs. Meanwhile, we're seeing the University of Southampton in the middle of their runs. We've just seen a VT from Coventry as Southampton almost went to a stop there, Giles, but it looks like they got going again.
They have got going again. They seemed to stop midway through the slalom. I wonder whether that was just a moment of concern about hitting the cones for the driver, who was able to bring the car to a halt and bring it back on the power. Through the hairpin they go and into the Mansell complex, and that will be the 16th lap completed for the team from Southampton. With a 1:43.32. They're onto their, I should say that's their 15th lap completed, onto their 16th now. Leicester currently in the pits. I was wrong again. It's a 1:39.13. The lap board has updated. 16 laps completed, 17th in progress for Southampton. They are on their way with their second driver behind the wheel. On the subject of second drivers, Leicester are currently in the pits and they are just beginning to move the car under its own power to the line to bring it out onto the track for their second stint at endurance. Driver number 2 behind the wheel for Leicester. So both drivers are the second ones for their respective teams out on track. We've got Southampton and we've got Leicester. I can hear the Leicester car idling from here in the commentary box. No such idle noise from Southampton, quietly getting on with it with that EV powertrain. The furthest distance an EV powered car for Southampton has gone. Away goes Leicester, headed towards that first corner and looking very, very sluggish are Leicester. I wonder whether that's just the driver getting to grips with the car and these new brakes that they're having to run. Having had brake failure post-sprint yesterday, you can see them on your screens now, headed towards the top of Copse Corner. Into turn 1 they go, past the stricken Cardiff car and through the slalom onto the boot at the top end of the course. They're looking underpowered, Jess, which is more than can be said for some teams.
Yeah, I think the power seems to be, even though it's slow, it's consistent, isn't it?
It's there, which, is what you want.
Yes.
The wheels on Leicester's car are turning, as are the wheels on Southampton's car as they complete another lap. Do Southampton. Southampton have completed their 17th lap with a 1:46.63. And that brings them up to an 18-lap total if they can complete this lap now. They're on their 18th lap, 27 to complete for Southampton. Leicester in progress now as well, coming past us in the commentary box and headed towards the second slalom of the course. I can also see people have still stuck it out through the wind and the rain and the sunshine in the Cop stands. So give us a wave. Well done to you. You deserve a badge of honour for completing endurance yourselves. As Leicester come through to tackle the hairpin again. No problems for them through here, and they head towards the right-hander in the Mansell complex that has spelt disaster for so many teams. We saw earlier a technical issue right on the entrance to the corner for Wuhan University of Technology, spelt the end of their session before it truly had begun as they piled straight onto the tyre wall with no sign of braking or cornering. Meanwhile, here is the University of Southampton, the closest of these teams to finishing endurance in this third session. How's my driving, they ask on the rear wing. The answer, pretty respectable to say the least, as they head through the Mansell complex. It's not exuberant, it's not dramatic, but what it is consistent, Jess.
Yeah, and you get points for even finishing endurance. It might not be as much points as you were expecting, but it's better than quite a lot of the teams that either didn't finish endurance or didn't even make it on track at all. So for Southampton, they're probably going to be quite happy with that, and they're going to learn a lot of lessons heading into next year as they pass through turn 2. Now the sun is starting to peak out here at Silverstone, just like we saw yesterday evening before we ended past the stricken Cardiff car for the very first time, and you can definitely see what it means for Southampton to get through scrutineering and actually fixing their car just in time to get even into this session. And with the red flag causing them, I think it must be so difficult, Giles, waiting for that red flag, knowing what's about to happen, because they just don't know.
We've got grey clouds on the horizon. We've been reliably informed. You can see them in the top of the shot there as Southampton head through the double zigzags and towards the second slalom on the course. They've got those wet weather tyres on at the moment as a result of the wet flag. It was looking like it was beginning to dry out and whether it was a bit preempted, but with the rain potentially incoming, I'll be rather glad to have the extra grip of those wet weather tyres. If we cut to the second shot, I can see on the screens there, that is the state of the weather here at Silverstone for the final laps of endurance for Southampton and Leicester, as Southampton bring it through for another lap completed. They're slowly wrapping them up. This is good stuff from Southampton.
It seems to me, as the track gets more grippier with the wet tyres, that as soon as it gets a bit wetter, Southampton just seem to be more on it and a bit more fast with Southampton. So that very impressive. 1:30.33 their last lap. So they're really, really getting that. I think they've done 19 laps on lap 20.
They are indeed the team from Southampton who, with every metre covered, increased the furthest distance this team has ever gone with an electric power unit. So props to Southampton for truly sticking with it throughout the course of the week. They really didn't give up in the slightest, and they have been paid off handsomely if they can just get it over the line over the course of the next 7 laps. That red light on the roll hoop, exactly what the team will want to see as they coax the car across the standing water towards the other side of Copse Corner. Meanwhile, Leicester, you can see on your screens now, are coming through the second slalom and are a lot slower than Southampton and are going to get the blue flag, but there's not an overtaking bay on the horizon for a while, so Southampton might wish to coast for a bit because Leicester might not even get... I don't know whether Leicester are within distance of getting the blue flag here as they come through the Mansell section of the course to complete another lap for them. They haven't got the blue flag, so this will slow down Southampton. Meanwhile, we've got Birmingham in the pits, currently leaders in
big lorry
endurance in Formula Student. Let's get a word with Birmingham. Oh, they're there. It's just a shot, guys, but do cheer because you're on camera. Leicester come in, Southampton go through. Your leaders in endurance at the moment with a 35.32 is Birmingham. Meanwhile, Southampton back on the pace. Leicester were overtaken by them as a result of a quicker pace from Southampton. It tends to happen when one car's quicker than the other. As through the boot go Southampton, followed by Leicester. You can see in the back of your screens there. To bring you up to date, Southampton are on their 21st lap. Their latest a 131.16, their fastest a 128.49, incredibly consistent. Then meanwhile, Leicester have completed, what is that? So Leicester have completed 17 laps, their 18th is in progress, their latest a 143.95. And through they go, the second slalom for Southampton. And headed towards the hairpin bend. The rain just hanging over like a question mark across the circuit as they head into the Mansell complex. Do Southampton. This is going to be the 21st lap from the team completed. 131.16 was their latest. Can they get better than their 128, the quickest lap they've posted thus far? Leicester not a million miles behind as Southampton come through to complete their 21st lap with a time of 132.30, onto their 22nd now and headed towards the first slalom. The team from Southampton will be chuffed with the great distance they've already covered in this event. 27 laps required to complete endurance. As Southampton bring it through on their 22nd lap. Meanwhile, Leicester are out here as well. They're on their 19th, 18 complete with a 148.11, their latest. And it's just a question of time and consistency, Jess.
Yep, time and consistency as they get to the end of endurance in the pouring rain as the track gets less grippier by the second. That is very windy as well, which would help the cars who may have cooling issues. And I don't see any cars heading... oh, hang on a minute. I do see one car that wants to do additional runs coming out of the pit.
It would be University of Birmingham, the fastest in endurance. They
want to do some glory laps, Giles, which I'm not surprised.
They spent a lot of time out on track yesterday with the unlimited dynamic runs in sprint.
And that's what's... I think the reason why they're on top of endurance today was because they were the...
Oh, here comes the rain, Jess. Here comes the rain in a big way, and with a final few laps to go.
And it's windy. Can we just shut the windows? And whilst we shut the... I think it's been heavier than it's ever been as the spray is coming down thick and fast right now here at Silverstone. And for Birmingham, this will probably be the first time in the wet. If you are in the paddock, please go and find a covered area. Go to Copse Corner. Go to the Copse Grandstand where you'll be covered and be sheltered. So we would like to see more people at Copse Corner if you could do that. Luckily, we're in a sheltered commentary box.
I'm going to say nothing, because if I say anything, I'm just going to sound smug. But there's rain, and then there's whatever the hell is coming down on top of us here at Silverstone. Those clouds have unleashed wet hell onto the track as both Southampton and Leicester are in the final throes of their endurance run. It was already fairly conservative, to say the least, but now they're going to have to be extra careful not to lose what little grip remains on Copse Copse Corner, and there is Staffordshire. We were under the impression it was Birmingham, but Staffordshire are lining up to have a go with an umbrella over the head of the driver. Meanwhile, you can see the red light flashing through the haze of rain coming down here at Silverstone as Southampton are on their 23rd lap. 27 required for completion of endurance. Their latest was a 135.53. Through the hairpin they go and into the Mansell section of the course. You can see how inconsistent over just Copse Corner the rain is. Far heavier towards the top end of the course near the timeshare flats than it is at the bottom. And round the corner they go into another lap, their 24th lap now in progress. 23 complete from Southampton. The red light consistent above the driver's head on the roll hoop. Leicester will also be completing another lap. Jess, what have you got?
We just have word from the Dynamics official. We're currently inviting the fastest 10 drivers in endurance to try and compete for the fastest lap in the endurance track, which is why we're seeing Staffordshire. So if you're any of these teams, Birmingham, Staffordshire, Vermilion Racing, Imperial College, Basque Country, Edgar, Oxford Brooks, Malta, Sheffield Hallum and Exeter, if you're in those teams and want to try and compete for the fastest lap in this weather, good luck. Make sure you make your way to the pits.
Good luck is the right word.
Yeah, so those are the top 10 teams that are going to try and compete for fastest lap.
So there it is then. We've got an open track after the end of this session for those that wish to compete for a fastest lap round
the
this
top
circuit.
10, the top 10 in endurance.
And top 10 in endurance, and well, it's coming down. I mean, there's cats, dogs, and whatever the hell else is involved in this, because I wouldn't like to be driving in this in a normal road car, let alone a Formula Student car. It's coming down. I have said previously that Leicester's car reminded me a few years ago of a bathtub on wheels. This year they turned around and said, no, because of the change in shape of the chassis, it's a coffin on wheels. I feel like
my goodness.
It might well be back to the bathtub on wheels, because this will be filling up. I can hear it on the roof of the commentary box. I dread to think what it feels like in the cockpit of these cars.
How are they still going?
From Southampton and Leicester. I mean, this truly is the meaning of the word endurance. As Southampton crossed the line to complete their 24th lap, 25th now in progress with a 137.37 on the board. You can see the impact that wet conditions are having, slowing the drivers right down. It really is coming down as hard as I've ever seen it here at Formula Student. Leicester coaxing the car through the storm. There's no other word for it, Jess. It really is a storm. Through the hairpin go Leicester and into the trickiest part of the circuit. The standing water is an inch deep already. The session's been red flagged. The session has been red flagged, and rightfully so. They will have the opportunity to complete it once the rain has abated, one would hope. But that's... Yeah, I can't imagine driving a Formula Student car in these conditions. They're so close to completing. Both teams in the 20s.
Southampton even closer.
Southampton on their 25th lap, Leicester on their 22nd, but rightfully the session has been red flagged. And fingers crossed the rain will abate and it will give the opportunity for Southampton and Leicester to finally finish endurance. But for now, it has been red flagged, and we're rather glad we're in this box, Jess.
I do not want to go out, and if you are outside, go to the Cops grandstand, please, or shelter indoors, or go into your pit garages or something like that.
I can't imagine, Jess, someone's going to actively choose to be standing out in that.
No.
So there are Staffordshire, who will have wanted to go within that top 10 endurance runners for the fastest lap, but in these conditions, no one's going anywhere. Leicester already parked up. Southampton just bringing it in now. I mean, fair play to the drivers for keeping it out there, because I would have just aborted myself. They must be soaked to the skin.
So what does happen there?
You can see under the Leicester tent. They're all sheltered in, crammed in like sardines. It is pouring down here at Silverstone. There is some light on the horizon I can see, but will it be enough to abate the rain? We'll find out shortly.
The track, it is right for the marshal to bring out the red flag, because the conditions look unsafe to drive.
They really are. And as Kean Butler says, they are high-performance athletes. There's something wet in the cockpit. I feel damp. It's like full of water. Must be the water, as Kean Butler's kindly reminded us of that iconic quote from Ferrari. Meanwhile, Cal McSee says, now that's just George Russell's sweat. If that's
There's more than just sweat.
If George Russell's sweat is falling from the sky, I've got more questions than answers. as sheltered by their teams are the drivers from Leicester and Southampton with umbrellas. And we're going to try and get you some more information as to whether the session will be restarted. So do stay with us here live from Silverstone Formula Student 2025, the final session for endurance. Both Southampton and Leicester were mere laps away from completion, but the rain came down, and it came down hard. In fact, the hardest that we have seen it in several years here at the home of British Motorsport. And one would hope that both Southampton and Leicester will be afforded the opportunity to get back out on track when the session is green flagged. We'll confirm whether that will be happening because the clock is beginning to run up. It's 3:45 as I have it here in the commentary box. But
I think the stream is meant to finish at 5, I believe.
Is it me, Jess, or is it brightening up?
It is brightening up, but it's not. It's still chucking it down quite rapidly there. So I'm praying. I'm praying to the sun dance. Please, rain, just go away, because we want to see more cars on track between now and 5 o'clock.
I know there's such a thing as a rain dance. I wonder whether there's such a thing as a dry dance.
A dry dance, or as Monty does it, an airplane dance, which I found quite funny. And Monty's wear lots of tops around on the weekend, and if you've seen all the footage from Monty weekend, if you've seen him around at Formula Shoot, and let us know which shirt you preferred the best out of all of them. I like the majority of them. And yeah, the sun is. The weather just keeps changing like no tomorrow around here.
It's just stopped raining. It's just stopped out of in the same way that it began. It stopped just as quickly, and they need something to wipe off the car. Do Southampton, including the visor of the driver. Meanwhile, an update on what happened to Coventry. The exhaust was hanging off the car. It popped off halfway through. That would be why they were unable to restart. Meanwhile, we've got Monty. What have we got from Monty? I can see feet. Those feet look quite wet. And we've got an interview with Monty. Go for Monty.
Right, hello everyone. Hello from the hot seat, or I should say wet seat. It's a little bit wet down here now. Okay, so we are just waiting for the dynamic team to confirm what we're going to do. The situation as it is right this second, the two teams that you've seen on the track haven't done enough laps yet to be deemed completed. So they're having a discussion to see if they can get them back out on track so they can finish their laps, so they can be deemed finished officially and officially.
Cheers, Monty. Thank you very much indeed for that one. We can see he's wearing his Excel spreadsheet shirt. There is a man who is a walking solution, although I must say I'm rather glad he's got an undershirt underneath, because in these conditions, a white shirt on Monty is potentially not the best thing to be looking at. Meanwhile, Southampton and Leicester are sat in the pits waiting to see if the session will be green flagged. And thank you very much to Monty for providing a bit of insight into what's going on there. So it's been a real summary of the sort of weather that you can see at Silverstone over the course of this weekend, and hopefully we'll be able to get the two teams back out on track very soon, because Leicester had completed 22 laps and Southampton, they only had 1 lap to go. Southampton were right there.
They were almost there.
With 1 lap to go as the session was red flagged. Staffordshire in the background there waiting to go for a top 10 shootout. The top 10 teams who have completed endurance will be able to go again to see who can get the fastest lap in these atrocious conditions. I can see one of the marshals there with a purple coat and an orange high-vis giving 2 fingers up to the drivers, not the 2 fingers you're thinking, signifying, I think, 2 minutes before the session is restarted.
That is good news. A reminder of the 10 teams that are allowed to take part in the shootout for the fastest lap if they so wish are Birmingham, Staffordshire, who are waiting in the queue now, Vermilion Racing, Imperial College, University of the Basque Country, also known as Biscaya, Align Racing, also known as Adger, Oxford Brooks, Malta, Sheffield Hallum, and Exeter. So if you're in any of those top 10 teams, if you want to take part in trying to set the fastest lap you can, please do, because that will be absolutely great to see one of your drivers out there on track trying to do that. This is like sprint all over again.
Sprint in the wet, and I must say I'd be rather inclined to see how sideways you can get it in the wet, but that just might be my juvenile sense of entertainment. There is the stricken Cardiff car gathering water as the rain continues, somewhat abated as the sun comes out. One would hope that things can get back underway here. I can see Cota from Cardiff hanging out with the marshals. He's got a fairly great view of the track, although I imagine he's quite sodden is our Cota. Meanwhile, Southampton and Leicester will be waiting to get back on track. Southampton only a lap from finishing endurance. I mean, put it this way, not only will it be the furthest distance that they have travelled with an electric vehicle from Southampton, but it will also be the longest time it's taken to complete endurance, because with the rain and the 2 stoppages, it's taken quite a while. The drivers, they're quite content to just sit and wait. As Kean Butler has pointed out, 1 lap is a lifetime, says Brad Pitt. Meanwhile, Daily Dairy says exhaust hanging out is crazy. I mean, I've seen crazier at Formula Student. I mean, I think to me, the craziest moment that we've had today, there's a couple of moments. We had Sheffield Hallum saving it as...
They almost crashed with Exeter.
Exeter were facing the wrong way, and Sheffield Hallum managed to avoid it. So well done to Sheffield Hallum's driver. And we also saw technical problems for Wuhan's car. They came second at Formula Student over in China. And unfortunately, those technical problems hit right as they entered the hardest corner on the course. They were unable to turn or brake and piled straight into the tyre wall. Meanwhile, here is the view from the pits. This is the University of Leicester as their driver gives a nice big old rub to the visor of the driver there from Leicester, who's also got glasses on underneath by the looks of things, so they're going to get steamed up, to say the least. Meanwhile, there is Southampton with their visor up, waiting to be given the go-ahead to do 1 final lap. It's all they need, 1 final lap, and Southampton will have completed endurance. Meanwhile, we've got Staffordshire also waiting in the wings. I can see their faculty advisor with a green high-vis on. Staffordshire, always an excellent team to be hanging out with, talking to, or just spending time with. They are a great team, and they have come second thus far in the preliminary standings of endurance. The top 10 are welcome to come back to track once this session has concluded to compete in a lap time shootout. Staffordshire always quite competitive, always quite quick. If there's an opportunity to go quickly, then they're going to go for it. Meanwhile, he's waving his umbrella around is the faculty advisor from Staffordshire, Mary Poppins in a high-vis. Meanwhile, Jess, what have you got?
So, we are going to get going again, but the main priority is they are going to get Southampton and Leicester out on the circuit to try and complete endurance. What's going to happen with the top 10 shootout remains to be seen, that they're going to see, but it's more than likely it's just going to be Leicester and Southampton who will be taken to the track, and then they're going to see what happens if they have time to do Staffordshire and all the other cars. So for now, their priority is to make sure that Southampton and Leicester go out on the track to complete endurance. So that was an update from one of our Dynamics volunteers wearing purple, and thank you to all of those volunteers, as well as our Marshals and Silverstone volunteers as well in orange. A massive shout out to you, and they're trying to sweep on the track. The red flag was due to torrential downpour, by the way, as we kind of gathered. So that's your update.
And there, meanwhile, is Leicester sat in the cockpit waiting for them to sweep the track of standing water. I'm surprised the poor driver's glasses haven't steamed up in these conditions, bless him. You can see on the timing board that Leicester have got the furthest distance to go. They completed 22 out of the 27 laps. So unlike Southampton, who've got to go in and out in 1 lap, the driver from Leicester has got to go out for a further 5 laps, which will mean then that there is the possibility that the glasses might steam up. But then again, driving without glasses, I can't see being a great idea. Meanwhile, here is Cota, or Cota's back end anyway, looking at the back end of Cardiff's car. Cardiff unable to compete in endurance, unfortunately. A few yards was all they could manage. We're hoping to come back with you. There is Southampton's car for you now. You can see how torrential the rain was. The drivers soaked in the cockpit there with haze on the visor. Fingers crossed they'll be able to see through out onto the track, but as the track heats up, one would hope with a combination of the brooms, which are being used to sweep up the standing water, they should have an opportunity to go racing again. Meanwhile, Monty's joining us here in the commentary box in his wonderful, wonderful XL shirt. It really is excellent. Hey, pun intended. And thank you to everyone watching on the stream as well for joining us. Come on, Leicester, coffin with wheels, says Daily Dairy. Meanwhile, there are some of the volunteers that make this event possible. They've come through rain and shine to be here. And there's also the camera crew as well, who've done an absolutely impeccable job throughout the weekend. And we're massively grateful to Hi-Vis for all of their support, technical expertise and coverage throughout the weekend, making us sound as slick as we have. Okay, so we're reliably informed that we can get going again here at Silverstone for the final time, possibly, for endurance. We've got Southampton and Leicester ready to go. 1 lap to go for Southampton. Leicester have got 5 laps. Monty, have you got any insight to offer?
I'm just, the only insight I can say is get it to the finish line for both of these so they can be officially deemed classified. Once they're done, in theory, that should then be endurance officially completed.
I can see Staffordshire and Imperial College rather optimistically lined up for a fastest lap shootout. I'm not sure whether we're going to get there. We're going to see what happens because everyone out there is drenched and they have been all fantastic. So thank you to everybody. I can see there Mike Mansell trying to open his arms up and dry out a bit there.
They're not the only ones. I've got the whole of Birmingham still in the hot seat tent. You guys saw the water surrounding my feet there. So I've got the whole of Birmingham with me there, eagerly awaiting for these 2 teams to finish so they can start celebrating that they have won the endurance
There's some
event.
patience required. They know they've won, but they want it to be official, so they're having to wait until the official classification comes in. Birmingham with a time of 35.32. They said it this morning, several hours ago. The conditions have improved in the last few minutes, and hopefully we'll be able to go again here at Silverstone for Formula Student 2025. The track being swept there, as you can see, not of grease, not of dirt, not of any debris, but being swept of water.
Nothing but water. And that's what I'm going to go and tackle now, guys. I'm going to get back in my boat and row over to the hot seat, or shall I call it a wet seat now, to go and join Sheryl with hopefully celebrating with Birmingham in a couple of minutes' time. See you guys later.
Cheers, Monty. So Southampton and Leicester are the only teams left to go in endurance. You can see Staffordshire and Imperial College are lined up, waiting for the opportunity to send it round the course, but time will tell whether we have the opportunity to do so. Right now, priority, as it should be, given to Southampton and Leicester. Southampton with 1 lap to complete, as I have it here in the commentary box. 5 laps to complete for Leicester. I can feel the sun on my back, Jess. We're back to sunshine. It really is a day of all seasons as Leicester are being brought to the line.
Because they have the most laps to do, they've been given the priority.
We're about to go racing again, and if you don't mind, I'm going to crack a window.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea because it's getting hot in the commentary box. The temperatures keep changing left, right, and centre, and I think everyone in the commentary box is going to be probably rooting for Leicester and Southampton here. I think whenever they come across the finish line, I think they should give them the biggest round of applause because I think they've gone through 2 red flags, I believe, 2 red flags, and they're still like...
They're still going.
They're still going, so fair play.
A massive shout out to both Leicester and Southampton, teams after our own heart. We're big fans of Leicester in the sim racing. They keep us posted with monthly updates. It's a car that I've loved for a number of years. It's just incredibly simple. And at times, that's what you need in Formula Student. Just strip it back to basic, get a car that works out on track and make it work. And that's what Leicester have done. And so too have Southampton, who are on their final lap now.
A glory lap, it seems, because I don't think they want to push too much with the fact that there's still standing water on the track. And I think that is the safest thing to do because they know they're not going to be in the top 10 in endurance. They want to finish it, and they just want to soak it up as much as they can for the team of Southampton that worked so hard.
Leicester coming through the zigzags on their way to the second slalom. I must say, though, Jess, that it looks to me like Southampton really are crawling. We know they've been faster throughout the day than Leicester, but all of a sudden, they really are taking their time, and I do wonder whether that battery has been significantly lowered in its capacity after those 2 red flags, and one would
We
just...
saw that with other teams that were waiting like through scrutineering quite a few times in the wet.
Got to really cross your fingers for the guys from Southampton. Meanwhile, Leicester coming through to complete their 22nd lap. Meanwhile, over in the hot seat, we've got Monty and Birmingham.
And you can see how hard the rain's coming down as well, Giles.
Indeed, indeed. As through go Leicester. I've yet to see where Southampton are, though, Jess. I can't see Southampton on any of our screens here in the commentary box, and
That will be cruel. That'll be cruel.
I'm just a little bit concerned, but no, there they are. They've done it. They've crossed the line, and surely that's it for Southampton. Surely. No, they've got another lap to go. That's 26 complete. They're on to their 27th now. They've got another lap to go before they complete it. Southampton on their final lap. We lost them here in the commentary box, and we had a wobble, we had a moment, but we've had a look, and they're still out on track. Southampton into the final throes
You
of
gave him a heart
endurance.
attack there, Southampton. Oh my goodness.
This is it for Southampton, and they truly do deserve this, to complete endurance against all the odds of this session. A huge hats off as they come through the boot at the top end of the course. Leicester on their way through to the second slalom for another lap. They are currently on their 23rd lap. Leicester on their final lap, though, as you can see on your screens there, car number 69. It's the University of Leicester with the electric power in the back, the furthest they've gone. In fact, this will be impeccable if they can complete endurance in these circumstances. The university that gave us Adrian Newey is about to give us another great story in motorsport against all the odds through the rain and the sunshine. Southampton are coming into the final throes of the final lap for endurance at Formula Student 2025. You can see them there heading into the left and right that precludes the hairpin. Through they go, the hairpin, and into the Mansell section of the course. Only 2 corners to go. The checkered flag is there. They really have endured a lot, have Southampton. And car number 69 finishes endurance at Formula Student 2025. A remarkable achievement for everyone involved. A huge congratulations.
I think you can see the whole team cheering. They're coming out of Copse Corner as we speak, and they're going to celebrate with their team. And I think that they were nervous as much as us in the commentary box. And look at them. There we go.
Over the moon are Southampton. Give us a cheer. You're on camera, guys. A massive congratulations to everybody who brought that car home through everything. I would love to give you a time, but with 73.05, it's not representative. We've got to deduct the 2 red flags. So for now, all eyes turn to Leicester. They are currently on their 24th lap, 27 to complete, and they too will finish endurance, having survived all the odds and all the conditions that the elements could throw at them. They head through into the hairpin to complete their 24th lap. It really has been a tale of the weather in this last session, Jess. Several red flags, a crash from Wuhan. It's all happened, hasn't it?
I think pretty much everything has happened. Crashes, weather, shower, everything. And we know with Leicester, I think Leicester will be celebrating as if it's a win of the race. They've done 24 laps. They're on lap 25 at 135.51. is their time currently at the moment. I think everyone's probably going to say, come on, Leicester. I think we've got a shout out from Cole Pearson saying, well done, Southampton. And he's also saying, how did Glasgow do in endurance? Well, they didn't do endurance because they didn't make it through scrutineering, unfortunately.
Sadly not. Sadly not for Glasgow. But a team that did make it through endurance have made it through the rain are the University of Leicester. Through the boot they go. Southampton going wild as they know they've achieved a remarkable feat, taking the car through scrutineering right up to the line and then taking the car out into endurance and completing endurance. A huge congratulations to Southampton as they take their car into second scrutineering. It has to be re-scrutineered before it can be classified post-endurance. You can see them wheeling it to scrutineering. Now you can also see the hot seat, and Birmingham, rightfully so, giving a round of applause to Southampton. We love the camaraderie between the teams. Another team deserving of praising camaraderie are Leicester. As through they go, Leicester in the final throes of endurance for them. They've got a couple of laps to go on their 25th now. One team that completed 27 laps earlier today are a team with 35.32 on the board. They remain unbeaten. And I'm going to hand you over to Sheryl and Monty, who are with Birmingham at the hot seat.
It's to my understanding, you have an announcement, don't you, Monty?
That's right, Sheryl. We've had some update from the timing box, so let's go and break the surprise to Birmingham. Team Birmingham, can I have your attention, please? I've just heard from the timing box, Southampton and Leicester, when they went back out on track, removing that time whilst they were sat in the pits, they returned on the track at 48 minutes and 51 minutes, which means you guys are now declared officially the winners of the endurance event.
Oh, we're loving that. Congratulations to the University of Birmingham, a team we haven't seen for several years at Formula Student. And unfortunately, I have bad news to go for you. Unfortunately, Leicester have stopped on their penultimate lap on the first slalom.
Keep going, get the car started.
There's life yet in that power unit. They've just got to coax it through. A lap and a half left for Leicester. And all eyes turn to the team that have overcome a great many obstacles to get on track. And the power is there, Jess. The power is there.
And we can hear the cheers along behind us in Cop's corner. I think we're just as relieved as they are. So Leicester, if I were you, just do some cycling laps. Bring it home. Just, it doesn't matter if you're slow as long as the power is still coming.
Leicester, start praying to whatever deity it is you worship. We've got a lap and a half to go for the team that have had to replace the brakes on their car and were doing so right up until the final session. It's taken them a long time to get here. It may not be the fastest time in endurance, but a time in endurance is nonetheless a time in endurance as they come back into our view here in the commentary box. One lap, the second slalom, the hairpin and the Mansell course, all to do. Oh, this is tense. This is tense as the weather brightens up over Silverstone. You're live for the final laps of Formula Student 2025 Endurance, the third session underway. The winners have been declared as preliminary to go to Birmingham, a team with a fantastic story to tell, but the story is not over for Leicester as they bring it through the Mansell complex over towards the finish line. Only one more lap to go for car number 58. They've evolved it from the bathtub on wheels to the coffin on wheels. They took a fallow year last year. They came back to Silverstone, and against the odds, through all the trials and tribulation, through the wind, the rain, and the sun, this team have kept on going. They truly have endured through endurance. There's been 2 red flags on this session as they go past the first overtaking bay, headed towards the first slalom. We saw them stop here last lap round, but for now, they keep going as they head towards the boot at the top of Cop's corner. This is all they need to do, is just keep going. It doesn't matter how quick it is, and they go onto the grass, they go off. And that's a disaster then for Leicester. They have stopped on the last lap, Jess. They hit some cones, they went early into the corner, and can they keep going? I don't know. A 10-second penalty for an off-course is not going to be the end of the world at this point.
Is their cone still stuck there?
It's still going. It's still going, Leicester! As they manage to keep the car going. At this point, a 10-second off-course is not going to make a blind bit of difference as they just stop again. They've got a cone under their right wheel. Under the right wheel. If a marshal can just get to the right wheel, they can keep going. There we go. There's a marshal getting the wheel, getting the cone out from underneath.
Get the
a thumbs up from the driver. Can they just keep the power down now is the question. And they keep underway. Leicester are away again.
This is absolutely fantastic. Let's just hope they don't hit any more cones, because otherwise it will be an absolute disaster otherwise. Leicester has overcome so much to be here today, and I'm just excited, Giles.
Oh dear, I shouldn't be biased, but at this point I just want every team to get over the line as best they can, and they've overcome so much. Leicester, you truly have our hearts here in the commentary box. Only a couple of slaloms and the hairpin to go, along with the Mansell complex. At this point, they might as well get out and push. It doesn't matter. They've just got to finish. The team on tenterhooks, the Orange Army here at Formula Student, the iconic orange bucket hat, looking to Cop's corner, the final corners to come. They've got the power to do so. They've just got to edge it round through the hairpin. It's the next corner they've got to complete, and round they go. They've got no issues through there. And here comes the Mansell complex. This right-hander has proven incredibly difficult for several teams and spelt the end of the run for Wuhan. Not the case here for Leicester. The checkered flag is there, and car 58, University of Leicester, crossed the line and finish endurance.
The team are so delighted, and they've all come down to celebrate on the pit wall. I was feeling nervous, Giles. I think the team has been nervous, but they've done it. Of course, their time will be way off, but it will get deducted due to the red flag.
Oh, the red flags. The first red flag, I thought, it can't get any wetter. Second red flag, it can. Congratulations to Leicester as the team run out to congratulate their driver. That is truly impeccable. Really great result for Leicester. 10-second off course or not, just congratulations to the car number 58 and everyone who got that car back out and running after the brake issue they suffered on sprint. Right now, though, they truly are your champions of endurance. They set a fantastic time of 35.32, which remained unbeaten. Here are Monty and Sheryl with the guys from Birmingham.
So we are here with the winners of endurance, the University of Birmingham, after not having a running car at competition for 7 years. You went out this morning when the track was soaking wet and the teams in the dry couldn't even beat your time. So how does that feel?
Incredible, absolutely incredible. We're ecstatic. Yeah, like you say, for teams in the dry on slicks to not be coming that close to our times is absolutely outstanding, really. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're all over the moon. It just shows all the hard work that we've been putting through this whole year. I just know we lost a lot of nights building this car, and it finally paid off. So it's great to see. So yeah.
It's great for us to see too. We know the timings, but I'd like you guys to say how far ahead you finished.
So 17 seconds is how far ahead we finished, which is very close. Too close for my liking, but yeah, really good.
See, that doesn't sound close to me. I feel like you guys won it by a landslide.
Maybe, I don't know. Over an endurance, like if it was sprint, then yeah, it'd be a landslide. But maybe over endurance, I don't know.
Well, either way, well done to all of you. You have earned this. Celebrate hard tonight. Back to comms.
A massive congratulations there to Birmingham, deserving winners of endurance. Meanwhile, you join us for a 5-lap practice show-off session. We haven't got a name for it at the moment.
Test session.
Test session, there we go. We've got five laps each for the drivers out on track at the moment. That is Imperial College London, that is Staffordshire, and that is de Montfort. Staffordshire have the opportunity here to really show us what they can do with this car, even in these wet conditions, as do Imperial College, who've been one of the stories of the weekend. De Montfort are also here. It's referred to commonly as wacky races. We've changed the format so often, I never know when to call it wacky races or not. But here comes de Montfort, looking a little slow there, but I think that's James behind the wheel, just beginning to put his foot down. It's not James, is it Ben, or is it somebody else? We've got one of the drivers that was unable to compete for de Montfort earlier on Saturday behind the wheel. Milan, I'm reliably informed. I didn't think that was a city in Italy, but apparently it's a person as well. As coming across the line is Imperial College London. I will say we're not actually timing these guys. We're just asking for fast times, just fast laps. If you fancy getting the tail out, that'd be great, because do remember, most entertaining driver is still up for grabs, so if these teams really do want to send it, then they'd be more than...
we're the judges for that.
Somehow, yes, in the commentary box we are. We've been given some responsibility. By who, I don't know. Why? Again, I don't know. Imperial College London right at the back end of de Montfort. Imperial wanting to lap faster. De Montfort, it just gives an opportunity for the drivers that weren't able to compete on Saturday to get behind the wheel of Sabrina. I mean, who wouldn't want to get in Sabrina and go for a ride as the car comes through the double zigzag? There's a class car from de Montfort Sabrina there. Staffordshire coming through past us in the commentary box. Meanwhile, Imperial College London waiting patiently to be able to send it again as de Montfort come through into the overtaking bay. And away go Imperial College London back out on the power. Car number 97, a team we haven't seen for a while here at Formula Student. They abandoned the EV powertrain, went back to IC, and look where it's got them. Congratulations to Imperial College London. All of these teams you're seeing right now have completed endurance today. Through the hairpin go Imperial College London, getting it nice and sideways. There's a cone gone. Thank you, Imperial. More of that, please, from the teams out on track. Staffordshire, we know, can send it. Imperial College London proving that they can too. De Montfort, previously known as Full Send University, and we have seen them get a bit sideways previously earlier on in the day and towards the end of yesterday in sprint. De Montfort, meanwhile, keeping it a bit more consistent with a car that's a little tentative. We have seen it do better in sprint, but things were modified to get it through scrutineering. Meanwhile, through the boot go Imperial College London. We've seen a bit of it. We've seen them get the tail out just a bit. Can they get it out a bit more for us? Looking very slidey and looking very quick through this course. There's some cheering going round. Cops, Staffordshire coming through. We know that's a team with a great deal of support here at Silverstone.
They always do. I think every year they compete in endurance, they always finish quite highly, Staffordshire, and I don't blame them.
Absolutely not. As through all, that's nice there from Imperial College London. Nice and squiffy through the wet section of the course. Round the hairpin they go into the... Oh, there's a yellow flag there. There's a yellow flag, and through they come into crossing the line.
We also have to say, whilst we're seeing these laps, a big shout out to the team over at High Vis who have been controlling the cameras, controlling everything that you're seeing on broadcast. You can see on the right-hand side of the bottom right in the picture-in-picture. They've done a stellar job all weekend. They've filmed all the VTs as well, and they've done amazing. We've been able to see the action as much as you, so massive shout out to High Vis. You've all been incredible. They also streamed the event over at Williams for the Formula Student Sim Racing Series, so the effort that they have put for the entire Formula Student Week has been fantastic. So massive shout out to High Vis, massive shout out to the cameraman, the directors, everyone that's took part from High Vis. Without them, we wouldn't get this event live streamed. So thank you very much to High Vis.
High Vis have been absolutely impeccable. It's a passion project for them, this coverage of Formula Student. And if I dare say so myself, I think it's the best Formula Student coverage in the world. And that's not me blowing my own horn, just the camera work from the team at High Vis has been impeccable. The direction has just been sublime. Meanwhile, some very nice driving there from Imperial College London through the hairpin. De Montfort back out. Staffordshire going through. Cheering as they go are the team from Staffordshire. Milan behind the wheel of De Montfort, deprived of the opportunity to drive the car hard during the early morning on Saturday. They managed to get through scrutineering on the afternoon, but as a result he wasn't able to drive in his event. Milan now given the opportunity to drive Sabrina around Silverstone, and rightly so. Great to see this used as an opportunity for those that weren't able to drive earlier in the weekend to get behind the wheel. Imperial College London on the way, coming in behind past De Montfort again. It'll be a repeat of earlier. It will be fine. Meanwhile, you can see Staffordshire here as well, really pushing it round the wet course. There's the opportunity to get a bit sideways through the hairpin. Meanwhile, Imperial College London coming through in past De Montfort. De Montfort pulling in again. They know what to do. Imperial College London coming through past cleanly, and away go Imperial College as well. Moments away from the end of endurance and the end of Formula Student 2025. It's been a weekend of high drama, high adventure, and high rain levels as well, put it that way. As they go round the hairpin, do Imperial College London into the right-hander that's caused so much drama. My favourite corner possibly ever in anything. I love that. We'll have a bit more of that from the Mansell complex, and across the line come Imperial College London. They're just out again, just going straight for it. I don't know, I've lost count of how many times.
How many laps that we've done.
Exactly, I've got no idea at this point, but it's what Wacky Races is for. And past us in the commentary box comes car 31, De Montfort back out for another lap with Milan behind the wheel. Big up to the guys from High Vis. You can see the outfits that they've had to wear in order to bring you this coverage through the rain, the sun, and everything else. He's shaking his head in his bucket hat, giving us a wave. Thank you to them. You can see even the camera's got a coat on. And meanwhile, we've got Staffordshire here, going through the Zeds and into the second slalom.
I swear they've done more than 5 laps at this point.
I genuinely have lost count, and I'm not about to complain because it's just great to see. It's great to see some final driving, some real balls to the wall driving from the guys involved here. You can see on your screen some of the camera crew that have been involved in bringing you this coverage, who have been sat out in all conditions along with the marshals. So thank you very much to the marshals, the volunteers from High Vis, the volunteers from Formula Student, the guys from High Vis, and the Motorsport UK team as well. Through they go then, De Montfort into the second slalom. Out they come and headed towards the hairpin. Meanwhile, Imperial College London have lapped Staffordshire. Imperial College London seemingly sending it even faster than Staffordshire, words I was not expecting to say this weekend, as round the boot they go. And following them are Staffordshire. This has been a really great weekend, and there's been a lot of stories, and we'll be able to recap those on the Formula Student podcast for you. So if you haven't already subscribed, do please subscribe to Formula Student Online. Head on to YouTube, Formula Student Online, is where you need to go for the latest updates throughout the year on everything Formula Student. We've been to places as varied as Williams, the Formula 1 team, Alassi and Williams. We've also been to Mercedes AMG High Performance Powertrain and the University of Hertfordshire as well. Plenty more to come, plenty more in the pipeline, so do make sure you're subscribed. We'll be able to tell you all the highlights, all the big stories from this year at Formula Student here at Silverstone. As through round the hairpin go Staffordshire into one of the more complicated parts of the course. Past us here in the commentary box comes Imperial College London. That's definitely more than 5 laps now, surely, but at this point, who cares?
I don't think the marshals care. The teams want to have some fun.
They are really having fun. Staffordshire cheering with every lap completed as they pass us here in the comms box. And you're seeing on the bottom right of your screen all the team that have been bringing you this wonderful coverage. So thank you ever so much to High-Vis. They've made myself and Jess look and sound far more slick and professional than we truly are if you meet us in person. It's a bit more disappointing, but you know, we do our best. And High-Vis have really brought out the best of all of us and brought hopefully home to you some of the excitement of Formula Student. Congratulations to all the teams who've competed here this weekend, whether you've got through scrutineering or not. To compete in Formula Student is a real challenge. And to those teams that have got through scrutineering, whether you finished the events or not, massive hats off. Incredible stuff. And here comes to Montfort, one of the teams that really did fight tooth and nail to get through scrutineering, to get out on track. It really did pay off. And Imperial College London coming through on the send. De Montfort beginning to pick up speed now as Milan gets familiar with the car and the course. Meanwhile, the team that's incredibly speedy are Imperial, coming past us yet again. Have Staffordshire gone in, Jess? I can't see them on the screens. Here they are. They are coming.
Here they are. Don't panic. They're here.
They're here past us in the commentary box. Oh, look at that. That was nice. That was nice, Staffordshire. Just for entertainment value alone, just wrenching the wheel around in the wet to really get it to kick out. You can see how stable that Staffordshire car is, because the driver had to really wrestle with it to get it to oversteer. So I really do rate that. Some nice entertaining driving there from Staffordshire. Imperial College London coming to lap to Montfort now. We're not quite sure when we'll come to an end here, but we're just going to keep on. We may be here for infinity, but one would hope not, because at some point I would like some dinner. Exeter, congratulations on finishing endurance. If you fancy buying me a steak, you'd be welcome. You know, other commentators are available, as Jess and Monty are also deserving of a great deal of praise, as is Sheryl, who's been impeccable throughout the weekend, providing you insight and coverage in vision. Thank you ever so much to Sheryl, a really talented presenter. You can follow her on TikTok as Miyuki Panda. If you're interested in Formula 1, TikTok is the place to go for all your Miyuki Panda content. Meanwhile, here is De Montfort coming through as they come round the corner to complete another lap. It's great to see De Montfort, against all the odds, really lapping it out now.
They're giving it they seem to be going a lot faster than what we saw earlier. I think they've got no pressure against them, no time, and why not? It's always great to see. You can tell these drivers are having a lot of fun. Look at that, they're just sending it. Try and go for the craziest send ever, guys, because again, still most entertaining drivers up for grabs. Well, stay safe.
There's the replay. There's the replay. I get excited just watching it back as a replay. Wonderful stuff there.
It's fantastic.
From Staffordshire. Meanwhile, Imperial College London also sending it. I don't know whether the drivers can hear us, but dear teams, please get the back end out. Yours sincerely, Giles. Going a bit wide there. There's a cone dismantled by Imperial College London with that one there, and they take it into the hairpin. Getting a bit squiffy there, had to get off the power, otherwise they really would have lost it. So Imperial are trying to send it. It's just a case of trying to know where to send it as they come through past us in the commentary box once more. It's a great view from this camera, the worm's eye view of the start-finish. Meanwhile, Staffordshire have seemingly lost it by the looks of things, or come to a stop at the hairpin. But for one reason or another, they had stopped at the kicker that is the boot at the top end of the course. And maybe they sent it just a little bit too much, did Staffordshire. I'm not complaining, but you know, there's a car there that they can still go testing with in the early winter season. Bear in mind the cars won't be dismantled usually until December or January, so you can still get a lot out of these cars. Vital data can be gotten out of them even if they have not finished the events. They can certainly be rectified and rebuilt. Meanwhile, you've got De Montfort and Imperial College also out on track. Staffordshire there at the moment through the double zigzags and headed towards the hairpin. And here they come through the hairpin. Looking very nice through the left and right-hander before the hairpin. There is Imperial College through the Mansell complex. Getting a bit nice there, liking that. Bit of a right kick out the back.
Oh, look at
they
that
are off.
spin.
That was De Montfort with a big spin, and they are beached on the grass. De Montfort trying to send it through to turn 1, and they've beached it. They managed to wait until an opportune moment to rejoin the track, but I think they might be beached. There's some, oh, hang on, they might be overheating there. There's some steam coming off your car there, De Montfort, or they've got it refired. It might just be hot and evaporating the dew on the grass. Can they get going again, De Montfort, is the question. Calm, 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 encourages Daniel. And they do calmly get it back out on track. Nicely done from De Montfort there. A proper spin in wacky races. I can't lie, I do like a bit of that as long as everybody's safe. And well done to De Montfort for getting it back out on track, getting it running again. Meanwhile, Imperial College London are lapping very nicely into the second slalom.
I think this is their fastest lap time I've probably seen in the wet, and they almost hit a cone there in Imperial College London. I don't think these carry penalties. They can pretty much maybe hit as many cones as they want. I do not encourage too much of it, because otherwise you just want to just have some fun here. So we've got, I think the checker flag is about to be waved, so we're about to finish this wacky races, which I have to say, it's been a lot of fun. So Staffordshire just finished wacky races, so is Imperial.
Fantastic stuff there for Imperial College London, Staffordshire and De Montfort bringing up the rear to complete this year's wacky races. The grand finale of Formula Student 2025, a weekend of thrills and spills. I've been Giles, there's been Jess in the commentary box, and around and about we've also had Monty. How are you, Monty?
I have been doing very good, sir. I've been running up and down, doing lots of podcast interviews this weekend, but the racing has been fantastic. And compared to last year, it was close last year, but so many more cars on the track this year. I am so proud of all the universities that have done a fantastic job. But my question for you, Giles, is who's your money on winning this overall?
My money goes to the University of the Basque Country. I'll be investing in Europe.
That is an interesting one, and I must admit, from my point of view, I'm going for a similar one. I would love to see British University win this, but my money's not on that. And if I'm proven wrong, then I will lead all the students in the Sunday Awards tonight to a serenade of the SpongeBob SquarePants theme if a British university has won this overall.
If a British university wins, you will lead the crowd tonight in the pavilion to sing SpongeBob SquarePants.
Why not?
Thank you very much, James Montgomery. Meanwhile, Sheryl, if you can hear us, and you're welcome to join us in the comms box to say goodbye to everybody. Sheryl, I can see you. Come and join us in the commentary box. We'd like to have you in the comms box with us. Yes, come on, come and join us. Because, as you can see there, Staffordshire, Imperial College London and De Montfort returning to the pit lane. That brings us to an end of the Dynamics coverage here at Formula Student 2025. A massive thank you to the marshals who have stood out in all conditions this week. They've done a remarkable job, and we're incredibly grateful to both the Formula Student volunteers and those from Motorsport UK. Thank you very much to them. Thank you very much to all the volunteer judges as well in cost, business and design. And not to mention the committee at Formula Student who make sure this goes on behind the scenes. And not to mention everybody at High-Vis who has put this on your screens throughout the weekend and also live from Williams for the grand final of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. It really has been a fantastic week of action, a week of drama, a week of stories. We'll be able to tell you all about it over the coming months. And we're going to have to say goodbye very shortly. We've had Sheryl in vision throughout the week. Sheryl, what's been your highlight so far across the weekend?
Honestly, it's been the fact that Birmingham won the endurance after going out this morning in the wet when those on dry slicks couldn't come close. So it was absolutely incredible, and congratulations to the team. Hanging out with them in the tent with the hot seat was so much fun as well. The wet seat, yes. Oh. But yeah, thanks to Bentley for setting that up. That was really, really great.
Big shout out to Bentley and all other sponsors of Formula Student. Off the top of my head, ANSYS, MathWorks, Multimatic, Mercedes AMG High Performance Powertrain, Aston Martin, and of course Red Bull Technology Group. Not to mention Bentley, OnShape RS have just been passed a program, so I can read it off to you. Babcock, IPG, the Faraday Institute, Autodesk, Cummins, Dewsoft, Yasser, Altair, Corriton as well for providing the sustainable fuel, and our innovation partner, the Centre for Connected and Autonomous Vehicles. Thank you ever so much to everyone who sponsors Formula Student and allows us to make this great event happen. Meanwhile, there is Gibbo and Morgan along with Kota and Aaron recovering the Cardiff car, gutting for them, but a fantastic effort and a well-placed sprint lap from Aaron with 2 out of 3 cylinders and 1 gear. Incredible stuff. And we are beginning to pack up now here at Formula Student. You can just about see us on the commentary box as they wheel away. There we are in between the JCB. Thank you ever so much to watching at home. And all that leaves me to say is it is a goodbye from Sheryl.
Oh, that's me. Goodbye.
It is a goodbye from Monty.
Bye-bye.
It's a goodbye from Jess.
Bye-bye. It's good to see you.
And it's a goodbye from me, Giles Cosgrove. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you all again next year. Bye for now.
Bye.
Here comes the University of the Basque Country lining up for their run in the top 6 shootout. They should have won last year. Can they do it this year? Down the 75-metre course of the national pitch, straight and across the line with a 4.468. This is going to be a fast time for sure, and the time is 55.423. There it is. They've done it. Coventry have claimed victory at Sprint at Formula Student 2025.
And that is the end of Formula Student 2025. Congratulations to all 3 winners of the dynamic events. And that's all from us here at Formula Student. See you next year.
University, they are in close competition with the University of the Basque Country to take victory in Formula Student, but do not write off the likes of Coventry as well, who could well be in with a shout as well. It's about to get very, very interesting. We really do love to see them, and what we're about to see is Birmingham complete endurance. I can see the Marshal has the checkered flag prepared for one of the oldest teams in Formula Student. Andrew Mather himself was a student there previously, and through they come, onto the hairpin, out of the hairpin they go, and onto the final corners of the Mansell complex. The checkered flag is out, and the University of Birmingham complete endurance.
Fantastic work from the University of Birmingham. Excellent to see them back up here.
There's Resurgent, and then there's taking the top spot. They're in P1 with a 35.32. That's a whole 5 minutes faster than Malta, can you believe?
as
Here we go then, Jess, as they head towards the hairpin. These are the final moments for the team from Spain. You can see them on your screens. Through the Mansell complex they go. This time will be vital to their competition. They cross the line with a time of 37.0943. It's not enough to topple Birmingham. They need to be quicker than the University of the Basque Country. Their time was a 37.0943. What time can Oxford Brookes post as they head towards the second slalom on the course here at Copse Corner? Only this, the left and right-hander, the hairpin and the Mansell complex stand between these guys and crossing the line. I can see the checkered flag has been prepared for them. The team are beginning to cheer already, Jess, as they come through the hairpin. Here comes the right-hander. Can they handle this carefully and calmly? Yes, they can. The checkered flag is there. Oxford Brookes complete endurance at Formula Student 2025 as the team lose their minds. Coventry come through with their latest time.
And they haven't beaten Basque Country. Basque Country have beaten Oxford Brookes. That's crucial for the overall championship.
That really is, Jess.